Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Maligayang pagdating sa MPL Arena! The third day of Week 2 is about to begin. And today's matches are something you wouldn't want to miss. We have teams looking to find solutions and others looking to continue showing the hero within. Ako po si Mara Aquino at sabay-sabay natin subaybayan ang mga bakbakan dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Casters, pasok!
Non-stop MLBB action on a Sunday afternoon. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Inga, and together with me is Naisu. Naisu, it's been a long time since the last time I've seen you. How are you?
So the last time you see me?
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were going to say the last time we've been on a desk. I mean, I just saw you yesterday.
Yeah.
Or did I?
I wasn't here yesterday.
I'm joking. It's good to be here, man, and I can't wait to finish off our week number 2. And we have 2 great matches ahead of us.
But huge shout out first to our official sponsor. We have Smart. With Smart's Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want with 8 GB for all sites and apps. You can power your play or watch, share, stream,
everything for you guys. And you can do all this, plus get a free Giga Arena ticket, so you can unleash your inner game in you. And this also comes with Unlead TikTok and Unlead Text-to-All networks. You can get all that power for 7 days for only 99 pesos. So get yours now.
And especially after witnessing yesterday, you're going to really need a lot of gigabytes.
Yeah.
You were here yesterday. So
it was a long day.
Walk me through what happened yesterday.
Oh, man. I think right off the bat, a lot of people are going to remember the last match. I don't want to start in order here. But the last match especially was the only 3-game series that we had yesterday. Again, they were all sweeps that we went through. But, I feel like a lot of people were thinking that maybe that would have been Team Liquid that got that 3rd game. But unfortunately, the fire burned out, and we saw Fnatic get that win. Also, RSG and FCAP also getting their first points finally, of course, getting on the board here. And, still, TNC looking for that first point, man. They've been in a rut lately.
I mean, it's really more of chemistry. I mean, they have a new coaching staff, plus the team recently established. So we'll see how TNC pans out. I mean, there's nowhere to go but up according to Coach Wolf, right?
That's true. What did he say? Is it Unli Rise?
Unli Rise.
Unli Rise.
Looking at the standings so far, really, it's good to see that different teams are on top right now. We have Smart Omega and Fnatic Onyx leading the charge without any losses so far.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Omega, I mean, when did people think Smart Omega would be at the top of the standings? And I know there's a lot of the barangay out there, but this has been in the making for a while now, and I'm sure a lot of people are excited for that. But these are the 2 matches we have to focus on here for today.
Very, very highlighted matchup so far. We have Blacklist yet to find their very first win, going up against Falcons APBren, who just bounced back yesterday. And of course, our star match for later, it's Omega versus Aurora.
That's good. That's going to be a great one.
Woo!
I cannot wait for the second match, but for the first match too, this is an opportunity. I know, FCAP got their first point yesterday. Blacklist International needs that point. They're still sitting on 0, so if they can do this against a team like FCAP, that would be a great start for them to get into an adjustment.
Okay, and speaking of adjustments, we'll see how Blacklist will adjust later on. That's why let's throw it over first to our panel for our pre-show.
Maraming salamat to our casters. It is me, Hans Galeria, Midnight, and Rockhart. At kami ang makakasama nyo dito mismo sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Kung saan pag-uusapan natin ang lahat ng mga posibleng ganap between all of the 4 other teams na makikita natin para sa huling araw ng Week 2 ng MPL Philippines Season 14. This is going to pace themselves kung saan ba nila ilalagay yung sarili nila bago matapos yung ating linggo.
Yeah, actually mabigat yung mga laban natin dito, no. Maglalaro mamaya yung currently number 1 sa ating mga standings, and naglalaro din yung struggling na Blacklist International, laban naman sa Falcons APBren.
And the way for them to do that is of course through our Infinix GT20 Pro. That is the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines Season 14. Major love ang ating nakikita from Infinix, and of course our players, dahil kung tutuusin, ang dami nating panalo. We got wins from Infinix, we got wins here in the MPL Arena, at tayo din. Mobile Legends Bang Bang is winning and just won the Esports Mobile Game of the Year at Esports Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat po in behalf of everyone na nanonood ngayon. Just a major achievement na nakuha natin, and it wouldn't be possible without all of our players, our teams, and everybody else na bumubuo.
Yes, this is a very prestigious award, International Esports Award. And I feel like, you know what, finally, not just in Southeast Asia, but all around the world, people are starting to realize, you know what, MLBB as an esport is definitely at its prime, and it's something that a lot of fans are looking forward to.
And guys, hindi posible ang award na to kung hindi dahil sa inyo. Kaya everyone in MPL Arena, make some noise! I love the environment that we have here. Umpisa pa lang ng laban. Di pa nga nag-uumpisa. Di ba? Punuan na tayo kagad. And I am sure that you guys na nandyan ngayon sa kanilang mga bahay, you'd also want to experience this moment. Kaya on behalf of all of us that are here in the panel, lahat ng mga casters sa lahat ng buo-buo ng Mobile Legends Bang Bang, maraming salamat po. And speaking of which, eto ngayon ang kailangan buuin ng isa sa mga teams, specifically chemistry. You have to establish chemistry if you're Blacklist International. Heading forward into the first matchup, mula nung Season 8, Season 10, parang parehas yung naging trajectory. Or, that's the question. Kasi Bren Esports also had the same 10-man roster before.
Yeah, it's the same story with what Falcons APBren had 6 seasons ago na after nung championship winning roster nila, nag-rebuild ang kanilang franchise. That is also happening with Blacklist International. I think they've been trying to find kung ano man yung winning recipe nitong roster nito, and now they've landed themselves into the 10-man roster na lagi nating binabanggit even before sa mga past seasons na it's helpful. Pero again, ito yung storya kasi ng trust the process mentality sa mga pro teams.
Yeah, this is exactly what I think whenever I look through the MPL PH group, the LBV news and events. Shout out to you guys. Every time I look through there, I feel like they're giving Blacklist a bit of a harder time, and they kind of forget that this is exactly where Bren Esports was way back then. And I think you have to give them time, right? Everyone has their own journey to go through.
Yeah, honestly, big changes require big adjustments. Like, that's what we would always say, especially dun sa mga staple members ng Blacklist International na nawala sa kanila, which was the reason why they had to really recalibrate in this season. And hindi pa nga tayo nangangalahati, di ba? We are just 2 weeks. They've already fielded in 3 different lineups. Or mag-field in pa lang pala. Kasi nung week 1, we've seen Lord JM, MP the King, Haji, Perks, and Outplayed. Yun yung una. Yung pangalawa naman was MP the King, Exhort, Haji, Outplayed, and then Delar making his debut. But here we go. Posibleng nakikita nyo na. It's Delar, MP the King, Exhort, Haji, and the Filipino sniper making his comeback. Oheb, what do you think about this one? This is a major return for such a major player.
I mean, if Blacklist has to pull out something from their pockets, it's the Prince of Gold Lane. Alam natin, kilala natin, the Filipino sniper has always been consistent. Ito yung mga times, even nung time ng season 10, even season 11, laging yung return ni Oheb. Remember na hindi siya naglalaro nung mga time na yun. Nung bumalik si Oheb na reinvigorate yung Blacklist International. So maybe this is the time na para ilabas yung kanilang Prince of Gold Lane, and just maybe kung gusto nyo ng bagong Gold Laner, Beatrix pick kaya, no?
Man, we all been waiting for the Beatrix pick. Very excited, if ever. Kasi, alam mo, iniisip mo, whenever you think about Bonchan with the plan, you're thinking about, ano kaya ang nagkukook ngayon sa lab ni Bonchan? Have we let him cook enough para malabas yung mga pick na yan?
Nakagano na si Bonchan, nakagano yung poster niya. Bonchan with the plan.
Bonchan with
Sasageo.
the plan. Bonchan with the plan.
Yeah.
Sasageo mindset. This is the moment na ilalabas itong si Oheb into the zone. Kumbaga, para makuha na rin ng community kung ano ba yung gusto nila. Because for the longest time, right, the agents are looking for, hinahanap nila si Delar.
Yeah.
And bakit hindi pa natin makita si Delar? And then Delar played, right? He played very well in terms of like the first performance, but now they're also looking for Oheb. They're continuously looking for improvements na posible nilang gawin, but just the mindset, the loyalty of Oheb para sa Blacklist International.
Ano may solid dito sa lineup ng Blacklist International ngayon? Itong 5 na
Alright.
possible maglaro in this match,
Okay.
magkakalaban nung Season 8. Magkakalaban nung Season 7. So ngayon, nasa iisang team na sila. So it really does go into the storylines of, can you find chemistry between these players? And I feel like the experience is there. Nandun yung veterancy. It's just that pagdating mo talaga sa game, kailangan mahanap nyo yung solid ground na yung 5 players, they work as a unit.
Yeah, and Rockert, ibabalik ko lang dun sa trusting the process mula nung Season 8. Because Season 8, it was Bren Esports, right? And now is Falcons APBren fielding a 10-man roster for teams na magkakalaban, right? And you are familiar with your game. How do you usually build on that chemistry, especially with OHEB joining the mix?
I think you just look for yung common ground nyo. As a team, you look for common ground, you look for solutions to problems. Like yung ginagawa nila, maybe they're trying to do as much as they can to fix something that needs to be fixed.
Have they solved it? That's the question. Blacklist International and Falcons APBren. Let's go.
Introducing first, the 4 men that make sure the integrity of the tournament is here. Make some noise for Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. With the Filipino sniper and the general in, is this the code they've been waiting for? Agents, let them hear you shout! It's Blacklist International! OHEB, Haji, Dilar, Exort, and MP the King. And their opponents, world champions looking to gain more trophies to decorate their base and complete their world tour. Make some noise for Falcons APBren! Leading the pack, Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, Lap Teasy, Ogwen, and Captain View! Coach Bonchan for Blacklist International and Coach Trebor for Falcons APBren.
It's time for the face-off. Super Marco, OHEB, come forward. OHEB, ano ang palag mo kay Super Marco?
Ako, nakasama ko na Bini, ikaw hindi pa.
Super Marco, ano ang palag mo kay OHEB?
Sige, pakilala mo rin kami.
Palag kong palag, fist bump! The Filipino sniper is back. But who will destiny favor? Umpisahan na ang ating bakbakan in the Lanadon Panel Pasok.
I guess we're gonna leave the bragging rights to OHEB in that face-off. Pero ngayon, he's also gonna have to lead those bragging rights as he joins Blacklist International.
Sabi nga ng Blacklist International, paano mo tatapatan ng bulletproof? Tapatan mo ng sniper. Kasama si OHEB, MP the King, Exort, Dilar, and Haji. Again, test na to for this new and reinvigorated roster of Blacklist International. Maybe ito yung bagong code na hinahanap natin or hinahanap ng mga agents. And maganda magiging magiging testing ground talaga kasi nakita natin yung shape and form ng Falcons APBren yesterday.
Yeah, and by now, the testing ground, I think naging benchmark na talaga ang APBren. If you want to stand a chance to get into the playoffs, to get into the finals, you have to show up against this world championship caliber team.
Yeah, honestly, na-mention ng ilan din sa mga manlalaro dito sa MPL Philippines that you're right, this really is their benchmark kung ano yung kailangan nilang higitan in terms of the standard. Kyle Teasy, pinuri ni Carl Teasy from before. Even si Jome, nabanggit niya na ganun din. But now, it's the Rome position. It's Ogwen and Haji. For Blacklist International, for Haji, you have to give the Filipino sniper a clear shot. Para naman sa Falcons APBren, for Ogwen, you have to disrupt the Filipino sniper's vantage point. At para sa parehas na teams, you don't ever hesitate to counter-initiate. Ganun ba mag-counter-initiate?
Ang sweet na. Oo nga, nag-engage si Ogwen.
Nag-engage na eh.
And ang maganda rito is very clear and very very distinct yung ating keys to victory for both sides. No, kailangan nilang alagaan yung kanilang mga gold laner. Very actually, very similar yung kanilang playstyle. Medyo may pagka 4 protect 1. For the longest time, Blacklist International, they like revolving around OHEB. For Falcons APBren, gusto nila nakakapag-farm lang si Marco, nakakapag-take sila ng objectives. That's why it makes sense. Kailangan talaga makapag-lead ng way dito yung dalawang roamers for both sides. Specifically, Haji and Ogwen, para makahanap sila ng clear window of opportunity to work with their gold laners.
Yeah, for the longest time, I feel like Haji has been, the one that Blacklist has been looking forward to provide yung stability sa gitna ng labanan. And then obviously, coming in from so many other roles, Haji has finally gotten hopefully into his comfort zone. And from there, it can only go up for Blacklist.
Yeah, honestly, for Blacklist International, right? Just like what we've mentioned a while ago, ito na yung pangatlong lineup, pangatlong variation of the code that we've seen from the agents, and hopefully they want to do something about it. But for Falcons APBren, right? You've gotten your momentum, you've had your share of wins and losses as well in this season. Nabanggit nga rin na the only loss that they've had was with Smart Omega, and at Chakmamba lang yata daw sila nung oras na yon.
Nalason.
Yeah, in other words, nalason. So how important is this game for them to build their momentum right back?
Obviously, I think they have to prove that they can shrug off yung mga bala. Yung mga balang tumatama, they can just, shrug it off like that.
Mga shards. Mga bullet shards.
Yung mga fragments, remove it. And I think from there, again, just clean gameplay is all they need to do here.
Honestly, yun yung sinasabi ni Few yesterday, right? Ang kailangan lang nilang gawin is parang mas pulituhin nila yung ginagawa nila because there aren't really a lot of changes. Why do you think na ganun yung madalas nilang sinasabi? What is the strength of this Falcons APBren squad na parang hindi na nila kailangan baguhin in the process?
I think if naghaharap ka ng magandang example ng pure macro gameplay, you're gonna look at Falcons APBren. And alam ng team nila to, individually, pati yung players sila, lagi nila sinasabi na they made a few mistakes here and there. No pun intended, no? Few mistakes. Ano na talaga, sometimes may mga ginagawa sila na parang wala sa plano, or tulad nga na nabanggit ni Pandora at ni Ogwen kahapon na masyado na nag-iinit. So it's just, a matter of cleaning up the game for Falcons APBren.
Yeah, and in terms of, the draft that we're gonna see right now, yung kalkulado, yung kailangan na madalas naiisip ng iba sa mga members or ng iba sa mga teams dito is somewhat napupunta sa labas or hindi na nila na-execute.
Yeah.
Because somewhat, at some way,
Still waters run
this meta favors the ones na nakakahanap ng paraan pag merong gulo na nangyayari.
Marami talagang outside factor dito, tulad if
Magic is my
nakapagpunas or nakapaghugas ng kamay si Flap TZ. Pero other than that, it's all about the mental state as well ng mga players. Kaya very important dito yung presence ng ating mga head coaches. Nandiyan si Bonchan, si Coach Daki for Falcons APBren to reset the players na okay lang yan, week 2 pa lang. Pero again, yung pressure ay definitely nasa side ng Blacklist International.
I think parang it's still a battlefield. Kahit anong pagpaplano mo dito, by the way, Roger first pick, kahit anong pagpaplano mo dito, stuff are not always gonna go according to plan. And I think that's true for APBren. They're so good at problem solving as well.
One of which leads them
Roger,
to do.
first pick here para sa side ng Falcons APBren. Meanwhile, Blacklist International, parang nauuso ngayon itong Ruby na madalas talagang nilalagay sa gold lane. And yung Aurora, that usually goes in the first pick.
If I'm not mistaken, nag-top 1 Philippines si OHEB before. So this might go into the gold lane. We don't know yet. Pero kinilabas na yung kabayo ni Ogwen kahapon na actually hindi rin namatay ito. Yung Oyabak ng Falcons APBren could be paired up with a Zask dahil open pa rin naman yan. Actually, I'm very surprised na hindi nga first pick ng Falcons APBren and hindi rin kinuha ng Blacklist International. Although the Juicin is banned out, so this is a very good spot for Falcons APBren to pick up the Zask for few. But instead, again, very methodical yung draft ni Coach Trevor dito. Talagang hindi sila hindi sila nagpapabulag doon sa mga parang magandang hero lang or magandang matchup. They're more on the composition. And nakita natin ito kahapon, super parang immortal yung Hylos ni Ogwen.
That happened yesterday, 2 layers. You know, you take out one layer of the high loss, good job. But what do you do the next layer of HP? Yung nagiging problema, and again, teams are having a hard time dealing with it.
Ultra heal eh. Revitalize, Netherrealm, Glorious Pathway, may movement speed pa. But MP the King once again goes for the joy.
Yun yung tinatawag natin na but wait, there's more meta.
Oo.
Kasi sobrang dami mong kailangan na tanggalin. You have to peel so much just to tank down and just to bring down a single hero. But I think one of the ideas here for the side of Blacklist International is they want to give a better matchup, hopefully, para dito kayo Hoeb. Kasi in terms of Roger na nakalagay sa gold game, when you put it in a marksman form, parang medyo egol ka sa early game. But with the Ruby, I feel like you can have a fair shot at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, meron ka namang early aggression coming out from Blacklist International. I'm just concerned na baka i-flex kasi ng Falcons APBren yung Hylos to XP and then pick up a Tigreal. And Tigreal just shuts down yung joy aspect ng game dito ng Blacklist International. But I do like the respect though. Tinanggal pa rin ng Falcons APBren dito yung Angela dahil alam naman natin gaano kadaya ang Angela Joy combo. Literal na pag pumasok yan, hihintay mo na talaga mamatay yung kakampi mo. Tapos he's gonna be able to dash out. But then again, may flex factor pa rin naman yung Falcons APBren. Blacklist, they removed the Nathan, assuming na pwede kasi mag-jungle. Itong Roger.
Yep.
And I do feel like may possibility pa rin na kumuha ng Claude dito ang si Super Marco. So there's still a lot of choices here for Falcons APBren.
Yeah, I actually really agree na pwedeng i-flexing yung Hylos na to into that XP, then maybe add in a Tigreal or maybe a Minotaur. Like, sige, hilain mo kami. It's like a challenge. Hilain mo kami.
Yeah.
Good luck dealing with it.
Pabor pa sa kanila kapag nalatag yung I am offended and it goes to the other side. So that should be something that Blacklist International needs to be working on. But instead of them flexing it, just like what Rockhart mentioned, sila ngayon ang magtatanggal niyan. They want to put the Ruby in a position to beat them.
I think I like this. This is, I think Falcons APBren expected this. Tinanggal nila yung Minotaur and Blacklist International, they know the Tigreal pick is gonna come up. That's not essentially good against Faramis and Hylos. Kasi yung Faramis mag-purify lang, yung Hylos literal na pwedeng tabihan yung Tigreal. But you would have wanted actually to open up the Minotaur. Ang concern lang siguro ng Falcons APBren is baka kunin din ng Blacklist International and suddenly you find yourself in a losing roam matchup with you having a Tigreal and Blacklist International having the Minotaur. So Falcons APBren, they have to look for another option dito. Meron pa rin namang Grok.
Yep.
Nandiyan pa rin naman yung Cho, yung mga unconventional roam picks natin. Or if you want, maybe a healer that can, you know, add to the sustain factor of Falcons APBren. Claude is still up for the taking, however. Both Claude and Carry, parehas na gusto ng Falcons APBren. And... Oh!
Bruno.
Okay.
Ang pagbabalik.
Diyan sila ngayon matatapos in terms of the draft ng kupunan ng Falcons APBren. So we are kind of sure now that Cal TZ is going to be holding on to that Roger para sa darating na game number 1. But give me some thought with this Bruno. What do you think is the mindset behind this para sa Falcons APBren?
I think Falcons APBren, alam lang nila na medyo mahina mag-defend yung lineup ng Blacklist International. They have to look for engages. They have to look for team fights. But when the zone comes out from the Faramis and the Hylos, paano mo nga naman dedepensahan yung Bruno na ang nasa gold lane mo ay Ruby? I feel like it's still the best option as of the moment na ilagay yung Ruby sa gold lane. But still, nakakatakot yung idea ng snowball dito ng Falcons APBren.
I mean, okay, we finished now with Dilar using the stumps, the entirety of the lineup. Yung kabuuan ngayon ng lineup ang natapos para sa dalawang kupunan na ito. It's Tigreal and Tamus. Meanwhile, yung nabanggit ni Midnight kanina na Ruby Gold is somewhat gonna be seen again for Blacklist International. What makes this Ruby so effective para sa
I feel like it just can't die, right? It normally shouldn't be able to die, especially if you doesn't get ganked too much on the gold lane. Pero yeah, both teams actually created a very beefy lineup for each other. A big challenge for MP the King to actually make the Joy work this time around.
Yeah, I would say Blacklist International, they have to have a good foundation of executing the early game. Pero if the game does not go out of control in Falcons APBren's hands, I think they have the superior lineup here in this game.
There's only one way to find out kung sino mananalo sa game number 1. It's FCAP versus Black. Casters, it's go time.
Falcons APBren going head-to-head against the third iteration of Blacklist International's lineup. Once again, my name is Ian. Together with me is Naisu. And we are heading in to the land of Dawn and looking at the lineups, Naisu, so far. You've been mentioning this a while ago.
Yep.
That this is the same concept Falcons APBren is doing up against Blacklist International.
Yeah, yesterday they had a similar concept with the lineup here. And that is noted. It's Ogwin on the Hylos again. Stame revitalized, and then Few having this fairness available to him. And I know the panelists already mentioned this. Midnight pointed out the Purifies here are going to be very difficult for Blacklist International to deal with. And I think you put it well, too. Hang on. This is the third version of Blacklist International that we're seeing here. And, that's what a lot of teams do when they have 10-man rosters. Let's take a look at the emblems, though.
Yeah, similar to what happened to Falcons APBren during Season 8, Season 10. They also had the 10-man lineup. Even during Season 8, when Carl PG was still there. And Blacklist so far, they haven't found their identity. They haven't found their 5-man lineup. So it's really going to be interesting how they go through the process. Similar to TNC, they have to trust the process. It's going to be a slow process so far for Blacklist.
Let me ask you this, man. How do you feel about the Joy? We saw it pop up yesterday. Unfortunately, it didn't get played through that Game 3 at the end of the series yesterday. But do you think like this is actually going to be a good pick for MP the King?
Me, right now, it seems like it's so hard because even if you go to the back line, again, there's the few with the Faramis Netherrealm. It's easily going to be countered out. And at the same time, it's not. It has a lot of factors to be able to have a good performance with the Joy. Again, you have to dominate the early game. You have to have a good lead, especially for Blacklist. But with their current lineup, it's really going to be a hard game for MP the King unless they pull it off, especially in the gold lane with Oheb being a Ruby. So Ruby's really going to have a good time up against Super Marco with the Bruno.
It's so funny because, even coming to this matchup, we're like, the Filipino sniper is back.
Yes.
And then he's on a hero that just doesn't even have a gun.
Doesn't even have a So basically, he's just the Filipino.
He's a Filipino scythe right now. Glorious Pathway going to be laid down. Delar. There's the penalty zone, too, on the backside against Exort. Taking a couple shots from the hammer from Flap Teasy. First blood in the hands of Few already. And they're still going to chase him down. Exort gets hit. He's dead. He's gone. Couple of hits to the hammer as Flap picks up another kill and stands there menacingly looking at Haji. Feeling like he wants some more here. And they're going to be able to get the objective, put some pressure even on the buff. MP the King. Oh, implosion! 2 members right there for the pickings. And even with the objective taken, MP the King, Blacklist International ends up getting 2 kills.
Okay, there's your answer, Naisu. Haji wants some more, and I think MP the King wants some more too.
Electrifying Beat's going to be dropped. Won't be able to catch up Kyle Teasy, but hey, good response there from Blacklist International. I was wondering why 2 members of FCAP were even there.
I think the concept was they wanted to delay MP the King, especially since they already got 2 kills and at the same time the Turtle. So as much as possible, they want to extend the level gap between the 2 junglers, but don't forget, this is still Haji.
Yeah.
The KDA machine alongside Oheb, who came back after a week and a 2-day break, sitting on the bench for Blacklist. And so far, so good. They found their trade even after FCAP had a very good start. And looking back, Owen, with the high loss, the Glorious Pathway, casted right on time, as well as the follow-up coming in from Flap TZ. So far, in terms of clashes, you'd really lean towards Falcons APBren. But for some reason, Blacklist, with those isolated clashes that they get, it seems like they can always find an answer.
That's what they have to do. I mean, if you're looking at the lineup that they brought to the table, there's got to be a response from Blacklist International. And so far, with what FCAP just did, Blacklist International kind of evens out what those last, that last turtle fight ended up being. And so really, eyes are going to be on MP the King. How does he utilize the Joy? How does he get farmed up here? And how do they find an answer to deal with the Purifies, that high-lows combination? Part of it might just be displacing themselves. I mean, they have a very fast lineup that they can use. Joy is that hero that, typically you see just kind of zooming around, especially when the electrifying beats are popped.
Oh.
But even with that, Turtle's going to be up here in about 10 seconds. They're going to try to set things up. Haji's going to go in. What? The pull from Few. I don't think they get anything, though. They're just going to set up for this objective.
Surprisingly, MP the King's actually the 1 level ahead prior to Kyle TZ reaching level 8. So far, MP the King still on the roll with a 101 KDA. A while ago, if you can recall correctly, FCAP got the Turtle, but again, the trades coming in from Blacklist was there. They also got 2 kills. And this time, a lot of pressure coming in from Haji. I mean, they said it in the panel. It's really going to be a hard setup coming in from the Stigreal.
Yeah, that's the task at hand here. Delar, too, on the Thamus, kind of front line. Haji, look at this, already brought to half health. They're going to jump in, force the fight. Glorious Pathway drop down. Huge penalty zone, though. Going to force them back a little bit further and chasing them down on the pathway. They'll get frozen a little bit further, but Kyle Teasy on the hunt, jumps in with Lycan Pounce. Will be able to find one. Haji falls, and they run to the tier 2 turret. They're going to get sandwiched in, though, as Few still looking for MP. Picks them up with the Ghost Bursters. And that's tough. Objective also secured. FCAP getting a big win.
How do you play against a Faramis, Hylos, and Terizla combination? I mean, you've seen it yourself. The layering of skills was on point. They didn't cast it, the ultimates all at the same time.
Yeah.
It was proper timing, starting things off with the Glorious Pathway, then a good follow-up with the penalty zone coming in from Flap, connecting onto 4. And honestly, the Nether Realm coming in from Pew was just a bonus. They didn't even need the Nether Realm at that point.
It's like an extra layer, you know? We're going to look at the replay here just in a second, brought to us by Infinix. Look how this unfolded. This is actually the end. After everything you just explained there, Ingan, you know, everything was beautiful, and even at this point, they probably could have pushed this a little bit more, but they end up just saying, nah, let's get MP. Let's not make a mistake like we did in those first few minutes of the game.
Yeah. And right now, FCAP really capitalizing on the lead, making sure that all their micro mechanics will translate to macro objectives as well, getting a tower onto the top lane. And MP the King, so far, if you're MP the King with the Joy, this is as much as you can do. Just really try and split push. There's nothing much because you don't want to force a clash, and at the same time, you could go for those isolated pickoffs. But the problem is, Few is always present. He's like a Faramis that's a chip. Wherever he's needed, he's always there.
It's tough because the Faramis has been like a mainstay for some teams for a while. It was a mainstay, and then it became like a niche pick. And now more teams are picking it up with the Hylos. So I'm actually still surprised that, you know, we see the Hylos even slip through, because Faramis is kind of in the back of the mind of a lot of teams. But when it pairs up with the Hylos, it works so well. Like, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with the Nether Realm? How do you deal with the Revitalize and the Glorious Pathway?
Yeah, and I actually agree, because we've been saying during the draft, well, us, not the panel, backstage, you were saying that the Zask was open, actually, but an implosion play coming in from Haji.
Haji again, going to get cut off with the Glorious Pathway. Delar pops his own vengeance, jumps back in on the backside. Doesn't have enough tankiness to withstand the firepower from FCAP. And that's just going to be a lost objective again to Blacklist International. They won't be able to deal with FCAP. Now 3 for 3 in the Turtles.
So far, wait, Kyle Teasy used his retribution to slow down Haji. Are they going to pick him up?
Penalty zone again from Flap Teasy, even though he gets frozen. Bridget Glacier dropped down, still putting the pressure on Oheb. MP the King, does he give the call to actually initiate on this? Goes in a little bit from the backside, though, takes a ton of damage, tries to run away. That last hit won't be able to get him, but again, the Nether Realm keeps them healthy, keeps them together. FCAP just heavily favored right now in every department.
And now they're going to force a push onto the middle lane despite the members of Blacklist trying to defend. And the thing that impressed me the most was that was a very long clash, but we saw when the Nether Realm was casted.
Yeah.
Later, even after the clash ended, so they don't need the Nether Realm. That's how much lead they've established. So far, FCAP is on the roll right now. And at the same time, Blacklist actually tried to do a different thing. They tried to initiate first with the Haji implosion and follow-up coming in from Delar with the Cutter and Inferno. But still, it didn't work. So this begs me to question, what does Blacklist need to do to come back from this game?
I think we have to start thinking about it because, you know, Lord's going to be up here in less than a minute. You're down 6,000 gold. You pick up a couple items that you need here, but man, Blacklist International, I feel like, what do they do? Like, you would typically say, like, oh, if Oheb, again, we built up the story of the Filipino sniper is back, but we know how much a gold lane Ruby can struggle, especially in times of you need to build up. We saw this happen even, for example, with Kelra yesterday. And how do you get back into this game when you're so reliant? Oh, hold on, and this might be another initiation. Look how tanky Ogwin's going to be. A lot just expended on him, but he's going to be fine. Didn't even use the Revitalize. And that's my point, going back to it. Who is the one to turn things in their favor for Blacklist International if it's not going to be a traditional marksman, so to speak, here for Oheb? You look across the lineup that they have here, and they kind of have to rely on MP the King and Exort to make this work. Ruby is more so grab them, pull them so we can freeze them. But look at the penalty zone again from Flap Teasy. They're going to force the fight no matter what. Blacklist on the run. Delar will get taken out. Super Marco still on the hunt alongside Kyle Teasy. but they're happy with one. They know the Lord is up. We'll see FCAP go ahead and turn the focus.
Blacklist, it's going to be hard for them to contest for this Lord, so I think they're just going to give it up. And looking at the lineup of Blacklist, you'd expect them to dominate the early game. That's why they picked up this Ruby, as well as the Thams. Because towards the late game, you don't have a natural gold laner. You don't have a marksman, so it's really going to be hard to go for those pushes in the late game and dish out the damage that you need, especially if you have a Faramis and the Hylos. So right now, I think the window for Blacklist opportunity to turn things around is really over, honestly.
It's more so you got to get the AoE dream set of your life if you're Blacklist International. And that's got to be on Haji. You get a multiple member freeze down with Exort, and then you hope from there. Holy Shields are going to be popped. Lord's going to be worked on here in the mid lane. Still MP the King's going to join the fight. Pops electrifying beast. Going to force the fight here into the base. Glorious Pathway comes down again. There's the Nether Realm we're talking about. But Haji has to flicker out just to save himself from getting hit down by Super Marco.
And I think FCAP's not yet done. They have minions onto the middle lane as well as the bottom lane. They're trying to get an inhibitor turret. The Delar trying to answer back, but
Oheb gonna jump in. I'm offended, but he's gotta walk back to the turret. They're not gonna give him a chance. He takes a couple shots as Oheb does get a kill, but Oheb's gone out of the picture. And they still deal with it. It's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade. FCAP staying here. They wanna push in the base. Possibly getting this mid lane turret.
And Few just picked up a Bloodwings there, so added sustain coming in from this Paramis. And again, minion waves in the middle lane. Glorious Pathway already casted as they take down an inhibitor turret. And this is what's hard for Blacklist. They're bursting, they're giving a lot of ultimates to one person, yet they can't take Ogwen down.
Oh, do they look for it? Flapteezy has the penalty zone. 2 turrets in the base down, though. They might just call the retreat as everybody from Blacklist is going to be back up here. So FCAP gets a ton off that first Lord.
Two inhibitor turrets for a first Lord in exchange for Kyle TZ only. And I believe he doesn't even have a Sky Piercer, so that's really worth it for Falcons APBren after extending the lead to 8.5k gold lead. But so far, there's still a glimpse of hope for Blacklist. Again, what you mentioned, a powerful setup coming in from Haji, paired up with the Frigid Glacier. They can actually turn things around, but then again, we have to remember, Falcons APBren has to revitalize that even Few rarely uses. So far, Blacklist, they're really going to climb a very, very high mountain just to overcome the Falcons APBren.
That's what I'm saying. For all the Blacklist International agents and fans out there, it's like throwing a Hail Mary. That's what Blacklist International has to do. And the great thing about it, to break it down a little bit further, it doesn't only have to be Haji that starts it up. It could actually be Oheb. And we've seen this on base defenses before with the gold lane Ruby. You get to a point where, you go in, you grab multiple members with the I'm Offended, and then Haji can get that set with the implosion. And that might be enough crowd control time to, let Exort and MP the King work together with their kits and get favorable team fight going. But again, it's a huge wish, it's a huge Hail Mary that they have to make work. And it works better in their base, not around the Lord here. So it'd be better if they actually just give this up, even though they're trying to get some vision. Lord's already going to be secured though, and they might get forced to fight. They always have to be conscious of that Glorious Pathway.
I think Falcons APBren's going to do this by the book. Wait for the Lord instead of just using the Glorious Pathway to chase members from Blacklist. Because right now, all the flickers for Blacklist side is still up. So far, we might see a game-ending clash once this Lord comes. But at the same time, I do agree. Even if the setups coming in from Blacklist connects, is the damage, though, going to be enough? Because at the same time, they don't have the natural gold laner with a marksman. Looking at the items, it's just the Sea Halberd coming in from the Ruby that's going to be the main damage source from Blacklist. So far, I think it's really going to be hard defense as the Lord marches in the middle lane.
Well,
who's going to set up first? It's going to be FCAP, but the Glorious Pathway will be casted.
Going to be dropped down. Oheb goes in with the pull. They try to collapse down on Super Marco. Super Marco finally going to get taken down. Frigid Glacier going to be dropped. There's the implosion we were talking about. But do they have enough damage to follow up? They don't, as the base is worked on. And FCAP will take game number 1.
With the same concept from yesterday's matchup, Falcons APBren executed this lineup once again to perfection as they take a Game 1 lead over the 3rd iteration of Blacklist International. Let's roll it over to the panel so they can break down what happened for game number 1.
execution, knowing when to strike. The Falcons are here, taking game 1.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, that was expected. Sinabi natin kanina, kapag hindi lumabas sa control ng Falcons APBren yung game, their lineup was really superior in, on behalf of the towers na binasag ni Super Marco. I'm sorry, pero talagang nag-objective lang. Medyo kawawa kasi mga tore, napagtripan ng Bruno eh.
Honestly, I think I called it before the game started. This is going to be a big challenge for MP the King in that lineup. And he was facing against this guy, who was very aggressive very early on as well.
I mean, we've had our reasons. He probably had his reasons now that he is hailed as the MVP. Kapitan Few of Falcons APBren using the Faramis. We've had some suggestions kanina in terms of the draft, pero they stuck with the Faramis, and yun yung nag-lead with his performance.
Yeah, again, dito mo appreciate yung identity ng Falcons APBren. Talagang stick sila to what works, stick sila sa mga solid composition. And when they pick up the highlights, parang straight to the idea na protektahan natin si Ogren and si Few. Again, one of the most low-key mages out there. Ang trabaho niya rito is i-assist niya yung kanyang team. And of course, mag-deal ng damage, but mostly just being the the solid foundation of the aggression ng Falcons APBren under the protection of the Netherrealm. Nagagawa nila yung mga kailangan nilang gawin, yung UDR na binabanggit ng nila Ogwen kahapon na sama-sama technique lang. Very similar sa previous iteration ng Ube. Pero ang ganda kasi ng ginagawa ng Falcons APBren dito, ang kailangan lang nila gawin is step 1. Hayaan nila mag-initiate yung Terizla. Kapag lumaban yung Blacklist International, kalaban mo rin kabayo na may glorious pathway. Kapag nanlaban talaga yung Blacklist International, nandyan na yung Netherrealm. Of course, after takbuhan portion, si Super Marco may iwan sa likod, magde-decide yung Falcons APBren either to back off o hindi. Kapag lumaban talaga yung Blacklist International, doon natin nakikita na nagko-commit si Marco sa mga team fights. Very methodical yung approach ng Falcons APBren. Sa totoo lang, ang sarap i-dissect nung kanilang playstyle.
Yeah, that's true. I think yung pinakamalaking pick-up ko doon, parang never nagkulang dito sa APBren yung boses. Yung boses na, si Few pag nagsasata niyan, kita mo sa camera pa kanina, nonchalant, very chill na, guys, ito gagawin natin. This is just another day at work, kumbaga. And it's very clean to watch.
Yeah, and honestly, kung sisilipin mo din kasi yung the way that they executed, it's always Ogwen na parang nasa harap na you see the joy, you see Thumbs and even yung Tigreal ni Haji na yun lagi yung nakakasalubong nila eh. Yung huling laban lang yata, yung huling team fight lang yata yung oras na nakita nila si Super Marco, and then all of a sudden, for the entirety of this game, it was always Ogwen that's meeting them at the door.
Yeah, honestly, sobrang stupid nung interaction kanina sa may mid lane nung nag-Netherrealm si Few. Kasi nahuli si Ogwen eh. Diba? Nahuli si Ogwen. 10% HP by the way. 10% HP, Glorious Pathway, Netherrealm, Revitalize. Pagtapos nung Netherrealm, 50% pa yung HP ni Hylos. May elegant gem din kasi.
That was actually pretty insane. That's something you wouldn't notice in the middle of the fight. Pero ang laking bagay nun. Basically, parang kang semi-umuwi sa bahay. Di ba?
Ginamit ng Blacklist lahat. Tapos after lang lahat ng effort nila, 50%, yun na yun.
Tapos lalakaran lang sila ni Ogwen palayo. That is the exact scenario, which is the reason why he is the sandbag of this matchup. Kasi nga siya yung unang nasasalubong. And siya rin yung nag-take ng utmost or ultimates coming in from the rest of the members.
Yeah.
Pero dahil doon, he was also dealt as someone with the most assists coming from his team.
Imagine almost 50% of the damage output ng Blacklist International dun sa kabayo pumunta. And to think na one death lang si Ogwen for the entire game. Again, under the protection of the Netherrealm.
Yeah.
Ang ganda rin lagi ng pwesto ni Few. He's always in a position to be able to save somebody if alanganin. Whether it be Kyle TZ, si Super Marco, even si Ogwen liligtas niya. Si TZ may sariling buhay yan. Penalty zone flicker talaga yung gusto niya gawin. Pero even then, kahit yung mga ganong initiation, nakikita mo yung Paramis nagsha-shadow walk na parang, sige, subukan niyo pala yung Terizla, Netherrealm ko yan.
Yeah, and there was so much more freedom for Few to actually do other things on the map. Like, not just hold on, activate Netherrealm, then your job is done, right? Talagang he was also the biggest source of damage para din dito sa Falcons APBren, aside from, obviously, Super Marco, who had to take his time to actually chill out and farm up.
Yeah, and kung tutusin, they've had a decent matchup down there. Itong si Oheb and si Super Marco, but just you know, look at the tower damage. It's so weird to see Ogwen
Is this true, Stone?
having
Chinepi-chepi lang.
19K in terms of damage. Pero ganun din naman yung gusto niyang i-relay with Few and Ogwen. A total of at least 78,000 damage healed para sa kupunan ng Falcons APBren. Ito yung banana peel na hindi talaga ma-break ng Blacklist International.
Ano pa na, yung stats din, dadagdag mo pa sa damage taken yan.
Right.
So, parang more than 100,000 damage output yung sinalo nilang dalawa. Actually, si Ogwen alone, sumalo ng 100k plus damage output from Blacklist International.
We're so glad you're here because we leave the math to you. Pero ang nakita rin kasi namin as of that moment was just too much damage. You're right. Kasi 78,000 damage nga lang yung nakita natin in terms of the stats, but you also have to add the extra layers to that. So if you're, Blacklist International as of this moment, there's been a lot of variations that you did, pero I feel like there have been some situations in terms of trying to handle yung double marksman na setup nga ng kupunan ng Falcons APBren, especially with Few and Ogwen manning the mid-strat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a double marksman, it's also a Roger plus a marksman. Alam natin yung Roger ngayon talagang very staple sa meta. It's because of the fact that he can use the Warrock, Thunderbolt without having to suffer the penalties kasi nga fighter talaga yung pinaka-role ni Roger. Kapag tinignan nyo yung unang category, yun yung nag-a-apply. So si Roger kasi naka-fighter and hindi siya nadamay sa penalty. And of course, ang bilis niyang makagalaw sa mapa. Is very very mobile jungler as well and deals high amounts of damage. Pero ang pinakaganda kasi dito, again, yung utilization ng Falcons APBren na si Super Marco, chill lang, nag-demon shoes pa nga eh. Si Super Marco, para lang ma-make sure niya na lagi siya may source ng mana para pindutin yung kanyang mga bola. It essentially just became a pushing game for Super Marco just because of the fact na yung apat talagang sunod-sunod lang yung objective takes from Falcons APBren.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right? Falcons APBren really have the momentum. Rockhart, I know you have something to say, but we're gonna leave it for later. Because as of the moment, we're gonna be talking to Mara Aquino dahil meron siya kasama on the audience.
Kasama muli natin ngayon ang family ni Few, Mommy Shirley, and Bunsong Samantha. Kamusta na kayo?
Okay lang po.
Okay lang? Ikaw po, Mommy.
Okay lang din naman.
Mommy, so si Few, umikot na ng buong mundo. Dami niyang pinuntahan. Nagpunta siya ng Riyadh, ng Malaysia, Kazakhstan, iba't iba pa. So pag nag-world tour po siya, na-represent ang Philippines, nakakasama po ba kayo?
Hindi.
Hindi po.
May
So-
work kasi.
Opo, so paano po kayo sumusuporta kay Few?
So lahat ng mga games niya, pinapanood namin.
Online.
Online.
Opo. Pag nag-game, pag nandun po siya sa tournament, do you leave him alone? Or nagme-message po ba siya? Or talagang focus siya sa laro?
Nagme-message siya, tapos nagme-message din kami, good luck sa games, pray lang, ganyan mga ano.
Paano po kayo nagme-make time pag wala po siyang mga international stints?
Lumalabas naman kami pagka ano. Tapos, yung sa bahay, yun, kung anong gusto niyang pagkain, lulutuan namin.
Oo nga po kasi
Tapos kami yung naghahatid sundo sa kanya sa airport lagi.
tagahatid sundo. Ikaw naman, Samantha. So, kwento mo sa amin, okay? Gusto namin malaman. Ano ang pasalubong sa'yo ni Kuya Few nung pagbalik niya nung Riyadh?
Mga pabango po and chocolate.
Pabango! Ang dami ng pabango sa Riyadh. Anong, binigyan ka ng mga chocolates?
Opo.
Sino mga paborito mo, chocolates?
Opo.
Nung pagbalik niya sa Malaysia, anong pasalubong niya sa'yo?
Pabango lang din po and chocolates.
Pabango and chocolates! Okay, how about nung pumunta siya galing Kazakhstan?
Diretso na siya eh.
Ay, oo nga pala, dumiretso nga pala doon. Oh, ano pong gusto niyo sabihin kay Few? Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Kuya?
Good luck po sa games.
Good luck sa games. Kayo po, Mami Shirley.
Same din, good luck sa games and then aim high pa rin tayo. Sana makapag-M6 naman sila.
Sana. Mami, natutuwa kami tuwing nandito ka. This is your first time ngayong season 14, pero alam ko, last season, lagi kang nandito.
Laging, lahat ng seasons.
Lahat ng seasons, lalo na nung playoffs, we always saw you. Thank you so much for always supporting. So ngayon, babalik na tayo sa ating laban. Sabihin natin, pasok, okay? Paano?
Casters,
Pasok!
So that's so adorable. Maraming salamat, Tamara, and of course, Fuse family. Man, sabi ni Tita, lahat ng seasons, pinanood niya si Pew. Season 1 pa si Pew. Nagpa-funny pa si Pew dati.
Andito pa si Carlon.
Andito pa si Carlon.
Andito pa si Carlon.
Kasabay mong manood si Tito.
Pwede, alam mo sa totoo lang, pwede niya sabihin since season 1, pinapanood.
Sige, we'll give you the floor.
Yeah, technically.
How does it feel to watch Pew from season 1 to season 14, and how has his development as a player transformed him to be, a multi-champion sa iba't ibang parte ng mundo?
Ang part 2 ba ito ng interview? Anyway, I feel like...
Why not?
You know what? Starting from season 1, I don't always talk to these players. Pero, pag nasa bahay ako, sino ba inaaral ko sila din, di ba? Pag nasa, whenever we go on meetings, sila din pinag-uusapan natin. So I feel like I have a connection with a lot of the players, almost all the players here in the league. Kasi, isa sa puso mo dapat yung alam mo tungkol sa kanila eh. And you have to translate it into the game, and you have to translate it into a good story. Kaya, honestly, probably they don't feel the same way about me. Pero honestly, I have a high respect for all the players, and I really treat them like all of them as like mga kapatid mo din.
Yeah, probably being the alpha na season 1 to season 14 pinapakita, and he's the leader to a Falcons APBren that also has Super Marco na ngayon ay may sasabihin. Watch this.
Sarili ko, para sa best laner team ko, ako talaga.
Ako kasi, i-rate ko lahat ng mga gold laners. Tingin ko, ako pa rin yung pinakamalakas.
Hindi lang lahat ng gold laners.
Hindi
Ang sabi niya, kung ako kasi, i-rate ko sa lahat ng best gold laners. Sa lahat ng best.
Lahat ng best.
Ako yung the best.
Kumbaga, the best of the best.
The best of the best.
Best of the best.
Best of the best. Tama naman.
Paano? Panay best of 7 ni Marco
Oo, lagi.
Sabi niya, sawa na ako sa best of 7. Best of the best na lang.
Diba, lagi na lang sinasabi, 3 best of 7 sa loob ng isang buwan.
Oo.
Sinong kayang gumawa nun? Probably sila lang din. But you guys can talk to me about Super Marco, right? Because that is the scenario that he's looking for. Yung transformation niya rin as a player to only saying woo, to not even saying a word.
Yeah.
Pero ngayon, we start to see him come out of his shell and really showing na siya talaga ang pinakamalakas na gold laner.
Honestly, again, I would say this, I've said this so many times before, and ulitin ko, paulit-ulit ko sinasabi to, Super Marco is the best macro-oriented gold laner. And probably the world, honestly.
I mean, we're gonna have to watch out for him sa paparating na game number 2. Pero kayo din, kung meron ba kayong regalo kay Super Marco because of how great he is and how well he's doing in the MPL scene, hindi lang sa kanya, kundi pati na rin sa ibang mga manlalaro na inyong paborito. Tara na dito sa MPL Arena at ilagay sa Community Hub Dropbox ang inyong mga regalo. Dahil pwede pa namin kayo imbitahan dito sa Infinix CM Tambayan. Malay nyo, katabi kayo ni Rockart dyan or ni Midnight dyan or dito kayo para maabot nyo personally yung mga regalo nyo sa inyong mga paboritong MPL players and talents as well. So there we finally have it. Kung meron kayo regalo, rekta na nyo lang dito. Kami nang bahala and you might get a chance to meet them as well. Just like what we've been seeing from the previous times, right?
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice to see.
Kagabi, may piatos, di ba?
Oh.
May letter. May letter pa,
That's
di ba?
right.
May mga personal gifts kayo pwedeng iabot sa mga players.
Like
And-
yung people who are going to the stage to meet their idols. You can do that too. That can happen to you too.
Actually,
right
pupunta
here.
tayo sa stage ngayon. Well, not necessarily the stage, sa audience area. Because this is your time, MPL Arena, na to give us your freshest look. Dahil naghahanap tayo ng Index Salon Beauties. Would like to thank Index Salon for giving us this fresh new look. Rekta mo dun sa kabila. Tingnan natin si Midnight. Alright, I see it. Drippin'. Aura 10,000, Rockheart. Alright, I see
Bagong
it.
ano yan?
Beautiful.
Treatment.
Bagong
index.
Bagong index.
Akala niyo si Wood
Ayan,
lang may
liwatan
index, ha?
natin ngayon sa mga nagagwapuhan at nagagandahang audience
Ayan
natin
na.
dito sa MPL Arena.
Give
Alam
us.
kong naririnig nyo kami.
The freshest look.
The freshest.
Give it to us. Ay, busy si Madam. Busy si Madam. Busy sa pag-support.
Ayan. Oh, very cutesy, very demure, di
Ayan.
ba?
Pakita nyo na ang inyong mga freshest look. Di ba may mga ano pa yan?
Visit.
May mga ano pa yan eh. May mga dinidikit pa sa mukha. Yung mga heart shape.
Tama.
Oh, yung mga smile. Ayan. Fresh face.
Uy, nakakartados parehas kayo ng kulay ng buhok. That's so cool.
Nice.
Ayan, maraming salamat sa Index Salon for that one. I love it.
I love it. And again, that's just showcasing the people who are obviously great fans of the league as well. So thank you so much. At nakikitambay kayo sa amin dito.
Tambay. Oo nga, pwedeng dito sana sila kung kung kasya lang tayo lahat dito.
Hindi, pag may regalo sila sa players. Pwede sila ma-invite dito sa
yun.
Infinix game, tambayan.
Oo. Pero kahit wala kayong regalo, masaya kami na nandito kayo and you're actually having lots of fun with us today. Going back to the match now, right? It's Falcons APBren at match point. Blacklist International, they're gonna have to go reverse sweep to get their very first match win.
Yeah.
Right? They've won one game. I believe out of those 8 games na kanilang nilaro, they've had 3 different variations. And now, another problem for them is gonna be Falcons APBren na PPD ng blue side.
Yeah, yun nga eh. Mauulit yung pwede mangyari nung game number 1. Again, yung first pick selection, napakataas ang priority niyan. There's a lot of heroes to flex. Yung mga Zas, mga Roger, even some other teams, they're still doing the, no Zas care at all. Na parang, bahala ka dyan, Zas. Mamaya ka namin pipick.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's one of the things that I had, low-level thinking lang. One of the things that maybe kinulang sa draft kanina for Blacklist is I'm trying to look for the source of damage aside from the MP the King, right? Because their assassination potential was low in the late game, mid-game. Early game pwede, pero yung late game, I'm thinking about it. I'm hoping for a better shade.
All right, this might be it. You're asking for a source of damage.
Yun. Yeah.
This is probably it. Harit.
Ganda.
Yeah, this is something na hiningi natin kahapon. Whenever you see a Roger, tapos bukas yung Harit and Hylos, you pick it up. Na Blacklist International does it against Falcons APBren.
Smart.
So, medyo curious ako kung ano yung counter ng Falcons APBren dito sa Hylos. Some teams have experimented with the X-Borg. There's a little sample size to begin with, so di pa natin alam kung gano'n talaga siya kagana. But there's definitely a lot of options still available for Falcons APBren. Number 1, nandiyan pa rin yung Arlot na pwede nilang gamitin versus the Harit para meron kang displacement para sa Zaman Force. And also yung Claude. Yung Claude ni Super Marco na pwedeng i-pick agad the first phase. It's gonna be a good matchup versus the Harit and also a late game solution versus the Hylos.
Yeah, you'd love to give commendations as well to Coach Bonchan, just like what you guys have been mentioning over and over again. One of the best counter drafters dito sa larangan ng MPL Philippines with the Harit and the Hylos. But for Coach Trevor, they're going to be picking up the Valentina and the Terizla. So, quite determinant na. Kumbaga, alam mo na kung saan pupunta yung tatlong heroes na yan. Well, except for the Roger, but for the Valentina and the Terizla, you know where it's gonna go.
Yeah, I love it because it's preemptive. Also, in case the Blacklist thinks about picking the Faramis, right? Which could work very well.
Ooh, I like
but
this.
they're not gonna go that route.
As we've said, yung Valentina and Terizla determinate na, pero I'm not so sure kasi last time I checked, they've played Terizla Rome on Ogwen. So there is still that possibility.
Oh, yeah.
Tapos kuha sila ng explainer. But yeah, fundamentally
Usually,
speaking,
right?
fundamentally speaking, this Terizla would go to EXP. Tapos kuha sila ng mga Minnow, ng Grok, ng any counter engage versus the Harit. Chips always banned in every game, honestly. So, wala yung teleport factor na pwede manggaling si Chip. But again, there's a lot of options left for Ogwen for him to choose from. But Blacklist International, ang question dito is, may ipit na naman ba si MP the King? Because this is what happened to MP for the last 3 games na ipit yung kanyang hero pool. They were forced to go with the Joy last time. Nung game 1, pinili nila yung Joy ng 3rd pick. Now, Nolan is gonna be removed once again. Congratulations pala kay Mary Joy.
Congrats! Let's go!
Good job.
Yeah, good job.
Grabe, cum laude.
Ano magna, no?
Cum laude. Pero you have to love it. Congratulations po.
Sabi nga ni Carl Tizzy at ni Kelra, wag niyong kakalimutan mag-aral.
Tama.
Kasi yun din ang ginagawa nila para sa kanilang draft, ang mag-aral.
So last two bans for both sides. I think Claude is a tempting ban. Ooh! Interesting. They let go of the Claude. Well, baka iniisip nila, baka hindi worth it iban yung Claude kasi may choice pa rin. It's either the Claude or the Bruno once again. Tapos paresa na naman ng Falcons APBren ng defensive hero, something like maybe get a page from Aurora's playbook, kunin nila yung Bruno Matilda for Falcons APBren.
For me, it doesn't feel like, you're right, parang hindi na worth it mag-ban ng marksman because there's so much variation and so much viability for Super Marco here.
Joy na naman yung naiwan. It's either Joy or Bane, honestly, for MP the King. Unless may iba siyang balak gamitin na rito. What's open? Julian? Doesn't feel nice playing Julian into Teresa though.
Yeah, so you know what? Okay. You know what? They're gonna go with the next board first. We're probably quite sure now that Delar is gonna be using the Hylos again.
Yeah.
Right? Kasi roam position, si Haji with the Jawhead. We're still gonna figure out kung ano ba yung gagamitin niya. Just like what you guys mentioned. Julian, probably, but not so much. But you also have the Bane and the Joy as well. Na kanina, medyo nabigyan nga ng problema ang kupunan ng Blacklist International when they used it. So I think Bonchan needs to dig deeper in this bag here.
I think Claude is so tempting here. Pero pwede ba rin naman again yung Matilda Jawhead? Kapag naka-purify silang dalawa, mahirap huliin for the Jawhead, no? Pero super tempting ng Claude eh. Parang kahit umabot late game, wala silang sagot dun sa mobility ni Super Marco. Unless kunin nila yung Minotaur. Minotaur Claude, maybe? Oh, Moskov.
Moskov. Alright, that makes sense actually. And para naman dito, I'm thinking about the jungle possibilities. What's a great MP the King special?
Bane?
A Bane is great.
Kaso may Mino eh. Mino that is the Moskov.
It is my mission to banish all...
Oh! Okay. Okay.
Now, that's a spicy pick there. MP the King gagamit na naman ng Lancelot. I'm not sure if this is the first time we've seen him use it this season. It isn't.
For him,
yeah, right? But
I like it, honestly. I like it.
Ooh, okay.
Wala masyadong CC aside from the penalty zone. And of course, yung Minone's Fury, although may sibat naman si Moskov. But the thing is, almost everything na pwedeng ibatan ng Falcons APBren is dodgeable by the Lancelot, by the Thorned Rose.
And again, that's one less problem for Blacklist. How do you reach the gold laner? And that will make it a lot easier for this lineup to actually do what needs to be done.
Honestly, MP the King, you'd love to see it because he can sort of like evade and there's no clear hold except for the Minotaur na hawak nitong si Ogwen. The question is, can Falcons APBren get a sweep and get more points on the board? Or will it be Blacklist International going for Game 3? Rekta na tayo sa casters.
MP the King picking up a new hero, Lancelot this time. And for me, this Lancelot is more of an MP the King hero alongside the Ling, the Fanny, as we've seen him in the previous tournaments. What do you think?
Way better than Joy.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
I'm not knocking his Joy, okay? I don't like the hero in general in the current meta. And I haven't seen it be too successful. So, Lancelot, on the other hand, this is, more fitting, I would say, for MP the King, more fitting for the lineup that they brought to the table, too. And the Jawhead's done great, too. The way I look at it, Jawhead's been relatively good. They locked in a Hylos.
Yeah.
So this is probably the best draft that they're going to get with this. Now, can they execute it? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, the first thing to do for Blacklist, obviously, is to really dominate the early game. This is a Harith going up against a Moskov, and we should expect Oheb to dominate up against a Moskov, especially since they have, as you mentioned, the Hylos and the Jawhead. That can actually... Speaking of Jawhead.
There's the toss right into MP the King. Oh, Gwen, he's not going to be able to escape that. MP the King will grab the first blood. Great synergy there, I would say, with the toss.
This is what we're saying. The Lancelot. This is the identity of MP the King's. Oheb almost picks up Super Marco, but Super Marco was able to evade. Oh! Wait,
all right, he's fine.
He's fine. That's bulletproof Marco we're talking about. But Haji, though.
Haji waiting around the corner. He might go in for this. Oh, man, Super Marco. He's got the help of Ogwin, too. They're going to push him off here.
And he doesn't need to go home because the motivational Aurora is there for Ogwin, saving up Super Marco with the Minotaur. But going back to MP the King, again, we will see the aggressive MP the King this time. Before, especially during week 1, he's been using the different kinds of heroes like the Nolan, even the Bane, which he's known for. But this time, this requires more micro mechanics. And with MP the King, we know how fast MP's hands are.
He can do it, definitely. But again, you're talking about Kyle Teasy here, who, if I recall correctly, is #1 right now in the league with the most Lord kills. around 10, I think, and MP the King is number 7, if I'm thinking that correctly. So, and he only has 2. So you got to beat someone that's, you know, trained very, very long on this objective meta that we had before, as that first turtle is already going to be grabbed. So Blacklist it seems like they want to look for plays elsewhere, you know, not focus on these early turtles, utilize the fact that they have a Jawhead even.
Yeah, ideally you'd like a cross-map play whenever you're going to give up the turtle, but the problem is this is bulletproof Marco. Whoa!
Oh, there's a toss-up again, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Ogwin.
This is what you want from Haji, the veteran with the Jawhead, when in fact this is actually his second role in the Season 14. But look at that, the Frigid Glacier will be casted, but still alive for Few. It was actually the Valentina. I forgot Few was using the Valentina.
Yeah, I know, and he's going to take that ultimate, you know, most of the time here. I just think it's funny, too. We have a full packed house in here, and it feels like we're watching a thrill movie, like a thriller. With the screams that are going on here.
Especially coming in from Kyle TZ, you know.
Kyle TZ, I mean, dude, all he's had to do so far is just focus on the objectives. But at what point do you have to start to pay attention, you know? This Roger, whether it's in the jungle, whether we've seen it in the gold lane, it's such a pivotal part for a lot of the lineups that we see.
You know, for me, honestly, I'm just wishing for game number 3 because people are just coming in right now.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of audience coming in, so if you want to utilize or really wait a minute, because Flap TZ's in trouble here.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Penalty zone going to be used. He flickers out defensively. Glorious Pathway going to cut him off, though. Won't be able to retreat from that. They're going to knock up a huge one with the Neoid Fury. Haji has to flicker on the defensive, and now Delar could be in trouble. Kyle TZ whacking away will take the kill, and now they're going to run down to Blacklist International a little bit further. It's a trade, though. 2 for 1. Haji could be next. They even the score. The 2-for-2 trade.
Blacklist was supposed to win that trade, but after the kill coming in from Kyle TZ, again, it evens out. And this is what I like about Ogwin's Minotaur. They always have an opportunity to counterattack. Even if Delar charges with the Glorious Pathway, you're going to think, are you sure you want to charge up against Ogwin with a Flicker and Minnow and Fury?
I think that's just a decision you make. Once that pathway is dropped down, if it's not backward, you commit. You got to full send it at that point, and I think that's exactly the game plan here for Blacklist International. They're going to set things up, turtles up. You can also see Few grabs his own pathway. So we'll see which of these teams decides to use such a strong and valuable ultimate, especially around the objectives.
Okay, so I think this time no Blacklist wants to contest for this turtle, as 4 members again are here for both teams. But then again, we can't forget Super Marco has the Spear of Destruction, so anytime Bulletproof Marco can actually join in the fight.
That's what they're going to go for. Turtle's going to be started up here too. You can see
Haji.
Marco has to go to the base, and there's the ejector toss-up that we're talking about into the Frigid Glacier. MP the King will get the turtle, and they call for the retreat. Oh, that Spear of Destruction missing, will not be able to join the fight. So hey, Blacklist International gets an objective, and they hold on to a 1,000 gold lead.
Okay, I think FCAP's plan here is to actually make a cross-map play right after getting out retreat by MP the King with the Lancelot, but Oheb is still aware of this. That's why he's still playing safe, and at the same time, Haji again with the chemistry that these two players have built. They know that FCAP will play around the gold lane now to gain an advantage once again. That's why Haji making sure to take care of Oheb.
Oheb actually has a bit of a lead too in that gold lane. You can see this. Bottom turret's already going to go down here, so MP the King will be fine getting on out. But he has that Starlium Scythe too, so it looks like Super Marco's going to kind of respect that power spike, so that's going to come through. Oheb will continue to lead, at least for now. Again, that's why you pick up the Harith. But we'll see how it plays out in some of the team fights later on. MP the King, he's going to get chased down! What a huge catch with the penalty zone from Flap TZ.
Prediction by Flap. He used the flicker blindly, now concealed from Blacklist. But Ogwin and the rest of FCAP squad is ready for this. But going back, I hope we have an instant replay because Flap TZ predicted where that Thorn Rose will end.
Just an amazing, again, showcase of what these players on an individual level can do as well. And MP the King thought he was fine, you know, but even given that, Kyle TZ was there to help chase him down if it needed to happen, but it doesn't tend to be the case. So now with FCAP getting a little bit of these, you know, kills here and there across the map, it kind of whittles down that gold lead that Blacklist International just had moments ago, and now the Turtles going to be up here. Last one of the game. It's 1-for-1 in the Turtles. Who's going to grab this next one?
A while ago, it was Blacklist with amazing steal coming in from MP the King. But this time, FCAP, they don't want to make the same mistake of giving MP the King his momentum to bounce back. Haji has to be the main factor here for Blacklist to set up a beautiful ejector and unstoppable force combination. So far, FCAP still holding their ground against Blacklist.
You see that 1v1 action going up top too. Ultimate drop. There's the ejector we're talking about. Into the combo once again. Their own glorious pathway going to set up. The Spear of Destruction doesn't connect to join the fight. And MP the King bobs and weaves through. We'll be able to find 1-2 down for FCAP. Turtle still for the taking. Kyle Teasy holding it together. Few on the backside, forcing MP the King back, but he can't catch up to him as he gets punished. And Kyle Teasy will get the objective. So once again, it's a trade for both teams.
3 kills for Blacklist for a Turtle that they had to give up because of Few's distraction. But is it worth it though for Falcons? I think at that point, that was the play that they wanted to do because we can't do anything else than just to secure the Turtle.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the replay here, brought to us by Infinix.
And look at the replay. I actually thought that Haji throwing Ogwin was him helping Falcons APBren, but again, the crucial thing was that the Spear of Destruction did not hit.
It missed by like
how many pixels? A hair.
Let's just say it was a hair, or a couple pixels worth.
Yeah, a hair from Leo, yeah. That short.
That's tough.
Yeah, that was really tough.
Oh, you were asking if it was worth it, you know, at least, like, does FCAP, you know, they get that last Turtle, but they end up trading 3 bodies for it. I think even at that moment, Kyle Teasy was just like, you know what, everybody, you guys do your thing. I'm going to get this objective, and then we'll readjust from there.
I was supposed to say something, but... And now Blacklist actually leading game number 2 here with a 2.4k gold lead. And looking at the items, so far, MP the King has that Thunder Belt, so you can expect him to be a little bit more tanky and at the same time have that true damage. But the interesting thing for me, though, is the Hylos not picking up a Thunder Belt. Because we've seen numerous times, and especially in ranked games, that most of the time, even first or second item for Hylos is a Thunder Belt. Considering that Hylos is a really tanky hero, but opted instead for Dominance Ice. Again, I get it because you have the motivational role also coming in from Ogwen, plus you have to deal with Super Marco's attack speed.
Yeah. I mean, part of it, too, is they've got enough damage here. On like Blacklist International, even Xort, just picking up the Divine Glaive. That's kind of what they have. And so at this point, you saw the build that Delar was going with, and you can kind of have some flexibility with it this time around. Look at the control that Blacklist International will have for this first Lord here.
Okay, now Flap TZ surveying the scene. Now finds out where Haji is hiding. A while ago, the last 2 neutral objectives, it was Haji actually starting things off. And now with this flicker ready, I think the KDA machine can actually make a play here and extend Blacklist's lead by taking this Lord.
See if they do it. Flap also, you got to pay attention to 2 things from FCAP, Ogwin and Flap. Where they go and how they respond, because it could be Haji that starts the fight, starts everything for them. Delar, pretty half health. He is holding on still to the Revitalize too, so half health nearly on the Lord here. Super Marco pushing up on the top side. There it is, the initiation from Haji. Flap TZ goes in with the penalty zone. They're going to battle it out. They're going to go for it. They get the knock up. Here's the Spear of Destruction. It'll land this time. Super Marco joins the fight, unleashing on Haji. Haji flickers out, but MP the King will go down. And FCAP on the chase. Only 1 down for Blacklist. Make it 2 as Bulletproof Marco picks up the 2nd kill.
This time, the Spear of Destruction hits at the right moment. And props to Few for actually getting that turtle. Although Kyle TZ was there with the Lycan Pounce in, it was still the captain who made sure that FCAP will secure that Lord. And again, props also to Flap TZ. That was a good penalty zone onto the backline because that setup coming in from Haji was more than enough for Blacklist to gain the lead. But with Flap, he turned things around.
Yeah, again, you always got to pay attention to Flap in the penalty zone, and now on the base defense. Ohead drops down to Zalman Force, forcing FCAP to back off. And with that, they'll clear the Lord out. They'll hold on to the base turret up on the top side. They'll lose these tier 2s, though. Last one in the mid lane. So for Blacklist, can they hold on to the base turret? It looks like they're not going to be able to as FCAP goes and clears it out! Flap again! Multiple member penalty zone as Super Marco unleashes on the backside. finds all the targets that he's looking for, and Kyle Teasy will pick up a double. Great placements there from FCAP.
That was value for the First Lord. They got 3 kills plus the inhibitor up at top. And now Falcons APBren, when you thought Marco was just focusing on the tower, FlapTeasy says, no, we want more action right now, and Few zoning out Haji here. It's going to be a huge, hard defense for Blacklist.
They might actually punch this one in. Oheb waiting for the rest of the team to come up, but all the turrets going to be expended down. Takes a couple shots at Few and forces him back here. So Blacklist International will hold off Falcons APBren at least a little bit longer in this game. But look at the items here. Look at the difference in terms of even the economy now. 6,000 gold ahead for Falcons APBren.
This is what you don't want. You're up against the Moskov. You're hard towards the late game. Moskov is really leading. A couple of one core item left for Super Marco. So it's really going to be a challenge for Blacklist how to contain Bulletproof Marco. Although the first 3 neutral objectives, Marco wasn't there. This time he's making his presence felt for Falcons APBren, and MP the King here going up against Few. Blacklist, they can actually do a pick off here with Haji, but the problem is FCAP is starting to group up. FCAP is starting to do the overstrat that Blacklist is known for.
And if you look at it here, Ingan, like Blacklist International has not been able to get a kill on Kyle Teasy. They have not been able to touch Super Marco because most of the time he's farming in a side lane, joins the fight. And so you're really wondering, how can they find one of them? MP the King being pretty aggressive here. He's going to have to back off. He uses the Phantom Execution. Oh! Pick it out! What a shot from Super Marco as he picks up the kill. You thought you could get away, MP the King. You can't escape that one.
Super Marco proving what he said during his interview, that he is the best of the best among all the gold laners in the world with a crucial Spear of Destruction. This is up against MP the King's Lancelot. I'm just lost for words for Super Marco. I'm Super Marco now because I have nothing to say.
Dude, when Marco does stuff like that, it brings me back to the time when you see his stone cold face like it's just another day for Super Marco. Perfect target. MP the King results into a Lord, and now this could be a game-winning push. They're so far ahead. Blacklist International probably feeling a little demoralized after what they've been trying to do. Are they going to be able to defend this?
Oh, they have to watch out for the initiations coming in from FlapTeasy and Ogwin as well.
There it is.
2 glorious pathways have been landed here.
There
Ogwin
it is.
flickers in.
Ogwin already goes in and pops the winner's crown. Gets one knock up. Delar on the front side of it, but FlapTeasy jumps in on the back side again. They're going to be able to find 2 already. MP has to heal up, but it might be too late. They get the shutdown, but the base is already going to be worked on. And that is it. As Falcons APBren take the series in a sweep.
The Bees breeze through the Agents with 2 last games to take down once again a new lineup coming in from Blacklist International. I'm not quite sure if Super Marco died in the first game, but one thing for sure is he's untouchable for game number 2 with an amazing performance with the Moscow 3-0-3. So far, it's looking good for FCAP because they're finally finding their groove once again after suffering a huge loss during week number 1.
Yeah, they get themselves another point here. Of course, the good camaraderie here between the 2 teams. You know, FCAP, it just looks so clean the way that they play both different drafts here. And like you mentioned, Egon, Blacklist International still trying to find that perfect combination of players, I would say, now that we've seen 3 versions.
It's a process that Blacklist has to trust. Again, shades of FCAP Season 8 to Season 10, where they fielded in a 10-man lineup. This is what Blacklist is doing right now. And look at FCAP right now. After going through the process, they're now on top of the world, and Blacklist really has to go through this to reclaim their glory once again. But we have to give it to Mara so we can know what FCAP feels about their win.
Congratulations to Falcons APBren! Few! Hi, Few! Hello!
Hello.
Alam mo, pinag-uusapan ka namin kanina. At bring up yung fact na ikaw yung longest standing player na pinakamatagal maglaro in MPL history na walang break since Season 1 2018. So we want to know, ano nga ba yung mga personal goals mo and motivation for still staying here in the MPL? Maliban sa championship.
Sige. Maliban sa championship, siguro yung pera. Palaki ng palaki yung lalo na ngayon palaki yung mga prize pool. Tapos, syempre passion ko din talaga yung maglaro. Masaya naman ako sa ginagawa ko, kaya di ako magpapahinga.
Okay, eto. Picture natin. Kunyari, nakuha mo lahat ng mga championship sa lahat ng sinalihan mo. Just like what you're doing now. Okay. Yung top 3 na gagawin mo sa pera mo. Top 3 na hindi mo pa nagagawa. Top 3.
Negosyo. Ayun. Tapos,
Negosyo.
Yung iba kasi nagawa ko na ano pa ba? Mag-travel, ayun. Kasama yung
Travel.
family.
Saan? Anong bansa?
Kahit saan. Japan siguro. Ganun.
Japan. Okay, isa pa.
Tapos, di ko na alam eh.
Ayaw mo mag-esports? Ayaw mo magtayo ng sarili mong team?
Ayoko. Gusto ko naglalaro ako.
Gusto mo naglalaro. And you know, we wish for all your success at sana nandito ka pa hanggang 10 more seasons. Yeah? Congratulations once again. Si Super Marco naman. Super Marco.
MVP?
Isa sa mga highlight na quote ngayon, yung sinabi mo na naniniwala ka na ikaw ang best gold laner in this league. Pero kung makakapangalan ka, if you could name a player na talagang feeling mo kayang makatapat sa'yo, who would that be?
Kahit kahit DPH, kahit wala sa PH.
Sige, in the Philippines and outside the Philippines, sige.
Sa Philippines, si Benecutie.
Benecutie?
Tapos, pag outside the Philippines naman, si Eman.
Si Amen. Okay. Well, you know, next week, you're gonna meet Benecutie next week, TLPH. Meron ka bang gustong sabihin sa kanya na hindi good luck, have fun?
Wala, galingan natin.
Okay. Pati dun, may coaching pa pati dun eh. Pati dun. And we have the MVP of game number 2. Can you guys guess who it is? Let's take a look at the screen. Congratulations to you. Is there anything that... Meron ka bang gusto sabihin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood?
Salamat sa mga nanonood dito. Napakadaming fans. Sobrang saya maglaro pag maraming nanonood eh. Tapos happy birthday pala kay Ate Doc. And kay Ate
Happy
Claudette.
birthday! May habulin lang akong isa because next week, makakalaban nila ang TLPH. At para naman to kay Kyle, kasi Kyle, pinagkakaguluhan nga yung top 3 junglers, di ba? 1 and 2, kayo ni Carl. Meron ka bang, other than galingan, other than good luck, have fun, meron ka bang gustong sabihin kay Carl? Kasi we're gonna be seeing who people are saying top 1 and 2 junglers in the Philippines.
Wala naman po gustong sabihin sa kanya. Kasi palagi naman po kami naglalaban kahit saang bansa eh. So parang normal na laban lang po.
And we can't wait to see next week. But you know what I can't wait to do is to announce the winner of 3,000 diamonds. We have one lucky fan na mananalo dito ng 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations! Come on up! Happy birthday to you! Wait! The entire crowd is yelling happy birthday. Birthday mo?
Opo.
Ilang taon ka na?
13 po.
13 years old! Anong birthday wish mo?
Makanood po ng MPL.
Wish granted! Sino dito? Okay, harap ka sa kanila. Sino dito yung favorite player mo?
Si Few po.
Si Few! Kasi nga idol ng mga kids! Okay, anong gusto mong sabihin? Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Few? Nasa harap mo na si Few.
Good luck po sa ibang laban niya po. Tapos pag tag-M6 po, sana mag-champion po sila.
Thank you.
Bakit nga ba si Few yung... kwento mo kasi gusto namin ito malaman eh. Bakit si Few ang idol ng mga kids?
Kasi po, naglalaro po siya season 1 to season 14. Tapos, kaya ako po siya naging idol kasi every time na nanonood po ako ng MPL, siya po lagi nakikita ko.
Siya palagi, tinan mo, effective na nandito kasi in season 1. So would you say he is the GOAT?
Apo.
The GOAT. Okay naman, Few. Birthday niya ngayon. Anong gusto mong message sa kanya, sabihin sa kanya? Because ang wish niya is manood ng MPL sa birthday niya. Natupad to ngayon. Ngayon, nakikilala niya ang kanyang idol. He's going to remember this. What did you want to say to him?
Ayun, happy birthday. Tapos una sa lahat, kailangan focus pa rin sa pag-aaral kahit lagi nanonood ng MPL.
Okay, and now we're gonna take a bow. We're going to take a bow. Eto, you're gonna take a walk of victory with the team. And can I ask this from everybody? Habang naglalakad sila, can we sing him a very happy birthday? Okay, happy birthday. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. All right, everybody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Nikolai, our fan of the day. You won 3,000 pesos. We really care for the fans. At sana kayo din manalo ng 3,000 diamonds. At ngayon, at dahil dyan, sige, meron ka rin 3,000 pesos. Regalo ko sa'yo. Now we're gonna go to our panel. Pasok!
Mara, wala ba kami yan? Birthday namin! Birthday namin! Mara! MPL Arena, sumigaw kayo kung gusto nyo ng 3,000 pesos! Happy birthday to you! Grabe! Kahit ako, nagulat ako. Sabi ko. Alam mo na, una kong gagawin pag nag-birthday ako.
Ano?
I-message ko si Mara Aquino.
Tama, birthday ko ngayon. Pero parang birthday rin ni Pew. Kasi 2 beses siya nag-MVP sa larong ito at na-sweep nila ang kanilang kalaban using the Valentina this time around para sa Falcons APBren.
Alam mo, ano pa rin talaga low-key di ba? Parang hindi mo masyado mapapansin. Pero again, yung fundamental playstyle dito ng Falcons APBren, specifically yung kanilang mga player, Pew, Flap. Actually, ang hirap pumili ng MVP sa Falcons APBren kasi ang dami nilang ginagawa. Itong snipe na ginawa nila sa may baba, sobrang importante nito versus MP the King.
Guys, gusto ko lang sabihin the entire time that we were talking here in the panel, iniisip namin kung sino ba yung MVP.
Yeah.
And you're a contestant, alright? We've seen the matchups, right? In your case, sino ba sa tingin nyo yung MVP aside from Pew?
I feel like for me, I feel like Super Marco did a great job of avoiding the Lancelot. May Lancelot sa laban. Hindi madali yung ginawa niyang basically became unstoppable or unhuntable in the game.
Yeah, and in addition, you'd also have to give a commendation, I feel like, for Kyle TZ. Kasi kung titignan nyo yung replay, di ba? 5-0-2. Itong si Kyle TZ, bago mag-umpisa yung teamfight na yan, bago mag-umpisa yung laban, make it 6 already with a tremendous level of effort na nanggaling sa Falcons APBren.
May isa akong gustong i-highlight actually, sobrang importante nito. Yung pagbili ni Flap TZ ng Winter Crown, sobrang importante nito kasi pagdating ng mid-game, yung initiation nila, yung engage, kailangan kasi may willing mamatay eh. Kailangan dapat may mag-initiate talaga against Blacklist International kasi may pang-counter engage. Yung Blacklist, meron silang Hylos, meron silang Aurora. Si Flap TZ, ang aga nung kanyang Winter Crown, sabi niya, sige, okay na to, pe-penalties ko na lang, pipiligan ako, mag-Winter Crown. Enough to delay para makagawa ng space, para makapag-set si Ogwen, makahanap ng angle point si Pew, and of course, mapatali yung buhay din ni Kyle TZ.
Yeah. Speaking of angles, ganun pala yung pakiramdam pag may Valentina tas naging Glorious Expressway. Nahaba eh.
Oh, tama. Sige.
May intersection yung kanina no?
Oo.
Yung Glorious Pathway.
May kanto eh.
May red light, tapos may green light. Depende kung saan ka titigil eh. And I'm sure that's something that we've seen all throughout from the rest of the members of Falcons APBren, knowing when to strike the best. Kasi I feel like for the early game, right? It was Blacklist International na may tangan ng labang.
Ang isa pang magandang i-highlight dito again, yung typical playstyle ng Falcons APBren, yung talagang ang hilig nila mag-regroup. Hindi sila yung basta-basta lang nawawala. Again, gusto ko i-highlight yung ginawa nila kay MP the King sa may bottom lane. Alam nila, yung mga damage junglers, pumupunta sa mga XP lane. Ang ginawa nila, inabangan nila yung Lancelot. Alam nila na kasi magpa-farm si MP the King doon. And nakasalubong niya at one time si Kyle TC, pati na rin si Flap TC. And then diretso cut sila. After mag-cut ni Flap, pumunta ng mid, and then nag-regroup na naman yung Falcons sa APBren. And you'd see this continuously happen in the game na parang walang pake yung Falcons sa APBren na hanap tayo ng 1v1 or hanap tayo ng papatayin. Laging abangan natin dito, pag wala, cut the waves, go to mid lane, regroup.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, the star power for Blacklist for MP the King on that Lancelot was very apparent. But again, that just wasn't enough. And like Midnight said, Falcons APBren just doesn't care about that. They don't care that MP the King is going hunting. They're just gonna do what they do, and they're gonna do it good.
Alam mo, isa nga sa mga bagay na tinitignan ko talaga at sinisilip ko kung paano ba nila nabaliktad yung sitwasyon. Flap, kwento mo nga sa amin kung ano ba yung nangyari during that matchup. Kasi medyo lamang yung Blacklist International nung first few minutes ng ating laban, di ba? Tapos bigla nyo nabaliktad, right? Oo.
Sa tingin ko, nabaliktad namin yun nung nung napatay namin si MP sa baba. Ayun, nakapag-farm si Kyle. Tapos nung mga sumunod na clash na parang walang namamatay sa amin kahit iba to kami, ganun. Ng Johead.
Nagulat kayo. Kasama na namin si Flap. Nagsasalita na bigla si Flap dito. At Flap the analyst, Flap the player kanina. Welcome, pare. And of course, Mara Aquino, ikaw ang leader ng birthday party ni Nicolay kanina.
Mara, pa-birthday.
Ay, ito. Mas malapit ka na.
Mara, pa-birthday namin.
Happy birthday once again kay Nicolay. Ang birthday wish na kasi manood ng MPL. Kaya nakakatuwa lang dito yung buong pamilya niya kanina. Kaya di ba nakakatuwa nanalo siya ng 3,000 diamonds?
Kaya nga po eh.
And 3,000 pesos. Binigay na. Both. Dahil birthday niya. Okay, eto naman. Ito yung gusto natin. Kailangan natin i-testing yung skills mo. Hindi lang sa Land of Dawn.
Okay.
Kailangan i-testing natin yung selling skills mo. Okay? Nandun kasi sa labas yung booth ng Falcons APBren. Paano mo ibibenta kung ikaw ang tindero? Tama ba? Tindero?
Tama,
Kung ikaw ang tindero. Okay, pipili ako dito. Random stuff sa loob ng box. Okay? Pili na. Ito. Ayan, buksan natin to.
Malinis yung kamay, malinis yung kamay.
Malinis yung kamay.
Pamoy. Pwede.
Amoy ano?
Tanggalan germs.
Okay, ano? Paano mo ito ibibenta?
Guys, bilhin na kayo ng merch. Shoutout ko kayo with picture pa.
Picture? Ano mga nandito? I-highlight mo.
Benta mo sa amin.
Ito guys, kita nyo, ang daming trophy!
Yan! Ang daming trophy!
Grabe!
Pati yung
ang daming trophy! Bilhin na kayo!
Men, sa sobrang daming trophy, kahit si Flap nalulula.
Lupit!
Pati yung
daming trophy ng merch,
Hindi naman name.
Para naman sa ibang bansa na pupunta dito. Kasi meron kayong mga fans na lumilipad, di ba?
English.
International. How would you sell this to them?
Do you see this? So many trophies, huh? Come on, buy it!
Next. Ayan, ang bigat.
The all-time favorite.
High quality. Ang ganda nito.
Ang ganda.
Ang ganda.
Bilhin na kayo.
Dito.
Ayan.
Ang ganda guys,
English.
International.
There's a bee in the back of the jacket.
What does the bee say?
The bee say, bzzzt, boy, this.
Ay,
Convinced na ako.
Ito. Ayan. Gusto ko to.
Ganda. I like it.
Ayan. Paano may ibebenta yan?
Sa ating kapwa Pilipino muna.
Ito, ayan, dyan.
Dito.
Guys, nakikita niyo tong mukha na to?
Ayan.
Galit na galit, oh. Pag di kayo bumili, yari kayo dyan. Mapagalitan kayo dyan.
Okay, transition to international audience.
International audience. Paano?
Coach Ducky is so handsome. You see, Coach Ducky? Go buy it now. Please.
But same translation. I like it.
Tama. Beautiful.
Next up.
Ay, ang ganda. Ito yung
Ganda. Ang lupit.
Meron ka ba yan? Meron ka yan?
Talk about the material, how smooth it is and soft.
Sobrang smooth. Galing pang Japan, guys.
Japan?
Tignan nyo yung font, oh.
Ano yung font?
Japanese. Ohayo gozaimasu. Itadakimasu.
Okay na yung international audience.
Okay. Di ba lang English yun?
Solve.
Ayan. Para saan to?
Pan-display.
Pang-display. Anong ginagawa mo dito? What do you use it for? What can they use it for other than display?
Pwede pang cheer, guys.
Yan.
Yeah.
Falcons APBren!
Paano cheer? Paano yung cheer? Paano?
Oh, ano lang, POV. Ikaw ang fan ng Falcons APBren.
Super
Ba't si Super Marco?
Bakit Super Marco? Hindi, fan siya ni Super Marco. Gets.
Uy!
Diba? Ayan.
May pins!
Eto.
Wow!
Ang dami, oh.
Trophy ulit.
Oh.
Trophy.
Pili na lang kayo, guys.
Flex lang, no? Flex lang. Oh, mga world champion.
Pwedeng pang bag.
Oh.
Pwedeng pandamit.
Saan pa?
Kunyari, nasa Quiapo ka, nagbebenta ka nito. Paano mo ibebenta yan?
Bili na kayo. Tatlo 50.
350? Malalaman
Mura lang,
mamaya ako 350 yan, ha? Pero for everybody's information, lahat ng mga binanggit ni Flap, available yan sa merch booth ng Falcons APBren.
Pwede
Flap,
na.
maraming salamat. Pasado
Thank
ba
you
siya?
so much.
Pasado?
Pasado. Bibiling ko yan lahat.
Pasado.
Nice one. Bili na kayo, guys, ha? No joke.
Sige, hindi ka nagbibiro. Kami rin, bibili na rin sila. Lahat ng nasa MPL Arena and of course, everybody else na nakatambay dyan. Pero sa Franco mains, sa lahat ng mga Franco mains, ikaw ba, Flap? Franco main ka ba?
Dati, Franco.
Oh, sige, pwede. Kung kaya kayo ni Flap dati, at Franco main kayo ngayon, it is also your time to shine dahil available na ang bagong MPL exclusive skin na Quantum Vanguard ni Franco sa shop. Hook enemies ala MPL players ala Flap TZ and get it right now. Yun na, kita nyo na. Diba? Yung cheer, yung stickers, yung shirts. Na ngayon, feel ko, aarborin na nila. Kahit nararamdaman ko na, hindi ko na lubos maisip kung ano ba yung ganap. Diba? Hindi pa natatapos yung bentahan dito kasi pwede pa yun lumabas. We're gonna be taking a break dahil magkakaroon naman tayo ng susunod na matchup. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Renejay ako ngayon. Isa siya sa dahilan. Yung attack on
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Tagatang buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Laila Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Primetime MLBB action is on its way on a Sunday night. Once again, my name is Ingan. Joined with me is Daddy Bear, Papa Bear, and Naisu. Star match is upcoming, but looking back at what happened a while ago series, what can you say with FCAP's amazing performance?
Well, it was amazing. You know, it felt like Blacklist International still trying to figure things out. You also mentioned it on desk carrying on, like that's 3 iterations that we've seen of Blacklist International now. So still trying to figure out exactly what's going to work for their 10-man roster. But FCAP looking good. They get the 2nd point. And now we have, like I mentioned, it's our star match for the night.
Okay, so far the undefeated Kings. Kings of C before, but now Kings of MPL because they're on top going up against Aurora, who just suffered their first defeat against FCAP. So these 2 teams are willing to extend their lead for Omega and for FCAP to bounce back after a devastating loss.
Yeah, and you know, looking at how things have fallen into place already, now that we're about to finish off week number 2, Smart Omega at the top. Like, who would have went into this season thinking that this would be the case, Inga?
No one expected this, but at the same time, no one doubted them as well because Ch4knu, the captain, is now leading Barangay to a 3-0 win streak. And on the other hand, Aurora, a recently established team, they still have chemistry because of the other players, but apart from that, Demon Kite in the mix.
Yep.
And look at the team standings. Falcons APBren going back on top again at 3rd and TLPH at 4th. So far, so good for the teams on the upper half of our updated schedule. But for sure, it will change now because of our star match again. It's Smart Omega going up against Aurora.
This is my question, man, is like the super team that we've been calling Aurora, you know, kind of building up here. Do they have what it takes to adjust and get to this point? I guess against a team who went through hell the previous seasons, by the way. Like, mind you, Smart Omega has been going through their own kind of process here, trying to find adjustments, and now they found it going into this season 14. And for Aurora, everybody built up so much hype around them coming into this. I mean, even me, I was part of that. I was like, yeah, look, I love Demonkind. I love all these players coming together.
Yeah,
but hopefully, they make it work.
And we'll see what's going to happen later on as we throw it onto our panel. Again, this is Star Match Omega versus Aurora.
You know what? We're also about to figure out kung ano ba yung sinasabi at kailangan daw alamin natin. Sabi ni Burrito and Chantel. Same with Ingan and I on the English desk, pero kami nandito sa Infinix Game Tambayan. My name is Hans Galleria and together with me, of course, is Midnight and Rockhart para ihatid sa inyo ang laban sa pagitan ng Smart Omega and ng Aurora. Vibe check lang tayo dito sa Green Sun Hotel. Sino nang handa? Who's ready for Smart Omega and Aurora? Make some noise! Woo! All right. I see it. I hear it. Everybody's ready. At mukhang ito ang magandang matchup ng Lason kontra sa Bala. Because it is going to be Cap Mamba. Kasi captain na siya eh. So, Chak to Cap Mamba versus the Hitman. And as for the two best teams after week 1, si Ch4knu at si Renejay emerged as the heroes who led their team in and out of the game. Yung development din kasi ni Ch4knu is something stellar that you really have to watch out for.
I mean, it's so interesting, it's so prevalent na ginawa na nga siyang verb ni Few eh. Diba na ano sila ay na Chak Mamba, sabi ni Few in the interview. And I think that's just attributing to the accolades of Mr. Ch4knu himself. And again, that's something that is gonna have to be faced off very hard by Renejay, who obviously may mga skills din siya na itatago on his own.
Yeah, ang biggest question kasi dito is, lagi natin sinasabi yung tawag kay Renejay, the hitman or the healman. Pero I feel like ngayon kailangan niya maging medic or the healman kasi kailangan mo gamutin yung lason. At this point, undisputed number 1 ang Smart Omega. Pero ang malapit kasi dito, may chance na i-overtake ng Aurora MLPV yung spot ng Smart Omega. And very, very clear yung contrast nitong dalawang to, no? Yung hero pool lang, walang shared hero pool between Renejay and Ch4knu. And again, nakita na natin yung the Hitman, nakita natin yung Hillman. Pero yung versatility ng isang veteran roam on the side of Smart Omega, the Chak Mamba. Andyan yung kanyang mga heroes. Out of all the 7 games that he played, he's played different heroes every game.
Insanity. I mean, that goes to show that Ch4knu is the type of player na kaya nang laruin kahit ano pang hero as long as it's in the rogue position. Meanwhile, for Renejay, it's using those 3 heroes to the highest possible performance na pwede niyang ibigay. So, it's like a man with a million moves kumpara sa person who does the move a million times. Diba? This is a really good matchup kasi kung maaalala din natin from before, it was Ch4knu na during the interview with Mara Aquino, nabanggit niya nga kay Renejay na sige nga, laban tayo sa set. What do you think about that matchup heading forward into this match?
I mean, it's always interesting kapag meron tayong labanan ng mga roamers kasi pagandahan talaga ng set. And I feel like Renejay could be up to the challenge. Depende na lang kung makikita natin mamaya. But it's definitely gonna be a heated match between these two players kasi matagal ng rivalry din to eh. Na, even though di sila same pa ng roles ngayon, roles noon, ngayon magkakatapat sila dito sa Land of God.
And I think it's more of what the team needs, diba? I think that's what Renejay is trying to go for. The team needs these kinds of heroes. Kahit na iba yung heroes na ginagamit niya before, he's willing to actually do what needs to be done to enable this team of, sabi nga nila, sila yung mga rookies na nagsama-sama for the first time, to actually get those W's.
You talked about sama-sama, grouping up together. We have fans here at the Green Sun Hotel, pero meron ding fans ang Auroras dyan. At shoutout sa inyo kasi alam namin na medyo hindi kayo makapunta dito sa MPL Arena dahil naubusan kayo ng ticket, pero pwede kayong pumunta sa KMC Armstrong Cafe dahil meron ding ginaganap na watch party ang Aurora kontra sa Smart Omega. You'd love to see it, right? Like, usually kasi nangyayari yung mga ganito, playoffs pa eh.
Yeah.
Diba? Pero the fact that it happens during the regular season just goes to show the love for both of these teams.
Yeah, masaya din kasi yung kasama mo, yung mga co-fans mo. Kahit nga dito sa MPL Arena, di ba? Seated yung mga teams na left, right. Minsan nagbabanter yung mga magkakaibang fans. And kapag nanonood ka ng watch party, ang sarap din yung sama-sama kayong sumusuporta habang kumakain, umiinom ng kape or ng tsaa or kung ano man yung iniinom nyo. Yung yung nandun kayo para sa isa't isa.
Love to see it from all of the members, but I feel like it is now time. Oras na para makita ang Smart Omega at ang Aurora. Teams, pasok.
Si Job, iba ang kanyang nakikita doon sa bandang ibaba. Nagka-access sa tore ng TNC at mukhang tatapusin with a 2-0! Pero mukhang hindi sila magtatagumpay sa pagkakataon na yon dahil buhay yung Lord, naka-clear ng wave, and Smart Omega will take the win!
I got the skill set, I got the energy, working hard.
Iba yung aura mo. For the first time sa career mo, ikaw na ang captain ng isang koponan. Bago yun na. So, kamusta bilang captain?
No, masaya naman. Kumbaga, masaya parang maging kuya. Parang. Ang mindset namin during game, kumbaga, do or die lagi. Kung off-season kasi, puro practice talaga. Nagsumikap kami para manalo.
Bagong barangay, bagong captain, at mukhang bagong simula din para sa Smart Omega.
Sabi, nararamdaman kagad. At ito na kaayo mo!
Pinagkakagaan ng alam din dito, ni-lockdown lahat nilakag.
Marami pa kasing nagbubun na neta ngayon. Kumbaga, marami pa akong lalabas sa bago.
Chuck Mamba for a reason, and now that he took the helm to be the captain of the barangay, he truly cemented as to why he became the MVP of this game.
Sinabihan ko lang sila na kumbaga based on experience. Pag nananalo dito, nagkakapera.
Yeah, you ready for this?
They have answered the call of light. A roster familiar to your eyes, now fighting under a new light. It's Aurora!
Okay, Renejay! Hitman or Heelman? Ano ba ang Renejay na ipapakilala mo ngayong Season 14? Tinarang pa! At si Renejay ang makakakuha!
Nakakasakit na ngayon ni Hitman. Makakaisa kayo ng Aurora.
Puro ngayong Season 14, kailangan ko na lang siguro ngayon mag-focus ako sa sarili ko, focus ko yung goal ko, and kung ano yung pangarap namin team.
As Aurora MLPB beats RSG Philippines.
Kung ano yung pwedeng gamitin ko na hero sa ML talaga. As ibeta siya ngayong season, lahat yun expect na gagamitin ko. Talagang pinaghihirapan ko yung pagpapractice eh.
Good luck sa atin, Renejay. Pagalingan tayo mag-set.
So ang message ko ay Chuck, alam ko parehas kami na yung team captain ng bawat team. So good luck sa amin kasi alam ko maganda rin yung performance niya ngayon pero hindi kami magaling kalaban ngayon. Sana respetuhin nila kami and respetuhin din namin kayo.
MPL Arena, maganda para sa ikahuling serye ng ating linggo. Introducing first our marshals, M, Wilbert, Pat, and JJ. Led by the fearless captain, Kuya Ch4knu, ang bugso ng barangay. Ito ang Smart Omega! Ch4knu, Ryota, Andoryu, Bukir, and Big Joe!
surrounded by the light. Make some noise for Aurora! Demon Kite, Edward, Doming, and
And their coaches for Smart Omega, we have Coach Lembot. And for Aurora, Coach Master the Basics.
Renejay, Ch4knu, please come forward. Renejay, ano ang palag mo kay Ch4knu?
Mas malupit ako.
Ch4knu, ano ang palag mo kay Renejay?
Mas malupit siya.
Fist bump! Palag kung palag! Captain versus captain, roamer versus roamer. Who will lead their team to victory? It's time to find out. Panel, pass up.
Mga kaibigan, para kay Renejay, mas malupit siya. Pero para kay Ch4knu, insert sound effect. Smart Omega, looking forward to continue the streak.
Again, bihira na natin masasabi to na nasa #1 spot ang barangay dahil sa leadership ng isang Ch4knu Mamba. Kasama ang kanyang mga teammates na binibigyan niya ng experience. Nandiyan si Ryota, si Okiri, si Andoryu, and Jome. Kita na natin, for the longest time, lagi natin sinasabi yung identity ng barangay. Even last season, hinahanap nila, and now they found it.
And para naman dito sa Aurora, nakita natin sa interview, talagang handa, ready si Renejay na bigay ang lahat para sa kanyang team. And I think that is something that you really need in a captain. The one that you look forward to, the one that will lead you to victory.
That's actually cool. Kasi yung kanina yung pinanood natin na trailer before the start of this matchup, it was contrasting between the two captains.
Yeah.
Ch4knu really wants to, serve his teammates, be the pillar na pwedeng asahan ng kanyang mga kakampi. Meanwhile, for Renejay, it's to force Cap Mamba to Mamba out, courtesy of our Infinix keys to victory. For Smart Omega, you have to continue flexing your versatility gaya nga ng nakita nating hero pool ni Ch4knu. Pero para sa parehas na kupunan, you have to establish vision and position during objective fights. Usually, vision lang yung ine-emphasize, pero sinama yung position ngayon sa keys to victory.
Yeah, sobrang importante dito yung aurahan ng dalawang roamers, yung kuhaan ng vision between Renejay and Ch4knu. Well-versed yung apat na players behind these stellar players from both teams. Pero again, ang sabi nga ni Ch4knu dito, laban na ng set. China-challenge niya si the man with the million hits. Pero this time around, Renejay needs to create, instead of a hit list, a set list.
Actually, yes. Actually, if you think about last week or the few days ago, you actually look at the sets and you know what? Sobrang on point ni Ch4knu compared to some of the other roamers who actually make a lot of flicker plays and sometimes do miss out. So yung consistency ni Ch4knu, add on to that the willingness of his teammates to actually follow in his footsteps, to follow the call, to trust the call, kumbaga, ng captain nila.
Yeah, trusting the process is gonna be the essence here. Kailangan hintayin ng mga kakampi nila kung ano yung gagawin ni Ch4knu and ni Renejay. But at the same time, kapag kailangan din gumalaw ng iba sa mga members, we're not calling them the supporting cast because they are also really good players in their respective roles, right? In terms of the EXP lane, you have Ryota versus Edward. Ryota seeming to be the sponge para sa kupunan ng barangay. Meanwhile, si Edward, you know that he can make those flashy plays when possible.
It's poetic nga na nasa barangay si Ryota kasi si Ch4knu, ang dating niya rito para siyang si Akashi na nagi in the zone yung kanyang mga teammates. Para lang may context kayo, no? Basically, yung character ni Ch4knu ay pinapalabas niya kung ano ba yung best form nung kanyang makakampi. Meanwhile, si Renejay naman, yung contrast is instead sa teammates, focus siya sa sarili niya. Gusto ko i-highlight kahapon actually, nakasalubong ko si Renejay. Siyempre, tinago siya, parang nag-good luck ako, ganyan-ganyan. Pero focus talaga siya. Yung lakad ni Renejay na parang walang nagmamatter, kundi yung game ahead of me. Kaya naman, ang ganda na nabanggit natin dito sa panel, yung contrast nung kanilang pag-accept sa challenge para mag-step up. Renejay, ang dami niyang doubters before nag-start yung season. Kailangan niyang i-reintroduce sa sarili niya. Meanwhile, you have the barangay na nililid ng isang Ch4knu Mamba.
And you saw it in terms of their walk-ins papunta doon sa stage. But we would also go back doon sa kanilang mga naging previous matches, right? Because it's Smart Omega, again, undefeated still in terms of matches. But if you are Aurora, who just went after a defeat kontra sa Falcons APBren, you are now up against another top contender natin after 2 weeks of the matchup. And we're gonna look at the draft right now. It's somewhat of 2 junglers and a gold laner para sa Aurora na binan. Meanwhile, scatter din para sa side ng Smart Omega.
Actually, Master Basics, I think he's on the right track here. Sobrang wide ng hero pool ni Ch4knu. I think don't bother banning out any roamers here. Maybe later on, pero you want these specific roamers, you know what? Lock in your own.
Grabe yung Aurora, men. Open yung Zas, pero sabi nila, ang target namin si Ch4knu Mamba. Walang manglalason ngayong araw. Already stealing the Edith away from Smart Omega. And ang sagot, kunin natin yung Zas. Maybe set up for a Ruby or a Hylos agad-agad. But instead, they go for the Moskov. So maybe the right choice for Aurora would be to get that Hylos para at least hindi mo problemahin yung hero pool ni Ch4knu. But also, you can get the heavily favored Julian para kay Demon Kite.
Yeah, I mean, it is a possibility for them kasi ang idea siguro ng Aurora here is to have a better matchup than Ch4knu Mamba in terms of the roam position. You're right, Rockhard, di ba? Hindi mo na kailangan mag-ban kasi at some point may magagamit at magagamit itong si Ch4knu Mamba kontra sa side ng Aurora. So this was a really good sign from MPB.
Yeah, and actually, I was thinking about yung tama nga, yung Hylos. I think Midnight's on point here. And maybe add on that Faramis, but you know what, sabi nila, we don't want to copy any plays. We're going to make our own play. Yue, exceptional sa Valentina. Nag-debut siya with that hero.
Yep.
He's going to maximize that.
Ang ganda nung ginagawa ng Aurora actually. Comfort plus denying yung picks coming out from Smart Omega. We've seen Andoryu utilize the Nolan. Pero sabi ni Ch4knu, Renejay, kung nakapag-johead ka na, ako naman.
My turn for Ch4knu and Smart Omega. You'd love to see it kasi kung tinitignan natin yung chart kanina, di ba? Walang shared heroes itong parehas na roamers. And this, I think, is the first shared hero ng Smart Omega because Johead is gonna be picked up by Ch4knu. Rockhard, now this is a really good sign for Smart Omega kasi baka planuhin nila yung gusto ring gawin ng Aurora from their previous matches, but this also leaves room for Aurora to pick more heroes.
Yeah, and for Aurora, I think obviously you're gonna have to keep doming in check here. I mean, for Omega rather. Because I feel like that's always been the case, right? Nag-focus na naman tayo sa mga iba-ibang roles. Pero you're forgetting, doming. It's definitely one of the key players para dito sa Aurora.
Yeah, and marami pang available na option. Nandiyan pa yung kanyang Claude. Even yung ginawa ng Aurora before na nag-Mathilda Bruno sila still open for them to be able to take. Kasi yung Edith, pwede mo naman i-flex sa XP. But I'm concerned kasi pwedeng kunin din naman ng Smart Omega yung Hylos sa 4th pick. They're still open for a lot of things. Pero Aurora, they recognize the fact na wala pang jungler ang Smart Omega rito. Looking into the hero pool of Andoryu. Nakuha na nila yung Nolan. Tatanggalin na lang nila yung mga remaining heroes na nalaro na ng Smart Omega.
Yeah, honestly, if you're both of the teams here, you still have a lot of possible picks na pupwede. Hylos could be the main choice na posibleng piliin ng parehas na kupunan given that it could transition into the EXP lane para sa parehas teams. Because again, the Edith and the Johead are already there available para sa Aurora and Smart Omega. And not only that, I think the Ruby could also fit very well here in this scenario, right? And it's still open unless maban ito ng parehas na kupunan.
I mean, Ruby for Aurora for sure. Pero natinanggan na yung Hylos. They are gonna go for it with a different XP laner. Maybe Terizla for Ryota. Pero that's definitely an option for Aurora, no? Yung Ruby roam para kay Renejay. Agawin niya rin yung Ruby ni Ch4knu. But then again, I think against this lineup, you'd want to have mobility. Again, maybe Mathilda plus Bruno or Claude plus Stig. Kasi nakita na natin yung Tigil din ni Renejay. Actually, lagi niyang binaban sa kanya yan. Even outside of outside of MPL, even hindi pa niya nagagamit full respect lang din talaga across the board. So that's definitely some option na pwedeng tingnan dito ng Smart Omega. Yung mga heroes na tinitira ng Aurora para kay Renejay.
And what if on the XP lane matchup, matesting din dito yung possibilities of Arlot coming into the play. And I think I was actually expecting that for Aurora, but
Right
you know
on
what? Good of Omega to pick that up.
I mean, it's a deny pick, if I should say, kasi it would fit well with the lineup that Aurora has here, and you're stealing it from Edward, one of the best Arlot users that we have here in the league. Mapupunta ngayon yan sa Smart Omega. Now, if you are the side of Aurora, you still have 2 picks available. I think it's still missing somewhat of a roamer, or depende kung saan pupunta yung Edith in this situation.
I think Edward Edith, tas Tigreal. Siya ba yan? There goes the Tigreal.
There it is.
Bruno or Claude?
They're gonna have to pick one of those. Is it gonna be a Bruno or a Claude here para kay Dome? Because that is the only one missing in terms of the roles, yung gold lane position that will really be essential para sa parehas na kupunan. And it is gonna be a Claude to end the draft para sa Aurora.
Okay, question is, what's Demon Kite's hero? What's Andorio's hero pala? I think Martes sounds nice here. Oh!
There it is.
The value! The value man!
Value man.
We haven't seen Fredrin in a while. Dito sa Season 14, I don't think we've seen a Fredrin for that long. I'm not entirely sure, pero Rockhart, lineups for both of these teams, right?
I really like the lineup, and we actually talked about this yesterday, right? The value of the Fredrin is still there. Teams just really have to pick it up. Kailangan lang nila maging willing na gamitin yung hero na to, and I feel like it can serve wonders, disrupt the front lines, and again, hold bushes on his own.
That is going to be the essential part of this trade.
Ang concern lang natin dito is ang daming crowd control coming out from the side of Aurora. Yan yung isa sa mga nakaka-bad trip kapag ikaw ay nag-spread rin. But the thing is, it's also hard for Aurora to fully commit against Omega's lineup. Knowing na meron silang Zas dito, it's very hard to enter the actual zone or the barangay of Smart Omega.
I mean, it is going to be difficult for both of these teams para mag-initiate. Pero para kay Renejay at kay Ch4knu, unahan lang sila. Ito na yung laban ng set na hinihintay nila weeks ago. And I guess we are about to figure it out in terms of matchups na hinihintay natin. And another major thing that you have to take note of is Domeng versus Jome. The Moskov versus the Claude.
Yeah, I mean, generally, Moscovs do win out that lane. Pero kapag umabot na ng late game, medyo nagbabago yung itsura nung game na yan. Kasi parehas sila may split push capability. But it's just that, again, kapag yung terms ay napunta sa Claude, napaka-superior talaga ng team fight because of the Blazing Duet.
And I hope Aurora is ready for the chaos. You know that Smart Omega is gonna bring it. So just weather the storm. Hope for the late game.
Yeah, honestly, kung sisilipin din kasi natin, there are some of those picks na pinili ni Coach Lembot and then Coach Snap for almost the entirety of the 2 weeks, right? We've seen what? A Hanzo. We've seen other heroes that don't usually get picked, pero ngayon, they're gonna be installing another one into the barangay. They're gonna be relocating another hero to the barangay, and that is gonna be a Fredrin na hindi madalas na pick up.
Yeah, usually people don't really pick Fredrin into Nolan kasi napakabilis mag-farm ng Nolan. Pero the thing about this game is that Andorio has a lot of help with the Jawhead leashes. Nakita natin even from Blacklist International in the previous series na yung double leash tactic ay super effective. Kaya pili ko magiging magandang start ni Andorio.
It's about time. It's Smart Omega versus Aurora. Casters, it's go time.
First game of the last series on its way. Once again, I'm Inga. Joined with me is Naisu. And Naisu, so far we've seen another different pick from Andorio. This time, it's the Fredrin.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a throwback for a while now. I know if you've been watching competitive MLBB esports around the globe, he pops up once in a while, but not like back in the day when it was, I don't know, 90-something% contention rate. And so I'm wondering, how is this going to work, especially against a Nolan on Demon Kite?
Very contrasting junglers right now, and we know there's a stigma when it comes to the Fredrin. They said that it's value for value, but at the same time, you know it's going to be an objective game for Omega, despite having the Jawhead onto Ch4knu. What do you think? Will this playstyle affect the barangay, especially how they've been doing with their aggressive playstyles?
You know, the barangay, I think at this point, you can just chalk it up as they have had a hell of a couple weeks already. And we'll see if they can replicate it. Here we go. Already in the mid lane. The toss up over. Mamba already going to be taken out. They get the flicker out too. And Dory with their Appraiser's Wrath. But it looks like Demon Kite won't clean up the kill. So hey, off to a great start for RORA here.
That was a good play coming in from the captain, Renejay, as well as the follow-up from Edward. So far, so good for RORA, really wanting to bounce back after a devastating loss once again from FCAP. But again, we have to go back to the point of the panel. When it comes to the late game, these two gold laners, Jome and Doming, will be the stars of the matchup. Their split capabilities are there.
Yep.
So what do you think? When it comes to the late game, who are you leaning towards more?
That's a tough question, man. Late game, I think, you know... Oh, hold on! Final Slash? Are we going to be used? We don't have time to talk about it, because now the payback on Renejay is going to be taken through. Tossed up on Demon Kite. Right now, they have no room to breathe here. And Adoryu this whole time just going to go ahead and work on the turtle. You asked me about the late game. I don't know, man. With that kind of play, Omega looks like they want to end it early.
I feel like we won't experience any late games tonight. A while ago, we've seen 12 minutes and 14 minutes series, and with the current pace, wow. So far, so good for Omega. They were able to come back right after the setups coming in from Ch4knu. And we've seen this. The Jawhead has been a crucial part to any team's lineup. And so far, at this point, I think whether Ch4knu throws Renejay or even Yue, or even Edward rather, it's already good value.
Yeah, that's kind of like the choice here. Hang on, it's like, who do you want to go for? Because you can have your picking, and that's the power of Ch4knu on this Jawhead. The same can be said though if you're looking at the fact that Renejay, we've seen Tigreal perform so well over the course of just the meta that we're in, and I think even for Yue is kind of like in the situation where what ultimate do I want to take? Ch4knu, I guess, chooses Renejay, and I guess he's going to go and sacrifice himself too, thinking that, hey, they're going to go and pick up the kill, but no, it doesn't happen. Demon Kite might struggle a little bit, though. He's going to get pushed out, bullied out here. Implosion's going to be used. Demon Kite goes back for it. Who gets the purple? Renejay has to flicker out. Demon Kite doesn't grab it, but Yue tries to help him out. Wow! That Dominator's descent is so tough to deal with, and Omega gets out fine.
Look at Omega treating the purple buff of Demon Kite like a lord. Ch4knu again with a crucial sacrifice just to make sure that Demon Kite doesn't get his early game power spike with the Nolan. Because looking at the lineup of Omega, there's Moskov, there's even Jawhead as well as Arlott. They can easily get bursted down by this Nolan from Demon Kite.
Yeah, that's why, going back to it, it's like when you always talk about the jungle matchup, you got to see how the pacing is for both of them because they are on a different spectrum. You know, the Fredrin, more towards that utility, that meta that we were in for, what, a year and like a half or so? Like quite a while. It felt like a long time, and
I
now...
think you should extend it because...
Maybe 2 years?
Yeah, Fredrin's got picked up again.
Yeah, he's still there, and now, once again, fight for this turtle. Look at that final slash going to be used, and there's the follow-through. Renejay's going to find one on the implosion, pushing him back a little bit further, but Omega controlling the turtle. I don't think they can do anything. Toss-up again, and that looks like another one for the Jack Mamba. The Cap Mamba, as they like to say it right now.
Captain showing his versatility, showing his improvements and development this time, not just during interviews, but during gameplays as well. He's really calculated with how he uses the ejector. I mean, it's scary to throw a Tigreal or even a Minotaur because, again, the counter set potential is there.
Yeah.
But Ch4knu doesn't mind. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care whether he's sacrificing him or not. He's playing like a captain here. And now putting the pressure on the purple buff. Unstoppable Force gets the flicker out from Domeng, but they're going to get punished as Adoryu will go down. So once again, Omega putting the pressure on the enemy side of the jungle. They get punished. Let's take a real quick how are all items falling into place.
So far, Moskov has the corrosion side, so it's really looking good along with Claude, but still has the upper advantage. And you can actually expect this because head-to-head, Claude versus a Moskov, you lean towards a bit for Moskov, but this is where it gets tricky because, again, if Renejay starts taking care of Domeng, that's going to be a different problem. Especially since if you leave Domeng alone in his lane, he's just going to push the whole time.
Just going to do his thing, but I guess that's always the debate here. You know, late game Claude, late game Moskov, what's better? Ch4knu goes in, flickers, ejector through! Spirit Destruction going to find the mark here, joins the fight! They're going to be able to find Ch4knu with the exchange as Renejay, both roamers are down! And Adoryu not going to land the Appraiser's Wrath, he has to back off. And the fights are constantly like this here.
Outplays after outplays. Both captains are down. It started off with a Ch4knu flicker after the ejector. And then Renejay with an implosion play onto 3.
This is probably the most close story building I feel like today that we've seen. I mean, it is only the second match, but we talked about the two captains, the roamers. Look at them. They both died 3 times. They're both trying to force these sets and these exchanges up, and it's great.
I'm lost for words with how these two players are playing, the shot callers, the captains of their respective teams. But the last turtle up there grabs Ch4knu once again.
Spirit Destruction gonna just fly on by the mid side, and they force it once again. Turtle's gonna be secured by Oru. A huge setup again as Ch4knu's gonna be able to fall. But look at the turn of tides based off the implosion from Renejay. They get a decisive victory, even though the objective is taken by Omega. RORA will flip it on its head and take it down the mid, taking the tier 1.
This brings me back to M5. Woo! M5 Renejay, Prime Renejay with the center. Amidst all the chaos, he was still able to pull it off. And looking at the instant replay, it started off with Ryota, beautiful final slash. But this is what Tigreal wants.
Wow.
He really wants a big 5-man clash. And once he casts that implosion, it's game over for Omega.
Like I said, we made this about the captains, the roamers. And that's exactly what game 1, at least 8 minutes in, has given us. A great showing here. And you have to start to wonder, all right, what does this all result into? You know, objectively, it went to Omega.
Yeah.
But fighting-wise, they're showing a lot of power for both sides.
Omega got two turrets right now. Appraiser's Wrath going to be casted onto Domeng just to salvage that tower, but still, Aurora manages to find an objective here. Ch4knu once again, conceal.
Implosion on the backside. They get Domeng to flicker. Ryota's going to miss the final slash, though. They might just have to disengage on that. You can see this happening, Ingan. You can hear the crowd's reactions.
Yeah. You know, this exact game, these games make me want to play ML.
I thought he was going to say, it makes you want to be a roamer.
No, I am a roamer. I can't do that, but it makes me want to play because it's so exciting, clashes after clashes. And it's really a chess match. It's really a pixel after pixel fight because one wrong move can result to even a wipeout.
It's absolutely phenomenal. If you guys are not roaming mains now, maybe you are inspired. You know, I don't know. Or I don't know. I think most people don't want to give it the gold lane.
Yeah. No, it's hard, a lot of responsibility. Most of the time you're just farming, but for roamers, you're really controlling the pace. And that's why these two roamers are the respective captains of their teams. And looking at the gold lead, still with Aurora, 1.7k gold lead, but they have to watch out really for Jom, because Jom not being in the picture that much during clashes, but he's really making sure that he's doing his job. He got the turret onto the bottom lane, and I believe he was the one who took the top lane turret. And looking at the items, he already has the DHS, Corrosion Sight, and Golden Staff, so you're gonna feel Big Jom later on.
Big J, as some of our fellow casters like to go in and call out here. He is definitely on par, though. And it's always something we see when a Mozgov's in play, you know? It's this Spirit Destruction can change the course of the game either for the better or for the worse. You know, if you miss it in a key team fight, it's kind of like, oh, oops, I'm sorry, I missed.
We've seen it a while ago with Super Marco, first 3 turtles. Spirit of Destruction always missed, but right on time. During the last clash, it hit on the perfect moment onto MP the King. So this time, Jom needs to make sure that Spear of Destruction will always hit, especially for this very first Lord. Because so far, all our Lords today have resulted to inhibitor turret takedowns.
Looks like they're going to push this one in. Jom throws the Spear of Destruction. Is going to find the mark. He does find Domeng. They go in, forcing it. Ch4knu forces Demon Kite back, but they're split up in the team fight. Ch4knu falls. Still a full force of RORA. Going to find down. Ukir in trouble. Double kill for Yue. And now the Lord for the taking here. 3 down for Smart Omega. It's only Jom. It's only Ryota. Yue on the front side. Going to force Jom back. And that is a Lord fought for RORA.
This is why Yue has been a standout player. Prior to his engagement against Jom, he was the one down who took down Andoryu. He made sure that the Appraiser Sat was not going to be casted. One Shadow Strike was enough to bring him down. That's why Aurora had the chance to just take away the Lord without any repercussions there.
Yeah, it's tough now at this point. Omega finds themselves on the defense. Clear speed-wise, defensively, they should be able to be okay. Again, it's only the first Lord here. We'll see how they decide to respond to this. Take a note of Renejay's positioning. Possibly looking to make a play here, but they might just get a couple turrets. Maybe the tier 2s only in the top, mid, bottom is taken care of. And it looks like RORA will take the discipline route for now.
Wow, they ran out of minions, but the Dominator's Descent was there acting like a second Lord. They took down the middle lane turret. All outer turrets for Omega has now been gone. And really, so the person who needs to set up the comeback for Omega is really Ch4knu. We've seen Omega dominate the early game because of those crucial ejector plays, especially when he pairs it up with the Conceal. And this time so far, Aurora's really ready for any Mamba surprise.
I feel like this is almost where it shifts to at this point in the game, where it can't just be Ch4knu. Like, he can still make those plays, but sometimes he might have to peel. Like, he doesn't always have to initiate. But let's say it's Ryota that uses the Flicker Final Slash combination, sets things up for them. Or hell, even Andoryu, if he can actually get a good taunt off with the Energy Eruption, or, mind you, they combine the 3, then that might be better for Omega. You can't get to this point in the game and be like, all right, Ch4knu, we just got to let you do it. But knowing that this is the Mamba, Ch4knu, he probably will still be the one to lead that decision. But you just hope, based off the last team fight that we saw, that Omega will fight it and make that decision.
Yeah, again, Omega known for their late game antics, but the Conceal is here from the Barangay. Spear of Destruction is gonna miss here, and now
you gotta get out.
Wasted.
There's the response. Renejay gonna find 2. Blazing Duet already gonna be used. Ryota taken out of the picture. RORA knew they made a mistake and they punished them for it.
Ryota's the first man down for Omega. Now they have to walk away because Aurora prioritizing now the objective onto the middle lane. They want to take down Inhibitor turret. But let's see if Ch4knu's going to be able to set up here because he was able to throw. No, that's a Nightmaric spawn. Edward with the Primal Wrath right now. Still able to defend that middle lane turret. But in 25 seconds, Omega really needs to make a play here. Maybe even a pick-off before going into the second Lord.
Oh, again, Smart Omega finds himself, so the back's against this wall at this point of the game. And that's why I'm saying, I'm going to reference it just like I was saying earlier. Ch4knu, he's going to be the one to make those decisions. Pops the Conceal, but once you miss that opportunity, once that window's closed, you don't have much left to do, and that's exactly why they got punished. And now that this Lord is up, we'll see how they try to kind of adjust the game plan here.
I just realized it's really hard draw-head game right now. A lot of the players from RORA are really mobile. So again, we've seen it after a quick Conceal play from Omega. Wasn't successful initiation. They were able to turn things around, but this time we have to watch out for Renejay because Renejay so far. Wait, Edward!
Edward tosses up with the onward. Ryota, what happened? Gets taken out. Renejay 2 on the front side is just going to stand there and zone out. Smart Omega, can Andoryu get there in time? They pop the Dominator's Descent. Blazing Duet's already going to be used too. They're going to fight it out here under the Lord as well. Jones taken out of the picture, has nowhere to go. UA will go down by RORA, but the objective secured for Edward. And Aurora will now get ready to siege into the base of Smart Omega.
That was a crucial play. Because I thought Jom was just supposed to go for the split push instead.
Yeah.
Because Aurora was preoccupied with the Lord, but instead, when the Spear of Destruction hit, he casted it because they saw Doming was using the Blazing Duet with half HP. So it was an opportunity for Omega to turn things around, but Yue and Demon Kite was always prepared for that potential Moskov Spear of Destruction.
Man, this gap between the jungle is insane economically. 5,000 gold behind. I know Andoryu did better in the early game, but at this point, it's kind of struggling against this lineup. Okay. Now they've got to defend. Lord making its way down the mid. It's going to take care of this base turret. Smart Omega trying to hold things together. Ch4knu does have the immortality. We'll see how he decides to initiate this time around. They can clear this Lord out.
You have to watch out for Renejay, because as a roamer, he's planning something. Again, he has the flicker. But I think they have to respect the clear wave potential of Omega here. The Lord is bursted down in the middle lane. They're able to take down Inhibitor turret. But I feel like Aurora knows this is endable. Renejay looking for the perfect angle, looking for the perfect implosion play. But still, respect to the capabilities of Barangay. And you have to admit, you have to respect Omega. Again, their whole identity as a team is really late game. Late game, we're going to turn things around.
Don't tell me. The Omega timers.
The Omega timers. And as you can see, 16 minutes in, We're about to approach the Omega timers.
What's our updated Omega timers, by the way?
So far, they've been playing
Is it
fast.
18-ish?
I think 18. But so far, they've been playing fast. But look at this, Edward with a catch.
Edward gonna jump in again, pops the winner's crown. Renejay on the backside. Who's he looking for? Goes in a huge implosion from Renejay. That's the perfect setup, and they completely handle Smart Omega off the back of the captain, and Demon Kite gets a maniac. What an amazing set!
And a wipeout for Aurora MLBB. Minions in the middle lane, catching Omega by surprise.
And with the minions after that, they'll go ahead and shine a bright through game number 1.
A stellar performance from the whole squad of Aurora. Wow, did you see the last play coming in, plus the blazing duet from Doming? That was one of the rare times that I actually saw a blazing duet connecting onto the whole enemy team.
Wow, what a set. That was, what a game 1 for the Rovers.
What an MLBB action-packed night. That's why we have to throw it to the panel so they can break down what happened during game number 1.
Hitman, Healman, Setman, pwede rin siguro.
Kahit
I
ano pa
cannot
man.
believe it. Kahit ano pa man. Maging sino ka man. I cannot believe it. Aurora takes game 1.
Manibagong set na naman from Georgia.
Set from Georgia yon pare. Ako magugulat ako pag hindi siya to. With all due respect.
With all due respect.
With all due respect.
With the implosion from Georgia.
Hindi kami magtataka kung si Renejay ang MVP.
Yeah,
My goodness.
I think nandito tayo nanonood sa panel, we were all in agreement. Oh my goodness, pag hindi MVP si Renejay dyan, ewan ko na lang talaga.
Oh my goodness, hindi ako makapaniwala doon sa... Actually, ang daming magandang set eh. Pero yung last set, yun yung testament sa lahat ng kanyang set. Yung alam niya saan siya manggagaling, he came from the left, meron siyang angle, he came from the right. Kahit anong position, makakahanap siya ng set.
I cannot believe it. Kasi grabe, like, I mean, we can analyze this entire game, right? I mean, pero kasi naging punto or naging focal yung game na to.
Lethal implosion. Kahit anumang
set
position.
battle eh. Diba? Sa Rome battle. In terms of the matchups that we were seeing. And ganun yung nakikita natin. Ch4knu was getting, crucial players from time to time. Pero si Renejay kasi yung kuha niya, isang hindi tingi eh. Diba? Like buuan talaga. And those were the crucial moments that paid it off para sa Aurora.
And I think you have to look at how Renejay attacks the game, di ba? Hindi siya yung tank na, no, harap lang ako, dun lang kayo sa likod ko. No. If you'll notice actually later on, you will see him in really odd angles that are very unexpected. Lalo kung ikaw yung Omega, if you're in the crosshairs or the screens of Omega, it's definitely gonna be a different story. Magulat ka na lang talaga.
Just this yung last fight lang. Well, ito yung malupit na set. Pero yung fight before this, dinikitan lang siya ni Andoryu, inultihan niya kagad. Alam niya yung targets niya, alam niya yung mga angles niya. In this specific team fight, nag-conceal siya to the left, yung kakampi niya to the right, pero sabi ni Renejay, to the left. Tapos nakita siya ng, may 4 na tao sa likod. Pero hindi siya kagad nag-set kasi alam niya, busy yung mga tao, patayin niyo na sa unahan, pumunta siya sa gitna, hinati niya yung Red Sea.
Man, legit, he went to the left and it was the right decision para sa kanila. Like, as of that moment, it was just Aurora making every single set possible para makuha nila yung victory. But you also have to commend Edward kasi I think he was also zoning every single member para magkaroon ng pwesto na maganda si Renejay.
And also not just Edward, actually pati si Ryota, even sa Smart Omega, no, si Ch4knu, Ryota, they were doing the heavy lifting nung first few minutes of the game, shutting down Demon Kite completely around objectives. There was a point in time na dinenay pa nga nila yung sarili nilang purple buff. Iniwan ni Andoryu yung maliit yung anak nung Serpent. Tapos si Demon Kite, pwerasado siyang retrihin lahat ng kanyang purple buff, making sure na yung Smart Omega na focus nila yung Aurora sa isang spot. But just because of one lost turtle from Smart Omega, because of one set kay Renejay, na-reset yung buong game.
It was like literally, okay, you get the turtle, but we'll get the rest of the game. That's exactly what happened after that turning point where we saw that beautiful set. And again, it's just not one set, diba? It's set after set after set. So I feel like also you have to commend the rest of the team for being able to actually follow up after everything, right?
Oh, nabad trip si Edward eh. Sabi niya kanina pa set yung Arlot eh. Ako nga din, Jay, sama nga tayo, Bataan Boys.
Kailangan magsama yung Bataan Boys para makakuha ng maganda.
Nag-bonding sila eh.
Right, Earth Shatter, Onward, you name it from Edward, 67% in terms of like the kill participation and also the positioning, right? Coming in from the gold laners, bibihira nating makita sa laban si Jome and si Domeng during the first early moments. Pero nung mga crucial na talaga, nung kuhaan na ng mga major objectives, we've seen them. Pero doon nga magpe-pay yung damage, di ba? 35 to 32k para kay Domeng and para kay Jome. And then all of a sudden, the sets were there.
Tsaka alam mo yung laro ng Aurora, parang walang lumalagpas doon sa kanilang responsibilities. It's always Edward looking for the sets, even alongside Renejay. Tapos si Demon Ka at si Domeng, focus lang kung sino man yung masesetaan dito ng Aurora. Even you eh. Hindi sila yung nagpipilit na hanapin si Jome, hanapin si Andoryu. Kapag lumapit kasi si Andoryu, alam nila nandoon yung set, nandoon yung follow-up ng Aurora. And even Demon Kite, alam niya yung responsibility niya. Medyo ako, kapag nakita ko yung Moscow, pwedeng siya takutin, dinadasya niya yung Moscow paharap. Pero they're not attempting for the full commit. Kasi alam nila, may mamatay lang sa unahan. They're gonna be able to win that team fight. Kasi ang nakakatakot sa lineup nila, ang daming counter-engage. Kapag nauna yung Edith, may follow-up ka nung implosion na pwede makuha ni Renejay.
And I think that's also a testament to bakit sobrang ganda ng combo ni Renejay and Edward in this specific game is that may nakakasabay din, right? May nakakasabay sa aggression and there's also someone who is able to get the attention of the enemy while Renejay is trying to make a play.
Yeah, and yung expectation din kasi ng Aurora that Omega is really gonna come close whenever and wherever they want to. So sa oras na lumapit si Ch4knu, they kind of expect that Ryota is also gonna be there for the zone, right? And then all of a sudden, Okira Andoryu is gonna be joining the party pero hindi nila masyadong nakuha yung momentum nila as soon as they lost that single turtle.
Yeah, and pagdating yung late game, hindi na rin natin naramdaman yung Zast dahil nga nandun yung Claude. Biniblazing do it lang nila yung uod, ang bilis mawala nung alaga ni Okir. And again, unfortunately for Smart Omega, yung re-engage sila medyo weird eh. Although, to sustainable, yung pwede rin sa may front line, they can look for pick-offs with the Jawhead. Pero once na nag-breakout na yung initiation from Aurora, all they can do is just back off. Ang problema pag nag-back off sila, hahabulin sila ng Edith na naka-Primal Rat, hahabulin sila ng Nolan, hahabulin sila ng Blazing Duet. If they fight, nandoon na yung Hitman mula sa Aurora. So it was really awkward from Smart Omega. Even though they had a fantastic start, medyo naramdaman natin yung pag-fall off ni Jawhead. And that's one of the beauty ng Tigreal versus Jawhead matchup. It doesn't matter kung sino yung uhuliin mo. Sa mata ng Aurora, kahit sinong nasa harapan, kasama sa hit list.
Actually, kasama yung Nightmare Spawn. Actually, you pointed out, and Demon Kite was also using Ruptures to actually clear out yung Nightmare Spawn para hindi na siya makapag-harass. That's why, normally sobrang lakas ng Zast. Zast super overwhelming. Hindi yun naramdaman ngayon.
Natin siya masyadong nakita. I mean, there were some moments, right? Especially during the objectives. Pero nung mga importante na talagang laban, we haven't really seen him just try to, utilize the damage output na pwede sanang ibigay yung Zast. And it's also because of the positioning na posible sanang makuha din ng Smart Omega that wasn't given by Aurora. And we've seen it courtesy of, the stalwarts, like the strengths of Aurora in terms of yung tankiness nila as a team.
Yeah, ang hirap din actually. Kung ikaw yung maglalaro ng Zast doon, parang pag ginamit mo na yung mga skills mo, tinatakbuhan ka lang nung Nolan, tinatakbuhan ka nung Claude. Kumbaga, ang tatanggap lang nung damage mo is yung Edith eh. Eh pag nag-primal rush yun, ang kapal ng shield, babarilin pa yung uod mo. Diba? Parang ang hirap nga naman labanan. Tapos, kailangan mo rin lumabas. Kasi kahit naka-purify ka, pag ikaw nahuli ni Renejay, tatapos mo na.
Parang kung yung sa Ch4knu doon, parang iba mo lang yung uod sa kalaban, tumatakbo sila eh.
But now I have an idea here. What do you guys think of the Fredrin nung game number 1? Is it something that was supposed to be changed? Was there something na medyo nahirapan? Was there a scenario na medyo nahirapan ang kupunan ng Smart Omega? That's the reason why hindi sila nakapalag during the later portions? Or what do you think about it?
I think it's okay kasi nung early game nararamdaman natin yung pressure ni Andoryu na parang walang ibang pupuntahan yung Aurora. Again, it's just that they lost that one turtle fight. And I don't really agree with the Brute Force Breastplate pickup. Even though, yes, meron ka mobility, natadagdagan yung damage output mo with the adaptive attack. But the thing is, wala siyang pansalo doon sa physical damage na nilalabas dito nung Claude pati na rin nung Nolan.
I feel like the Fredrin would doing great if there was like a literal frontliner roam. Kasi yung Jawhead parang pseudo tank lang yan eh. Makunat yan kasi may shield. Pero pag hindi niya inactivate yung ejector shield, yung nagiging yung dadagdag shield, he's actually really squishy.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about activation. So now we're gonna activate you para the audience. Kasi kung gusto nyong manalo ng 90,000 diamonds or up to 90,000 diamonds.
Diamonds.
Lilinawin natin. Diamonds. Alright? All you need to do is to go here sa MPL Arena at i-post ang inyong live experience dito sa Facebook and sa TikTok with the hashtag MPLS14 live experience. Again, that's hashtag MPLS14 live experience. Make sure lang na nakapublic ang post nyo at itag nyo ang official pages ng MPL Philippines. At hindi lang yan kasi kung hintayin nila yung panalo na yun, baka maghintay pa sila hanggang mamaya. Pero ngayon, it is time for the Smart Gameplay Post. The hashtag, the power of Smart. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin ay gayahin si Ch4knu. Ayan na.
Ayan na.
This is a major shoutout para sa lahat ng ating mga kabarangay. You have to give your energy. Ang saya na makita silang lahat na ganyan.
Parang Mamba forever.
Mamba forever.
Hindi lang yung post, dapat yung energy ni Ch4knu na pinapakita. Ayan,
kailangan walang nakangiti or yung ngiti sakto lang. Yung ngiti sakto lang.
Sakto lang.
Ayan na.
Ch4knu
Mamba. Ayan. 1, 2.
Nonchalant.
Sayang.
Ch4knu.
Meron pa. Ch4knu. Oy, yung mga nasa likod. Hindi na Ch4knu. Ay, ito na. O, ito na. Bilang na. 1, 2, 3! Congratulations! Ikaw ang winner. Sige, stay put ka lang dyan.
Magaling
hanggang mamaya. Hanggang uwian.
Mamaya. Ganyan lang dapat
magaling siguro sumit to, no?
Try not to move challenge with Ch4knu. Okay, kaya mo yan. Wag kang kukurap. Kaya mo. Wag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Direct, hindi pa daw ba natin ibabalik sa amin? Ayan na. 8, 9, 10.
Saka certified Ch4knu.
11. Hindi, ano pa rin?
Hanggang uwian.
Safe. Congratulations sa'yo, kuya. Ikaw ang ating Smart Game Face of the Day. Kita mo naman, Game Face siya. And I feel like, ganun din ang gusto ng Smart Omega para sa darating na game number 2 to bring it to a possible game number 3. Game Face on na talaga eh. Kumbaga, inaurahan na sila ng Aurora, di ba? You can't spell Aurora without aura.
Pero diba? Ibang team yun. Ibang team yun. Pero yun nga, di ba? Gets nyo yung punto na inaurahan sila eh. Di ba? Nadaan sa set ni Renejay, nadaan sa set ni Edward. I feel like for Smart Omega, this is their win streak on the line. Nasa hit list
Nasa hit list
The man with the million hits
May hit list, may set list. Oh my goodness.
Alam mo, ang kailangan of course mag-readjust ng Smart Omega dito, no? But even though, sabihin na natin, yung Jawhead, it did make sense. I just think it was just too early. Maybe natakot sila na parang baka kunin ni
too early in the draft.
But then again, the Hylos was open and it was looking like a good Hylos game. I just feel like masyado na nilang nirespeto yung Valentina kasi nakita naman natin si Pew kanina, yung previous series natin. Madaya nga naman yung Valentina na may sariling expressway, diba? May sarili siyang glorious pathway. Pero parang ang ganda lang sana nung may glorious pathway sila sa may Hylos na naka-revitalize. Again, it was just a matter of preference pero medyo na-lock in sila sa Jawhead. When they picked it up, parang okay, may certain way of for Aurora to actually compete with this lineup and dun nga nag-matter yung Jawhead versus Tigreal matchup.
Yeah, I think you're right. There is a certain way and I feel like maybe later on in the draft, ang problema lang dun is, you're right, Renejay could have actually stolen it very well and he could have also played it very well. Although, if he did get the Jawhead, we wouldn't see those Tigreal plays. So, now I'm torn. And now I want to see it again.
I mean, hindi rin tayo sigurado kasi, di ba, right? There was a Jawhead game na usually, tama ka, napipick up siya during the last portion. Minsan nga, nila last pick pa, di ba, ng ibang mga koponan. Pero in this scenario, we've seen them take first. They wanted to give Ch4knu a hero that is really good in terms of trying to set up the rest of the members. Pero kung meron pa rin kasing mga open heroes, such as like what you said, right? The Hylos was there. Even though there was a threat in terms of the Valentina, would they have still picked it? Like, posibleng gumanda pa rin ba yung lineup nila given the scenario na ganun pa rin yung i-pick up nila. But again, that's left for them to decide. We're about to figure out kung anong adjustments ang gagawin nila para sa game number 2 with Aurora being the choice. Sila yung pumili ngayon kung saang side sila and they will be staying at the blue side.
Okay, Roger and Harith Band, tinanggal nila yung dalawang exchange nila between gold laters and also they lose out on the flex on the jungle. But the thing is, this is Aurora. May sarili silang identity, may sarili silang pattern in terms of drafting. By the way, open ang Ling, open ang Zask for Aurora to take. Pero baka, baka kuha sila ng ibang hero dito. Maybe the Edith once again, bawasan nila yung hero pool. They Ch4knu Mamba.
Yeah, the Ch4knu Mamba hero pool, obviously, we're not even sure if it's done expanding yet, right? We're not sure. We could see a possible ninth unique hero pick for the Ch4knu Mamba today.
Ano pa ba yung mga nilaro ni Ch4knu before? Nagamit niya ni Hylos, nagpakita niya ni Franco. Yung Grok, di ba lumalabas no?
Surprisingly, yes.
Oo, yung pinakaunang niya. Whoa! Okay.
Good one pick. Good first pick.
Yeah, Ling for Demon Kite. Edith, maybe. Edith Ruby. Edith Ruby or Edith Moskov. Ruby Moskov. Val Moskov.
Daming combination na po
Maraming
pwede
mga
dito.
combination dito for Smart Omega.
Yeah, I mean, that is the choice for them. With the abundance of picks na meron dito ang barangay, they need to have those two na talagang would fit in terms of their lineup kasama ng pangatlo na ipipick up nila mamaya because the other two will go to the side of Aurora.
Edith Zask? Edith Zask?
Zask is great.
I think Edith Moskov, bigay mo yung Zask sa kanila. Let's go for an Aurora. On okay, or maybe even a Faramis, third pick. So I think that you have the room to pick a gold lane here. Parang pwede kang pumili na lang na magpaka-greedy sa gold lane pick. And no, inagaan nila. Aurora kagad for Smart Omega.
Very early on.
There is a Zask potential for Aurora, but there's also that Valentina or / Paramis pick up para kay Yue. But I think uubusan na nila yung gold lane dito. Parang pwede na nilang kunin yung plot. Maybe para maubusan ng hero si Joe.
I actually really like these first two picks here for Omega because they're already thinking ahead to, what's gonna happen when Demon Kite goes out ahead in the early game. Tempest of Blades, those are very survivable heroes that can survive an instant combo from the Ling.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you. I love the picks here kasi kahit paano meron silang catch with the onward, but this is what you were talking about, right? Yung Moskov na you were suggesting that goes to the side of Smart Omega is gonna be picked up by Aurora. It was a choice that they had to make. They either had to pick up an Edith and Aurora para mapigilan yung Ling and then leave the Moskov and the Valentina para sa life.
Lately, parang talaga mas pinaprioritize ni Doming yung Moskov over the Claude. And justifiable naman kasi napakalakas ng Moskov, lalo kapag nag-snowball. But now, Smart Omega, they have a choice here for, there you go, kinuha na yung Claude. So it's a better matchup pagdating sa late game and that's also a Big J hero. One thing is concerning for Smart Omega though, same thing could happen nung tulad nung nangyari nung game number 1.
Yeah.
Pwedeng ubusin uli yung hero pool ni Andoryu. The Hayabusa and the Julian are still up, pero at least may maiiwang Nolan.
Yeah, and again, you can't really ban out everything, right? So for Andoryu, definitely pwede pa rin niya mag-flex yung what made him so special in week number 1. Seeing it here, obviously, you still have a very powerful pick from Aurora here that is definitely something that you need to take care of. And the respect.
Respect coming in from Smart Omega. Tatanggalin na nila yung setter hero na ginamit ni Renejay during his MVP game number 1. Now, for Aurora, it is your turn. I mean, Hylos is still a possibility here for both of these teams, right? Hindi pa naman tinatanggal, but I feel like it is highly likely for it to get banned.
I think you go 1 for 1 here para sa Aurora. Tanggalin mo Hylos just out of respect dahil yung kabayo na yan ay talagang talamak sa Land of Dawn. Kahit sa mga RG, ang dami nag-Hylos. Autoban na nga yan. Ang ganda ng ngiti ni Kuya. Hold mo yan, hold mo. Hold mo yung ngiti mo.
Try not to move. 1, 2. Wala. Sayang.
Respeto rin. Joe
respeto. Respect gets respect. Diba? Yun nga yung sinabi ni Renejay nung sa interview niya. Diba? Respetuhin mo kami. Sige. Respetuhin din namin.
Nangyari no sa draft.
Nangyari nga sa draft mismo. And you love to see it. Tigreal and Jawhead ang tatanggalin ng parehas na kupunan. Yung Edith sa side ng Smart Omega is still quite flexible. We still don't know kung saan pupunta yan. But for Aurora, it is, it is evident na missing pa talaga yung kanilang roamers. So, Rock is gonna be the point of entry. 4 na roamers yan para sa Omega na binan nila kontra Renejay.
Respeto talaga para sa mga roamers natin dito. And kung titignan mo yung hero pool ni Renejay na nagamit niya for the past 2 weeks, si Matilda na lang yung naiwan dito dahil nakaban na rin yung Tigreal. I mean, pwede ba naman siya kumuha ng mga tulad nila Cho? Mino. Or nakaw siya ng Franco, di ba? Pero actually, pwede nga rin yung Franco sa side ng Smart Omega. We never know. Pero they go for the... Oh, Lolita ba? Grabe, respetuhan.
Grabe yun.
Respeto sa mga roamers.
Respetuhan galore para sa dalawang
Franco.
teams na to. I mean,
Franco
if you're
ba?
side of Smart Omega, Franco would be a good choice. That's a third catch para doon sa Ling, di ba? You already have the Edith and the Aurora. What could possibly go wrong with the third one?
Pag nakagat si Demon Kite dito, nako po.
Ayan na
Halos pa rin.
Ayan na si Oyabak.
Oyabak.
Pero this time, ito dapat yung ginawa nila game number 1. Kahit may Valentina na. But now, at least may glorious pathway dito ang Aurora. What if kumuha sila dito ng mga Florin? Para sa Aurora. They just need heal, they just need survivability. Or maybe, kung gusto mo ng panglayo sa Hylos, kuha ka Rafaela or something.
Yeah.
Pero I still think Minnow yung magandang choice dito for Aurora. And then maybe get a disruptive explain or something like a glue for Edward para may pang-anoy laban dito kay Claude pati na kay Hylos.
Actually, Minotaur is great. A best of both worlds. It heals and it also sets. Right? Para naman kay Edward, ang dami pang pwede. You can go Paquito, Benedetta. Those really, really good picks for him. But I don't know about the Arlot though.
Alright,
Oh!
Show is there. Renejay, a new hero unlocked this season. Tapos Terizla naman ang gagamitin ni Edward towards the XP lane.
Classic
This
hero.
is something that you've been wanting to see, di ba? Yung Matilda na nga lang yun natira. Yung iba, either banned or picked up na. Now Renejay, new hero unlocked.
I think Andorio goes either Julian or Nolan here. Kailangan mo lang either flash farm or a hero that can actually help you set up kills with the Edith. Julian Edith makes a lot of sense, but they go for the Nolan instead. Talagang comfort yung hinahanap ng Smart Omega rito. And we've seen Andorio pull off an amazing Nolan game. But it is gonna be against Renejay's Cho here. But may malaking chance na madaling hulihin itong Nolan na to, especially with the follow-up coming up from the Ling. And also, you're playing a Nolan against a Terizla. So it is dangerous, but then again, ang motto ng barangay dito is kapag gumagana, gumagana.
Tama. And of course, you always have to think about the layers of sets here. Maybe it'll be a lot easier para this Aurora for now. Pero you know what? There's a lot of counterpunch coming in from Omega with this lineup.
I mean, at this point, yun yung kailangan nating tingnan. Smart Omega having 3 catches para doon sa Ling. You have the Aurora, Edith, and the Hylos. Meanwhile, sobrang gaslaw din kasi ng lineup ng Aurora, especially with Show as your roamer. We are about to figure out if Aurora is gonna get the sweep or Smart Omega can bring us to Game 3. Casters, it's go time.
Welcome
Will
to
the Barangay
Mobile
live up to
Legends.
their name as the comeback kings and extend the series to a game number 3? Or will Aurora sweep them and reclaim glory as the top seed of our tournament for week number 2? Ingan here, joined by Naisu.
Yes, sir.
And looking at the lineups, Naisu, what do you think about the Renejay Cho?
What's
He's
that
back.
saying? Yeah, what's that famous saying? Baka Renejay to?
Baka Renejay To.
What does that mean in English?
Baka Renejay.
Like, we gotta explain it because people type it in the chat too.
If I'm
sometimes.
gonna explain it, it means oh my gosh, there's no exact translation, but Renejay will show what he's capable of. And we've been saying Renejay has been improving, has been developing as a player, as a captain. But sometimes it's nice to go back to your roots, right? The Cho, once again, he's known for this even back in the day.
Very flashy. You know, you guys can think about the flashy TikTok plays and everything else, but that's part of it. And after what he did in the previous game, he's on fire right now. He's got the momentum. So we'll see if the answer from a Cap Mamba, the captain, Chak Mamba, is going to be able to pull something off. Now, the difference is obviously he can only focus on one target. You know, he's not going to get 4 or 5-man implosion. Already in the mid lane. Whoa! Talk about the damage. Already as Demonkind also pairs up with it and gets the first blood.
Oh, that's not the start you're looking for if you're Andoryu. You have a lot of options to get a kill, especially your Nolan. A lot of squishy heroes for Aurora, but this time, what an outplay. And really, Renejay is really ready for that Nolan pick. He knows that most of the time, Andoryu will stay in the middle lane bush. That's why he needs to rotate fast. If there's no action in the XP lane or in the side lanes, let's go back to the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think part of that too is, you know, you don't want to get behind, at least in an assassin versus assassin jungler matchup.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Endoryu try to make the Fredrin work in the previous game. It did for a little bit, and then it fell off. And that's kind of, I guess, the case or the theme of this, the current meta that we're seeing here. You die early on, it sets you back a little bit, and now it makes it a little tough. Like, do we actually go and fight for this turtle now? Are we in the position to do that? Ch4knu does have the Hylos. We've seen Hylos do amazing things throughout the course of even this just week alone.
Yeah.
But they're not going to start it up.
As long as he has the Revitalize and the Glorious Pathway, there's always an opening for Omega to contest for these neutral objectives. But we have to point out that Yue has the Frigid Glacier as well. So one beautiful knockup from Renejay paired up with the Frigid Glacier. It could be the end for Omega in coming into this first turtle.
Okay, here they go. Setting up once again. Renejay gonna go in. There's the Flicker combination. And they respond to the Frigid Glacier. Everything being thrown down. Spirit of Destruction gonna find the connection too. Still fighting in the mid lane. Demonkind in trouble. Has to get out of there. And amazingly, it's only Renejay that goes down, but maybe Ch4knu's next. He has enough heal to get away.
Imagine all the ultimates of Aurora connecting, starting off with a kick from the Renejay, and then the Frigid Glacier plus out of nowhere penalty zone, but Yue flickers in onto Endoryu. He's going to zone him out.
It's not your turtle, basically.
It's not your... This is ours.
That's what he's saying. You're going to go ahead and continue it on, and this just looks like turtle going to the hands of RORA. They worked for it, man. It took them a while, but hey, they secured it up, and Endoryu's got to go back to base while the rest of the team kind of keeps tabs on his purple buff.
Look at Renejay. Already almost at the base of Omega, making sure that Endoryu doesn't have a peaceful time in his own jungle. I'm still baffled at what Aurora did. A lot of ultimates committed just to... Oh! Wow!
Oh my goodness. Domeng. A thief. Not in the night. A thief on the top lane.
Domeng instincts. Wow. If you were playing, could you even time that? Like,
yeah. I don't know, man. I am not a Moscow man, but you know what? He probably had some form of information. Hey, just take the Hail Mary, throw the Spirit of Destruction.
That's the benefit of having a Renejay as a show, the information that he gets. Again, he was spending a lot of time in the purple buff, in the jungle of Omega. And, wow, those are the things that you do. If you do, you're a good roamer. Not just the setups, not just making sure that you be the sandbag of the team, but actually give information.
Yeah.
And with the information Aurora is getting, they're on the roll right now. See, Domeng already picked up a corrosion site up against a Claude. And so far, all their ultimates are connecting.
Like, still, that's the crazy thing, because even with the vision, like, you still got to time it. You know what I mean? Like, that's part of it, too. And
exactly.
with this purple buff, he's just chilling. He's having a hell of a time in the top lane.
Honestly, the vision is the easy part. For me, if I had 1,000,000 tries, none of it would connect. That's how highly mechanical that play was. And only a few people can do it. And in this case, Domeng is one of those few people.
Again, great timing here, but RORA getting themselves a nice lead. This sets them up for a great turtle here, man. Like, again, with everything they've done. And it's nothing too flashy. Renejay going to get spotted out. He used the conceal already. So maybe Smart Omega can do something with this, too. Renejay, though, that won't hold them back. He's going to jump in with the way the Dragon find it. Ukir has to flicker out. Finds the Frigid Glacier, going to freeze down Renejay, but he's out of there. Glorious Pathway to cut them off from engaging a little bit further. And so they go and reset, but it looks like Smart Omega will go ahead and take control of the turtle.
And three ultimates taken here by Aurora. So this time Omega has the advantage, but Demonkind is still here. He's going to pick up that turtle for Endoryu. But look at Demonkind.
Oh, I thought he was going to actually be able to get Ryota.
Oh!
If Domeng would have gotten that,
he's a god.
Yeah. This is his game.
His game, all the shots are falling so far for Aurora, but this is the perks of having a Hylos with the Revitalize. Despite the heavy, aggressive plays that Renejay did, they were still able to survive the attack that Aurora did. But here is the problem for Omega. The split capability of Aurora is just hard to deal with. Again, they have the Ling and the Moskov.
Yeah, look at this. Focusing on this bottom side. It's almost like Smart Omega has to start to force some situations, you know, force their own, play around the power spikes that they can hope for. Because right now, Aurora putting the pressure on the top side. It looks like no one's even going to be able to answer Domeng up there. They're trying to make a play down bot here, putting the pressure once again. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. They freeze him down on the turret. Damon Kite joins the fight. Tempest Blade's going to be popped too, just trying to clear things out. And RORA will hold on to the tier 1.
Oh, that was a trade Aurora was willing to take. Edward for 2 turrets in the top lane. They actually left Domeng alone just to farm up and extend their control. But look at this, Renejay in the midst of everything, still able to escape.
Man, this is exactly why even the panel was pretty hyped when they locked in the Cho for Renejay here. If you've been a fan of Renejay, at least just as a player, you see so many of those highlights. Him playing this Cho pick. Whether he has the flicker or not, he's most likely going to force a play.
You know, I'm still thinking of a translation for the famous line, Baka Renejay to. I still can't get over it.
This is Renejay? I don't know.
It's not this is don't forget this is Renejay. It's something like that for our international viewers.
Just search it online and you guys will understand.
Yeah. Or you can message Leo. Leo probably knows the translation for that, but for now, Omega really wanting to force a clash here. Ch4knu.
Oh, there it is again. Look at the Edward just getting taken out. Even with the Body of Smith passive, gets overloaded with damage. Ch4knu on the hunt now, but he's not going to be able to catch Renejay. Just forces him back. Knowing they have the numbers advantage, they'll start it up. Domeng trying to get in position. He's got the information. There's the kick. It's right on target. Renejay's going to get punished here. Tempest Blades already going to be used. Domeng out of the picture. And now Demon Kite getting frozen. And Doru will pick up a double. And Ch4knu will clean up the kill on Yue. And the Lord is for the taking for Smart Omega.
An unofficial wipeout for the Barangay. And gets the Lord as well. Started things off with a beautiful pickoff onto Edward. He wasn't able to cast that Primal Wrath. That's why this happened. And looking at the instant replay, a lot of isolated clashes happened here, but this is the importance of Shaq Mamba with the Hylos. The Glorious Pathway was the key, plus the Revitalize for the sustain that Omega had despite the high damage capabilities that they have. And of course, Jome as well with a crucial Blazing Duet. He was able to take down 2, but most importantly, bring down Domeng.
Oh, and with this kind of shift in momentum here, Ingan, look at this. Renejay's up top. Domeng joins the fight with the Spirit Destruction on Andoru. They're trying to stop the push here. They still got to deal on multiple fronts. Midway pushing in. They're looking to sandwich them in. Ch4knu joins the fight. Renejay will get out, but who doesn't? Domeng will get a kill before ultimately getting taken out. So at least that. Lord also worked on by Demon Kite, and they're back to it. Smart Omega, though, swinging things still in their favor as they focus the tier 2.
So far, that's still worth it for Aurora. Andoryu for Domeng, plus they weren't able to utilize that first Lord. So still, Aurora manages to defend the possible onslaught coming in from Omega, and this is what you can expect from Demon Kite. They're losing the 5v5 clashes, so he really has to manage the waves and split push.
This is the downside of playing against the Hylos. Your exit plan kind of gets stopped with a Glorious Pathway. Like, it's so much harder to think like, all right, how are we going to exit out of this area when that's dropped down in front of you? And so at some point, you kind of just got to decide, like, hey, I'm just going to fight this, you know?
And even if you try to escape the Glorious Pathway, there's always the Frigid Glacier coming in from Ukir.
Exactly.
So it's really hard for Aurora to battle out those 5v5 skirmishes right now if those ultimates are still able to expend. But this time, this is what we've seen with Ch4knu back in week number 1 when he unleashed the Hylos. 305 as a roamer. I mean, look at that.
I still got to say, man, it's the battle of the roamers here. That was the story we came into this matchup, and it's been phenomenal up to this point. Again, Renejay, crazy setup in the previous game, and this time around, Ch4knu is having his game on the Hylos, especially the fact that, you know, we talk about this all the time, especially when it comes through the draft. Like, how do you burst this Hylos down? How do you deal with the fact that he provides so much utility to any lineup he's put on?
It's going to be hard. Again, a lot will rely on to Domeng. Make sure he doesn't get caught up. A while ago, the previous clash, he was pinned down by Jome, and I believe it was, I'm not sure if it was Ch4knu or Ryota, so this time Doming really needs to be super Doming. He needs to play safe. Dish out the damage and make sure that he's protected as well.
Well, remember, yesterday he was put up there with the other Bulletproof, right? Bulletproof, of course, Super Marco. Conceal going to be used, trying to spot some out, get some vision here too. They find Renejay. They're going to spawn out Edward. Demon Kite just kind of poking Ch4knu there, so both teams are going to kind of push and pull for this Lord here.
A while ago, we've seen Renejay actually at his comfort zone, being able to go to the opposing team's jungle, but this time, it's Ch4knu's game. It's Ch4knu's time. It's Ch4knu's timer. He's not even afraid to go 1v3, 1v5, because he has the sustain, plus the revitalize, and this time, they're going to deprive a Demon Kite of the purple buff!
Ryota goes in, they find Edward! He's going to use the flicker already, and now the fight for the purple buff. Rigid Glaciers are going to be used. And Ch4knu, the rest of the team will go back. That was a good setup. Now, what do they do with it? Domeng's still pushing top. If they continue to stay here around the Lord, they're going to get pushed into the base turret.
Someone has to mine Domeng here, or they could just really burst down the Lord right away. But again, this is still a Ling.
There it is.
Oh!
Wow. You don't even get a chance to breathe. And Doryu gets a kill, and now they're just going to be able to take this Lord, I think. They did send Jome up, but still, Demon Kite, I'm not sure if he's going to try to pull something of a miracle off here, but it's way too late. Lord secured for Smart Omega.
As Doryu picks up the Malefic Aurora, you can feel Omega right now. They know that it's their time. It's their game. They're moving as a one unit. It's like having 5 bodies with one mind. Every single time that Ch4knu leads the charge, one stun is all they need to burst down any member of Aurora. And if you're Aurora, what do you do? Do you react to the team fights, or do you just resort to those split push that Demon Kite and Doming can do?
Yeah, this is, I mean, good questions here. And a part of it, too, is like, what does Edward do in this situation? You know, he's 0-3. He's getting bullied. He's getting targeted down. You don't get any usage of the penalty zone. And so this might be it. Lord make its way. Conceal are going to be used. Going to force it in. Glorious Pathway going to drop 2. Trying to hold on to the base turret. Mid lane's going to be worked on, though. Renejay has to get out of there. Ryota will already fall down. So they hold on to the top turret for now. But the mid turret push is there. It's in. Fracture going to be used. And that might be all Smart Omega gets.
Renejay.
Renejay, is he actually going to pull the trigger on this? Goes in with a kick, but he's all by himself! And the Spear Destruction way too late. That was off timing from Renejay.
He was too fast. The Hitman was too fast and now has to suffer the consequences. The Glorious Pathway will be casted here. But no minions so far, but Andoru goes in!
Andoru! And the follow-up from Ukir. The synergy seems like it's flipped over in this game number 2.
Not just the momentum, the synergy. As you mentioned, and now Demon Kite, he's really resorting to avoiding the clashes just to split push and manage the waves. But the problem is Omega. They're really forcing to push here. As they take down an inhibitor in the top lane, Demon Kite has to be in the final clash.
Domeng, good damage here on Ukir and Jome. Renejay, does he actually want to do this again? Demon Kite joins the fight! Tempest of Blade's gonna come down! They'll be able to find Yue. Ch4knu trying to get out of dodge, but he's gonna be chased down by Demon Kite! And now, Revitalize, the triple kill on Demon Kite. RORA will run it down the mid lane. They get the tier 1, and Doru goes and cleans up Demon Kite! You won't touch the purple buff! And he goes back to the base, but is it enough? 3 members here, and they call it off. Again, the tension here between the 2 teams.
I think Omega actually stayed too long there in the top lane, in the middle lane, but a heads-up play coming in from the whole squad. The trust onto Demon Kite that he'll manage to do something, pick off the 2 most squishy heroes on the side of Omega, but still, Andoru still, he's managing the momentum shift coming in from Aurora as he tries to get the purple buff here. Penalty zone's not gonna connect.
Edward, that's not gonna work, you know? I know he's trying to go for the catch there, trying to lock him down. Andoru, though, will put pressure there, and unfortunately, no penalty zone right now. I'm wondering if that information is enough for Smart Omega to be like, let's at least start this up, see what happens.
I think he was supposed to click the flicker there, just to make sure, but Renejay on the other hand here.
Look at Ch4knu. Conceal going to be used. Where's he going to put the pathway? Renejay being chased down, has to flicker out. So a battle spell going to be expended. Look at the push though on the other side of the map. Domeng still putting pressure on the map.
Okay, so now Andoryu, they know that Andoryu had to go away, had to go home and defend the minions here for the potential push coming in from Domeng. And this time, Aurora actually has the gold lead, 2.2k. Yue got the glorious pathway, so this can be a big final skirmish here.
Andoryu's not there. Penalty zone finally going to find the connection. Yue drops the cutoff, and now Demon Kite secures the Lord. You're going to have to run though, because here's Andoryu. And now, Tempest Blades are going to be used, but they might have to just back off. Smart Omega full force in. They know the base turrets are down. Can they push this one in?
They got the Lord though, so I think they can still defend this. But the problem is Edward is nowhere to be found, but 5 members of Omega are still here.
Spirit Destruction going to be used. Glorious Pathway as well from Yue. Trying to just clear the minions out. Wait for time. Jone goes in. Blazing Duet will clean up Yue. Lord's finally going to spawn up. That might have bought them enough time as Demon Kite goes to look to cut the wave in the mid. Are they going to crash down? Jome is low, but it's a little too risky.
Okay, Renejay, Demon Kite, Domeng left to defend here for Aurora. Demon Kite has to join the picture here.
Next wave's pushing in. Tempest Blades using it to clear out the minions. And that might be it. Unless they do something about it. Domeng's going to jump in. They get the glorious pathway out from Ch4knu, and now Renejay on the hunt. Use the conceal. Was looking to go over the wall, but Demon Kite's still waiting. What does the team do here? Domeng, though, the immortality gets popped from Andoryu, and they have to reset it all.
The discipline from Demon Kite. His target was there. Jome was low, but he knows that Ch4knu still has the Revitalize, still has the stun. So, high pressure game for both of these two teams. If I were in Demon Kite's place, I would jump from the Finch Poison and try to kill Jome. That's why I'm here. I don't have the discipline to play like that.
Again, top competitive MLBB happening between the two teams here. Smart Omega top of the standings right now in Season 14. And finding it difficult to punch this one in, possibly get them to a game number 3 against RORA. And as much as, you know, even Edward has struggled, we just saw earlier from the team fight, a penalty zone can change the course of a team fight.
Yeah, and it did. Actually, it got, I don't know how many they killed, but they were able to delay the push of Omega. In fact, they still have 2 turrets in the bottom lane. And this is actually good because the Lord side is on the bottom side.
Yeah.
So their waves are manageable. They can still contest for this 3rd and potentially final Lord.
30 seconds away. Taking it nice, easy, and slow. They don't want to make a mistake. Renejay, very crucial in this. At this point of the game, 20 minutes in, one-off mistake onto this Cho. You could actually get just deleted here from this lineup that Omega has. But they're going to force Renejay back, too.
At this point, it's a matter of who is the better captain? Who is the better shot caller? Is it Chak Mamba? Or in this case, the hitman, Renejay? Who will lead their team to victory? Will we see a sweep from Aurora? Or will Omega once again prove that they are the comeback kings and this Lord might be the key for both of these teams? And a conceal coming in from Ch4knu, leading the charge.
Oh, they want to go for Yue. Ch4knu goes in, Ryota flickers too. They won't find anything, but they do get the response from Yue. He took the glorious pathway himself and he expended it. So is that enough? Smart Omega will go ahead and get in position for the Lord here, but they still have to watch out for the counterplay.
A flicker expended for Ryota as well as Yue and as well as the 2 glorious pathways. And now Omega really controlling the Lord here. Jome goes in.
Oh!
BMI!
Jome goes in!
Oh.
He's at half health! Renejay's gonna get frozen! Spirit Destruction goes in, finds the mark, Domeng joins the fight, but he's waiting for the front line as Ch4knu runs him down. Jome gets in trouble as Demon Kite gets the kill. And now Edward in trouble. Ch4knu so tanky, he's gonna find Domeng and take him out. Demon Kite trying to do the same. It's a back and forth, but it's only the Mamba left alone as Demon Kite got a triple.
Now they have to push the middle lane here as well as the bottom lane because in 46 seconds, Omega's death timers will respawn. Ch4knu, the captain, left to fend for himself Yue Demon Kite leading the charge in the bottom lane.
Yue takes his own pathway. Is this the pathway to victory here? It's going to be dropped down. Ch4knu does his best to clear out the minions. Rest of the team still waiting to come up here. He's going to buy another 10 seconds. Oh! He has enough damage, at least for now, but he's going to get targeted down as Demon Kite picks up the kill. They're going to clear out the mid turret. Jom up in 2 seconds, but it might be too late as RORA works on the base. Do they have the minions? Penalty zone comes down. Jom tries to clear the base, and he doesn't. He defends with a triple.
The barangay! The Omega timers in full effect! Ch4knu with the crucial diversion play. He diverted the attention of the minions to the middle lane. That's why it bought enough time in Omega full force on the middle lane.
Big J, and now on the chase for Renejay. They want the game 3. Renejay doesn't go down yet, but they run it down the mid. Smart Omega focusing on the base. Omega, it's up to him. He pushes Ukir back, but they collapse on him down, and Smart Omega will take it to game 3.
The former Kings of Sea solidifies their comeback king status as they extend the series.
Oh, I'm losing my mind. What a game!
What a game from the whole squad! We need to throw this over to the panel to explain what happened, because honestly, I'm just a loss for words. Panel, take it away.
Muli, hindi na naman kami makapaniwala. Ch4knu pulling the minion papunta sa mid para may damage. Buying enough time for Big J to make the big play. At mga kababayan, Game 3 na naman!
Welcome sa Ch4knuverse!
My goodness!
Welcome sa Ch4knuverse! In a senaryo na panalo na, umusbong ang lason at natalo pa. Barangay Omega nilaso ng Aurora.
This is courtesy of this guy, man. Parang hindi na natin kailangan magpaliwanag sa kung ano yung nangyari during that final moment. But just in case, walk us through it. What happened during the final few minutes? At paano nangyaring nabaliktad pa ng Smart Omega yung scenario na yun?
Akala ko we were just gonna take this time to just breathe.
I
think all of us were just out of breath. But no, seriously though, it was actually a very masterful play. I saw what Demon Kite was trying to do. He juggled the tower aggro, sinalo niya yung torre, tas lumipad sa angin, right? He got the Tempest of Blades right, but the aggro was just all over the place there. And overall, Ch4knu put up an amazing defense.
I mean, nung umpisa pa lang, di ba, nakita natin na it was Smart Omega na nakauna doon sa dalawang inhibitor turrets ng kupunan ng Aurora. Pero crucial, Lord takes ang kanilang nakuha ng paulit-ulit. At ito yata yung ilan sa mga moments na unti-unti na nilang nababaliktad yung sitwasyon. And this was it, right?
Yeah.
Jom was
super
there.
slow-mo.
Sobrang slow. Ayun o, Immortalities nawala. Nawala si Edward. Same goes for Yue and Demon Kite was down. Midnight, ano? Ready ka na? Kaya mo na?
Wala lang tayo nung clip nung ano eh.
Ano?
Yung ginawa ni
yung
sa torre. Oo.
Pero ang dami niyang ginawa doon. Nagbenta siya ng item. Bumili siyang blade armor. Ginamit niya yung glorious pathway para madali yung minion wave. Nagpapahit siya kay Demon Kite para yung tower aggro mapunta sa ling. Ginajuggle naman ni Demon Kite tsaka ni Yue yung tower aggro. May time na nag-defiant surge pa siya palabas. Lahat nung segundo na yon naging enough para mag-spawn si Jom. Hinatak pa niya yung cannon dun sa mid lane tower. Lahat ng yon, it added up for Smart Omega to be able to defend with the Claude and end this game. Oh my God, Ch4knu. He had to play that perfectly, by the way. He had to, no room for mistake. Pero Ch4knu, he played it so perfectly.
It was literally Ch4knu versus 3 members of Aurora. Ch4knu versus everybody in that scenario. Buying time, buying enough time. And tama si Midnight, kailangan mong gawin nyo ng sobrang
pulido eh. Hindi mo pwedeng gawin yun ng basta-basta. Nakita niya si Doctor Strange, sabi niya, one lang. One scenario na mananalo ka. Kailangan gawin mo lahat ng makakaya mo. Sinacrifice niya yung sarili niya para sa isang game.
So, mala Tony Stark tsaka Doctor Strange in one frame. Grabe. Pero you're actually right. Kasi it's not just Ch4knu versus 3. It's Ch4knu and the tower and the AI of the game versus them. So basically, the intelligence of Ch4knu, he knows how to utilize the tower AI to actually get it to hit the right targets at the right time. And if he did mess it up, even by a little bit, if he died a second early, that would have been done.
Man, I cannot believe this. Kasi game number 1, it was Renejay with the set para dalhin ang Aurora onto match point. Now it's Ch4knu with a game-saving play. He didn't need to set as of that moment. All he needed was to buy enough time. Had there been 2 seconds, 3 seconds, mabilis na galaw. Diba? Kung sakaling nawala kagad si Ch4knu in that scenario, it would have been over. We would have been talking analysis and Mara would be doing his interview right now. But that is not the case.
That one scenario, alam mo, si Demon Cat dito, feeling ko bago matulog mamaya, sabi niya, I see you everywhere. So makita si Tony Chuck. Si Tony Chuck. Lahat na nung imposibleng hindi pwede mangyari. Ginawa niyang posible. Sorry.
Ayan na.
Sige na, ayan na. Kaya mo yan, Midnight.
Ito yung lason eh.
Ito nga yan.
Sobrang dapat down to the smallest detail. Tama yung gagawin ni Chuck. I mean, the rest of the game, yeah, sure, ang dami na ganda nangyari. Yung ginawa ng Aurora na fake bait sa may bottom lane mula kay Doming, nakuha na yung Lord kasi akala ng Smart Omega, hindi magrarush ng Lord yung Aurora. And then Smart Omega, entire early game, hawak nila yung tinatayuan ni Ch4knu yung Tempest of Blades, nilalapag yung Revitalize para kulang yung damage. At some point, nakita natin, low yung 5 members ng barangay, pero hindi naging enough. Pero again, it came down to that last detail. Panalo ni! Mag-uwi yan eh, pero sabi kasi ni Chantel, rush early!
Oo nga eh. Hindi na, tuluyan ang hindi maaabutan ni Chantel ang last
tama.
trip.
Sorry, Shans.
Sorry, Shans. Binyan. Okay, mamaya ano.
May gumano na yun.
Sayang.
Si Coach Lembot sabi niya, tinignan niya si Ch4knu.
Okay lang. Yeah.
As in, tumingin si Ch4knu siguro sa likod. Tapos nakita si Coach Lembot.
Oh my God, grabe.
Okay. On the other side naman, in fairness to Aurora, I feel like with the scenario they were given, they played it as best as they can.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like may iba pa bang way para laruin yun? That amount of minions hitting that tower and walking into the base, I guess they kind of did.
Alam mo, gusto ko lang din balikan yung nangyari before the Ch4knu play. Si Doming, di ba? Dun sa bandang likuran, yung crucial na spear niya to pin 2 heroes ng Smart Omega onto that wall, dealing a ton of damage was, the crucial point.
Yeah,
kasi
turn
losing
around
sila in that scenario, pero tinurn around din ni Doming para makasugod na sila ngayon.
Pagsibat niya, dalawa. Tapos nung nanalo sila na last team fight, nalikod nung Ling, yung barangay, and then bumili pa ng rapid boots. Crazy rapid boots yung Ling. Para lang mabilis yung lakad niya papunta sa tower. Kaso, nakasalubong na si Ch4knu eh. Sabi niya, I am inevitable eh.
Kasi, This is MLBB. For the first time in a long time. Diba? This is Smart Omega for the first time in a long time. Naubusan ang kasabihin si Midnight.
Ang kabarangay assemble.
You
You
rarely see this coming in from them. Aurora getting the win in game number 1 just like what we mentioned. And at the same time, ito yata yun eh. Nakita ko yun dito eh.
Baka kasi yun yung suot nila?
Oo, yun. Pwedeng yun yung suot
maging
nila.
fan ng Omega. Ano ba yung hinuhugot mo?
Pero hindi, just in case na.
Ayan.
Ito yung hinuhugot ko. Una, sige, ilantad mo muna. Tapos Rockart, ibibigay ko sa'yo yung extra. By the way guys for everybody who's wondering kung saan nyo posibleng makita yung ibang mga ganap na yan, it is right at our MPL merch booth. So, just in case you guys enjoyed, I'm sure you guys enjoyed what happened. Parang kasha.
Parang size
Parang
size mo yan.
Ito rin. Meron pa. Yan. Andito na pare. Andito na kay Rockart na. Kay Rockart na yan.
Yan sila yung last players natin kanina. Diba?
Yan. Medyo malayo eh. Pero, kung nagtatao, sige, lapit mo. O, diba?
Yan.
Sige, dyan lang muna. So,
Man of the hour.
Yan. Dapat tayo, yan, ganyan. Yan.
Dapat focus
Dapat focus. So, in case na,
ang dami kasing mukha eh.
Luwa-luwa na tayo.
Ang daming mukha.
Kasi tayong ano eh.
Tama. Pero just in case guys you guys don't know, mabibili nyo yun sa ating MPL merch booth. Same with Aurora merch na nandun din. Naghihintay na kami, Aurora, andito na kami, alright? So ilatag nyo lang sa amin lahat ng posible game. Pero for them, ano yan? Okay, sige. Ano yan? Swag points plus 100. Pero ngayon, alright? Hinga tayo.
Hinga.
Let's say game 2.
Wala na.
Wala na, di ba? Hinga tayo. Let's say...
Sulit yung break kahapon.
Let's say game 2. Let's say game 2 is done. Balik tayo sa best of
Okay,
one.
best of one.
Okay, game 3, side selection update. Smart Omega, ang pinili nila ngayon, blue side. For the past 2 games, we've seen Aurora na nandoon. Now, it's Smart Omega's turn to pick first.
By the way, first time pala ni Ch4knu umulit ng hero.
Oo nga, no?
First time niya umulit ng hero. Tapos yung kabayo. Feeling ko talaga nakaban yung kabayo next game eh. Feeling ko talaga.
Just for this occasion.
Just for this occasion.
Medyo talamak ang Oyabak.
For a lot of things, number 1, napakadaya ng high loss. And syempre si Ch4knu.
Ayun
Yun
yung number 2.
a lot of things.
Ayun yung number 2.
Ang daming reasons.
I guess so.
2 reasons why.
Now, nga, no?
May 2 cents.
Two cents. Ang daming country, Anyway, to continue, right? This time, if you are Aurora, right? How would you kind of like adjust your situation? Kasi parang ang hirap ding in terms of like, you know, from a player's standpoint, hindi ako player, pero from their standpoint, it's a possibility na kailangan din nilang mag-adjust. And one of the people that's gonna lead them to those adjustments and those mentalities is gonna be Coach Master the Basics. Kaya I feel like it's time for us to listen to what he's gonna say. Let's watch this.
Kaya madali naming na-build yung chemistry. Siguro malaking factor yung number 1, yung management namin. Nandiyan si Basrada para alalayan kami kung paano mabubuo yung team. And align kaming coaching staff sa players and sa management. Then i-add ko na rin yung pagiging captain ni Renejay. Siya kasi yung parang head ng mga players, kaya sobrang daling mabuo ng chemistry nila.
We saw there, Coach Master the Basics acknowledging the fact that it's not just him. It's not just the coaching staff, but there are also other people in the back end na nagiging dahilan kung bakit ganito kalakas ang Aurora. We've seen this team really, shape things up together. And kung tutuusin, this is a team. Aurora is a team that had a lot of expectations during the preseason. Meanwhile, Smart Omega, they burnt a lot of people thinking that they would be this strong. And when these two clashed ngayon, Game 3 ang inabot natin.
Sobrang solid, no? Talagang standout ng Game 1, Renejay. Standout ng Game 2, Ch4knu. I mean, again, all of these are fantastic players, pero very prevalent. Yung pagiging captain nila, kitang-kita kay Ch4knu yung never say die mentality. Yung pag-lead din ni Renejay, ang dami niyang attempts kanina with the kick, even during the turtle take, nasipakan niya talaga yung Nolan. Critical moment. It's just that, again, naturally saying, medyo lugi sila pagdating sa mga team fight because of the high loss. So, ano mo yun, parang may outside perspective, may outside aspect of the game, but there's also that inside aspect of the game, which is gonna come down to the last game. Alam naman natin, wonderful coaching staff for both sides. It does, you have to put a lot of emphasis pagdating sa draft dito sa game number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, sabi ni Ch4knu, fine, I'll do it myself. Diba? So, overall, I would say, Renejay, daming country talaga.
Daming reference.
I feel like these two captains, obviously, they know the strengths of their players and they're just trying to leverage in a certain scenario na, you know what, in these scenarios, I have to do it myself. In some scenarios, I have to set for my team. And I think that's one of the strengths, and that's the reason why sobrang swak talaga ng mga VTR natin, ng mga usapan natin, yung mga sinet before the game started. Everyone acknowledges these two players, and I think that it'll boil down to these two players even in the end.
It's so fun to see that our headline was these two roamers, and sila yung nagper-perform to the utmost best during the past 2 games. And I feel like you can't also you can also discredit yung kanilang mga kakampi dito because it wouldn't be possible if it weren't for the plays na ginawa ni Doming, the plays that Edward did. And for the other side, it's also Ryota trying to find himself in, and also Jome making the crucial blazing duet play para iligtas ang Smart Omega and bring them to Game 3.
Right now, again, draft is gonna matter a lot. The last draft of week number 2. Wala na yung Ling, walang Hayabusa. Zask is still open. But big question is, saan mapupunta yung Roger tsaka Harith? Ang storya ng karamihan ng mga series natin is either natatanggal yung dalawa or na-flex yung jungle Roger or talaga nagkakaroon ng trade. It is really up for Smart Omega to handle whatever they want. Let go nila yung Harith. It does mean na nasa Aurora ang choice kung ano itatanggalin nila. It's either the Zask or the Roger.
Honestly, the Harith, not really the first pick material that we're looking for here for that powerful pick that blue side is looking for. Omega specifically, if you look at them, you know what, they can prioritize Jome hero, pero I think Jome is also very flexible in terms of that, where I don't think we need to rush it right away though.
This time, there's a certain difference with the bans na ginawa ni Coach Lembot compared to game number 2. Kung saan, tinanggalan niya ng 4 na heroes si Renejay. This time, it's a little bit scattered knowing that they're on the blue side. We're waiting for one more ban coming in from Aurora. There could be a possibility, pero Edith na ang tinanggal. Catalyst, kumbaga, sa nangyayaring mga laban. Parang kung nakakanino yung Edith, doon nakukuha yung panalo, but that is about to change now.
I think they're looking forward to getting both Zask and Hylos on the second pick. Kasi open ng Roger, open ng Harith, very tempting yung offer dito ng Aurora. Yung Edith, although it's not a high-valued ban, I mean, nababan naman siya madalas, pero nagkakaroon ng value dito kasi talagang instant deny from Omega. And now, instead of the Roger, they go for the Harith first pick, knowing na yung Roger trade ay pwede pa rin mapunta sa kanila sa kamay ni Andoryu. So Aurora, you have a choice here. Hylos Zask, Roger Zask, Roger Hylos. They go for the Roger. Hylos ang kinuha ng Aurora.
Beautiful.
Parang Zask is on the other side, so I don't know. Maybe baka ang gawin ng Aurora dito, Valentin na third pick.
Parang nalapag natin yung draft agad Parang you kind of just let it out there, Brent. And yeah, you're right. You know what? I was thinking, you know what? Maybe hindi kailangan i-prio si Jome, but sabi nila, you know what? Jome had played that. And I think we deserve to have him spotlighted here and maybe just play around that. And again, proven naman yung flexibility nila Ch4knu to actually go for any hero that Jome wants to support him in this one.
Yeah, I mean, for the most of the time that we've seen them, it's really reliant on team fights. Both of these teams, diba? Not a lot of pickups happening, so pipili sila ng mga heroes. Pipili sila ng heroes that are really good for team fight, and I think Harith is a good choice for that. Not a lot of, crowd control just yet, knowing na Hylos pa lang naman ang hawak ng Aurora.
Yeah, this time around din ako yung Valentina. Ayaw na nilang ibigay yung
Nice
Valentina
deny.
kay Yue. Kasi naisip nila, pag kinuha natin yung Zask, may Valentina pa rin sila. Instead, kunin natin yung Valentina para at least nananakaw natin yung pathway. Ang interested ako dito actually kung i-flex nila tong Hylos sa XP, tapos kuha sila ng Jawhead kay Renejay. Ubusan mo ng hero si Ch4knu para pagdating na second phase, may 2 slots ka for the bans that could be allotted towards against Ch4knu.
Baka pwede nilang gawin later yun, right? Because I feel like, there you go. That's the beauty of it. At the same time, yes, you know what? Flexible to. Renejay, ang hirap i-ban out kasi again, the hero pool is just right there.
Yeah, I mean, major love as well to the rest of our fans, and just like what you guys were mentioning, kadalasan, di ba, nakikita natin yung Zask and yung Hylos in opposite sides. What does this mean for Aurora in this scenario that they've had those 2 picks in the first round?
I mean, for sure, Smart Omega dito mahihirapan sila. Especially the Harith.
Grabe
kasi
naman
Zask, sana all.
Grabe naman.
Yan yan, boss. Grabe ba?
Mega collector?
Mega collector.
Zask was previously considered as one of the good laners against Harith. Kasi ang hirap mag-Zaman Force sa ilalim ng uhod, actually. Pero ano naman, ang kinaganda naman dito ng Smart Omega is again, may copy sila ng Glorious Pathway. Meron silang bypass basically doon sa vicinity ng Zask. Ang kailangan talaga ng intindihin dito ng Smart Omega is yung potential switch up between the Hylos pick and also kung mapupunta to sa kamay ni Renejay and also the jungle and gold lane flex kasi hindi nila alam kung ano pang role ni Roger at this point.
Yeah, for the Zask, I guess don't have to worry too much kasi like game number 1, we saw Nolan stare through the Nightmaric spawn, the Dominator's descent here of the Zask. So again, as much as magandang counter nga yung Zas against like Zaman Force, there's ways to deal with it right now.
Yeah, pinakita nyo rin sa atin. Sinabi nyo rin to kanina na posibleng magkaubusan na in terms of the roaming position para sa dalawang teams sa second phase ng ating batting stage. You have the Kaja for Omega. You have the Tigreal for Aurora. Hylos para sa Auroras could possibly go into the roam position. At least meron na silang nakuha. But if you are Ch4knu, right, inuubusan ka na paunti-unti at medyo sprinkle lang yung glue nakuha dito ng Aurora. Something that we don't usually see.
I mean, it's a good matchup against Hylos. It also works well against the Zast. So, and also Ryota is a glue specialist. So, ayaw lang ng Aurora makita yung hero na yan sa XP. Lalo na't wala naman sila magagawa kasi 2 picks yung Smart Omega. Well, one thing is concerning me here for Aurora is kapag nag-double marksman sila dito, or just even the Roger, kapag nakuha ng Smart Omega yung Lolita, I think it's a viable choice. It's nice against this lineup, even though may Hylos yung Aurora dito. But the re-engage factor is definitely a plus, a big plus para sa Smart Omega. I think it's gonna be a Lolita pick. Either Lolita or, honestly, a Minotaur for Ch4knu.
Actually, that's good. Pretty good, right? I think you want to limit the sets. You already know that you can set with the Jawhead, so that's out. I think Lolita set is underrated, number 1. Number 2, we're also looking for like really good flexibility. Healing, kailangan pa rin yun, di ba? So I think, yeah, Minotaur is actually the one of the good picks for Ch4knu.
Yeah, I mean, and it's up to Aurora now. Kung ilalagay ba nila yung Hylos in the XP lane and them to get another roamer para mas lalong ma-choke out yung pwesto nitong Ch4knu.
Wala silang choice kasi parang kailangan nila i-reveal actually. There goes a Moscow. Okay, it's a Lolita time for Smart Omega. I don't think there's any other good choice here. Hindi naman walang magandang choice. It's just that Lolita fits so perfectly into this lineup of Smart Omega. May protection yung Harith, meron ka pang engage, meron ka pang counter-engage. You don't mind playing into the Zask and even the double marksman setup of Aurora. Nagkaroon talaga ng flex problem dito yung Aurora kasi either kailangan nila i-reveal yung double marksman or i-reveal mo kung ano yung role ng Hylos, which sets up for a very good XP matchup for Smart Omega. So now, I think you go for the safe route. That is the Lolita or even the Yuzong Lolita for Ryota. Actually, pwede nga rin yung Arlot. Pwede pa yung Arlot.
Honestly, for the XP, you're looking for people that can... Atoy are special, right? That's his special. And what is this? This is the Grok Mamba!
You guys were looking for this.
Screw Lolita, di ba? Go Chuck Mamba!
You guys were looking for this right from the start. Parang hindi natin nakita si Ch4knu na gumamit ng Grok. I think this is already his 9th hero. I'm not entirely sure kung nakuha niya na ba to, but the Arlot is gonna be the final pick para sa kupunan ng Aurora. It could possibly go to Edward, but you know, Hylos and Arlot, posible pang magpalit yan if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, the expert pick was nice against the Hylos kung in XP ng Aurora. Now they flex it to Renejay. Hylos roam. Wouldn't really mind playing it to export kasi nga meron kang Glorious Pathway. And yung matchup ngayon ni Edward is so much better. It's an Arlot versus an export. You have the ability to close the gap. And again, it's a good matchup against both Harith and Nolan.
And good chance na lilikodan lang din ni Edward tong export na to. You don't face the export head-on. And again, they're gonna have to bypass each other. And then most likely, a lot of the clashes gonna happen around mid.
I feel like both of the teams got the comfort that they wanted. Now, it's gonna have to translate into execution. Smart Omega and Aurora, Game 3. Let's get it on.
Another great rivalry in the making between Omega and Aurora. As Omega manages to extend the series after a amazing play from the Chuck Mamba himself.
Nail biter is how that last game went. This series alone has been phenomenal. A lot of early poke here already happening too, but yeah, we've had time to have a breather here, Ingan.
Honestly, regardless of the outcome, everyone won in this series, especially for game number 2. But right now, Renejay has the Hylos. So this is going to be crucial because this was the game-winning pick for Omega during game number 2.
Yep.
And on the other hand, the captain himself going back to his roots with one of his signature picks, the Grok.
Yeah, this is the... I don't know if... I would say like second signature, right? Behind the Kufra, I would say.
Yeah, of course.
The Grok Mamba is going to be playing this one. And I think you have to... if it's any other thing to go against the Hylos, a hero that has been making waves through the meta just globally, what better way to do it than Ch4knu getting the Grok out for this game? And so with that, again, you're looking to set things up, whether that's through the Glorious Pathway, and you got to kind of see how that all unfolds through the game here. And I think like the panelist said too, Ryota is going to play a part in that because you're trying to fight into that Zaman Force setup even and into that Glorious Pathway. So Alas Insanity is great for that.
Yeah, Glorious Path. Oh yeah. The combination of skills coming in from Omega is just really immense. And now looking at the gold lane matchup, Doming not having a hard time up against Jom. Surprisingly, this is a Harith. Wow. And on the other hand, Turtle has spawned in the bottom lane. This time, Omega starting things off.
All right, really quickly too, wow. Okay, I think they're just gonna go ahead and grab that, and Doru gets the first objective here.
Okay.
Nothing they can really do about that. That was just such a decisive decision.
Yeah, and compared to game number 2, this is actually a better start for Andoryu. If you can recall correctly, he was taken down 2 minutes,
blood.
3 minutes in, first blood. So now Andoryu has the flexibility of actually overextending, especially in the mid, to get those pickoffs that he wants, especially onto Yue or onto Demon Kite.
You can feel the Domeng knows, right? There's something possibly happen up here too, and that's the thing. Ch4knu is going to be everywhere, especially on the Grok. And I think when you see this matchup so much, the Mozcomp versus the Harith, they both shine in different ways throughout the course of the game. The parent thing is obviously, we've been talking about it all the time. Mozcomp with the Spirit of Destruction, you can continue to push in the side lanes and then join the fight.
Yeah, but
as long as you land it, right?
But for me, honestly, I feel like the
what do you like better?
Omega timers this time for me is early game to mid game.
Early game to mid?
Because late game, I'm really leaning towards Aurora.
Okay, you like the lineup more for Aurora here late game. I would say, you know, in this case, if Smart Omega gets an early lead, that's great for them. They scale up pretty quickly, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Especially when you have this pressure in the mid lane. Quick usage. Dominator's Descent already going to be used, so they get that out. That's a major thing out for Yue.
That's a good fracture play here from Andoryu, baiting out the Dominator's Descent, especially in 30 seconds. A Turtle will spawn again. A while ago, we've seen Aurora just give it up. No trades, no cross-map plays happening here. But that's you can actually expect that because you really have to wait for Demon Kite and Moscow to really get into their groove.
Edwards here. He's going to get knocked up with the Wild Charge. There's the Glorious Pathway being laid down too. They try to disengage, but
Ryota!
They get the flicker out from Ryota with the last Insanity. Going to be able to pick up Edward and now Renejay front of it all, but they just call it off. They already lost one. Smart Omega slowly building the lead they've got, and now Turtle's up.
You expect this from Omega's lineup. It's a really dive-centric lineup. You have the X-Borg, you have the Nolan, plus the Grok, and their power spike is really early towards the mid-game. And this is the danger because Omega, once they reach the middle lane, once they reach the mid-game, if they don't get those neutral objectives, especially the Lord, Aurora can really bounce back. They can really manage the waves clearly with the Moscov's presence here. So for me, the timer, the pressure is still on Aurora's side despite having a 2K gold lead.
Whoa, Ch4knu. Just gonna get punished here. All right, we gotta take a breather. Demon Kite gets the kill there, but man, again, you know, you're talking about timers here and everything else, Ingan, but so far this early game, I know it's been 2 objectives in the hands of Smart Omega, but yeah, I don't know. I think if we get to the late game, it really could be a shining or a moment for Aurora's lineup to make it work.
I honestly got shocked that Demon Kite was able to answer back right away.
Yeah.
Because I was honestly expecting them to wait it out, make sure to get those, make sure to get the economy as much as possible balanced. But as we head on to a technical pause, we can see a lot of fans here. Jam-packed day once again for week number 2, Naisu.
Yeah, of course, all in good spirits here. Great series, great star match that we have for the week. You know, and we get a quick timer up here, 1 minute. We're hoping, it's 1 minute. You guys watched yesterday again, you know, just poking some fun out there. I was on desk alongside good friend Leo.
Know, props to Antianara Rockhard and Midnight.
Yeah.
For pulling off in between talk show.
Little talk show. Yeah.
A little talk show.
This one should be quick though, as they get things situated here. So. Of course, like when we look at the lineups that we have on the table, I think I don't know, man. Game 3, it's anybody's game. I know we already said, like, you know, you're going to see this lineup shine faster or get the fire going faster here. Okay, hey, hold on.
Let's go, Coach Ducky, as we enter back into the Land of Dawn. A while ago, we just saw Demon Kite have his first kill onto Ch4knu. Yeah.
All right, yeah. So as we're back in the game, Ch4knu was taken out. Big, quick plays coming through, too. And like you said, that was a quick punishment from RORA. I mean, it's even across the board in terms of kills. But Smart Omega so far has controlled a lot of the objective game in this early portion of the game, and that's what matters here. And if they continue that way, if RORA doesn't answer to that, they're going to have some troubles here.
Yeah, it's really the Ch4knu effect. Him having the Grok, making sure that he provides a lot of information and vision for his team. But on the other hand, look at this. Renejay still has the high loss.
Wow.
Oh. You can really feel the damage coming in from Ryota and Oki. Again, that's a high loss, but a high HP. But still 50% after just a couple of pokes coming in from Omega.
On this top side, Edward going to force Jome off. Look how many bodies are up here. Conceal going to be used. Ch4knu won't find the connection, but they force the fight anyway. But they don't have the minion waves pushing in. The rest of the team making its way up top. Luckily for RORA, no one goes down in the exchange.
An off-angle wild charge, because Ch4knu was really predicting that both of those players from Aurora were going to go back. But then those two players actually predicted what Ch4knu was supposed to do.
It's a mind game.
It's a mind game. It's a chess game between these two teams. And finally, the last turtle up for grabs has just spawned. A while ago, Omega picked up 2 turtles uncontested without any trade coming in from Aurora. And this time, Aurora's 4-man lineup is here. The crucial factor for this last clash, or last turtle clash, would be the Spear of Destruction coming in from Doming. Will it hit this time?
Okay, they started up doing it quickly as they have in the past. I think they're going to be a little bit too late to the party as Endoru secures the 3rd turtle. Already clean sweep in the turtle department for Smart Omega.
That's another barangay surprise special. They're not going to wait for the dances anymore. They're just really going to burst down the turtle, not let Aurora get some momentum to counterattack.
You know what I say? This is what Smart Omega has to do. They have to be decisive. They have to make these choices.
Full commit.
And commit, yeah, full send it. So objectively, that's what they did.
And
now Renejay going to the front side, drop the Goya's pathway. There's the setup already, though. Zaman force being dropped down too. He's going to get stunned. Demon Kite looking on Jome, but Renejay goes up on the top side. 2 Dominators descends too, firing off each other. Ukir gets punished. And now RORA possibly looking for more as Demon Kite's going to work on Ryota. They get 3 big kills in the pockets of RORA.
RORA doesn't care about the turtle. You got 3 turtles, we'll get 3 kills to our name. Jome, Uki, Ryota will fall down. And we have to credit a lot actually to Renejay, because Renejay was soaking up the bulk of the damage coming in from Omega. So a lot of skills are expended onto this high loss, which enabled the damage dealers of Aurora to just really free hit and take down Omega.
Yeah, it's, again, some people wonder, like, how do you deal with his ask? Well, maybe you just take the Valentina and you get 2. You know, you have 2 Dominators, in a sense, working at each other and firing off. But again, like you mentioned, man, that was great positioning coming out from Renejay. Even Edward utilizing the final slash there. So what's the response? Gold lead is gone. Now Renejay has to defensively get out of there. Way's going to be blocked off, though, of course, by Ch4knu. So they set back in to their position here with the focus on the mid.
I'm not sure if you noticed it, but Renejay actually was right there on time. Because Andoryu casted his Retribution, so the slow effect went to Renejay instead of going to Doming. So again, Renejay being the hitman and the healman at the same time for game number 3.
At this point, too, Yue picking up his Divine Glaive. This is great timing. You can see on the flip side, Andoryu gets the Sky Piercer too, and this all sets the stage here, Ringon, for that first big objective. Aurora has seen 3 turtles taken quickly from them, very quickly, and now they don't want the same to happen with the Lord here.
Andoryu not in a good position here because they're going to be spotted out here by Aurora. And as Andoryu picks up a Sky Piercer, you know, it adds pressure for me as an assassin. If I pick up a Sky Piercer, that means I have to get a lot of kills and at the same time don't get killed myself. And with Omega's lineup, you know there's already an internal pressure because they're going to dominate the early and the mid game, but towards the late game, it might be Aurora's game. So really, the pressure for me is on the Barangay side.
Yeah, because at this point, with the lineup that they had, They could, you know, end up getting outscaled depending on how Aurora approaches this. Domeng gonna just wait patiently again. He kind of has an idea too.
He knows.
Ch4knu
He knows.
and Jom, very patient. He's not approaching that wave there.
He knows.
He's fine.
Jom knows. They've been there. They've done that. And now Aurora working on this Lord as Endoryu and Ryota surveys the scene. But important to note, look at the position of Edward. Any given moment, the final slash can come out of nowhere.
Still keeping that Lord at half health here. They don't have the exact information, I feel like, up top. You know, Domeng's just kind of patiently waiting. He doesn't want to get picked off here. So we take another breather here. We're taking a little break. But, you know, that's the picture we're seeing. You know, Domeng is staying up top. I don't know if he actually had seen them or if he's just kind of got an inclination like, hey, there's some people in this bush, obviously. You know, we don't want to pressure it too much, because if he gets taken out, that's an easy Lord.
You know, for me, I think he knows. I think his instincts knows. Who could forget what happened during game number 2?
Yeah.
Or is it game number 1 where he stole the purple buff with one Spear of Destruction? And with his in-game instincts, I think he has an idea. But for me, if Aurora actually commits to the Lord, they're going to have a hard... Omega's going to have a hard time contesting because they're outnumbered 4-3. And if the Spear of Destruction coming in from Domeng hits, it's going to be a real clear disadvantage for Omega. So the pressure is on Ch4knu and Jom to make a play and make sure that they take down Domeng.
If they can get Domeng, like I said, that's an easy objective over. On the flip side, as long as Domeng, and that's what I say, even Domeng playing around this, he's kind of like waiting for the wave to push into that turret and then clear it out, because he can clear it out pretty quickly. But if there's a split instance where Ch4knu decides to punch it in, then, you know, again, it's all decisiveness. If they make the decision to go and they make a play there, that would be huge. But then as soon as that happens, Aurora knows too that 2 guys are up top. We should be able to win this Lord fight off, you know? And so those are the things that can fall into place here.
Still, we can't forget the fact that Endoryu has the Nolan and easily steal out that Lord, out the Red 3 Demon Kite. And so far, our assassin matchups hasn't disappointed. We've seen a lot of action-packed games coming in from the 2 assassins alone, not to mention the captains, the roamers, and as you can see, everyone's having fun here in the Green Sun Hotel. Coach Ducky back in the picture as we enter the Land of Dawn. Okay, so quick recap. First Lord up for grabs. Ch4knu and Jom on the top lane, making sure to zone out Domeng. Will Aurora burst down the Lord, or will Omega make a play up top?
We'll see what they do. They're still waiting patiently up there. Domeng just going to do his thing, waiting on the front side. Neither team really wanting to commit to the Lord, though, and that's the power of this export, too. You know, you have the immortality, you got plenty of armor. You can just kind of sit here for quite a while, too.
We need a mini cam onto what's happening onto the top lane. Right now, Renejay soaking up all the damage coming in from Omega, but I think they're going to burst down Ryota's Friarga armor here.
It's bursted down, they rotate down. Even with the armor down, it still could be the same plan. They might just go for it. Renejay's going to drop down the Glorious Pathway. Ukir does the same, and they try to collapse down on the top side. Jom going to force in. There's the Spear of Destruction. A huge final slash, though. Are going to be used. It forces Smart Omega back to the turret. I'm not sure if they can pick up a kill with it, but they will as Domeng cleans up Ryota. But now, RORA will get the turret. Can they get this Lord? There's going to be some repositioning here going on. Ch4knu does not have the wild charge. He's just trying to provide vision, but I think it's just taken here by Aurora. And Doru also trying to pull something, but he's got to back off.
Wow. Legend Zero bouncing back from a very rough game back in game number 2 with the Terizla. A lot of people are saying the penalty zones weren't hitting, but this time one final slash connecting onto 5 members.
Yep.
That's the Edward you want. That's the Edward you need if you're up against the top-seeded team as we end week number 2 rather. This is vintage Edward, really controlling the game, controlling the pace, and setting up plays for his team.
He has to, especially after the struggle we saw from the previous game.
Oh, sandwich play.
Look at this sandwich play on the top side already, and Doru taken out. as Demon Kite gets another kill alongside the turret. I still focused here in the mid lane. Oh! They've got the Lord to work with too. Another quick turret. Domeng just destroying these things. And now with a switch in momentum, Edward picking up the Winter's Crown as well. Renejay getting a little more defense. They're in prime territory to punch this one into the base at least.
Oh.
Dominator's Ascent going to be used as well. Glorious Pathway there. Lord's still going to be worked on. Mid turret quickly worked on by Domeng. RORA. Can they end this here in game number 3? Domeng! Edward gets a final slash again! And they turn it over! And Aurora will give the first defeat to Smart Omega as they win the series 2-1.
Aurora doing quick work with game number 3. I mean, the name of the game is to break the crystal, and that's what they did.
Wow. Wow, wow. That happened so quickly those last 3 minutes or so.
Guys, so that was 13 minutes with the level 1 Lord with a full 5-man Omega defending. The distraction caused here by Edward with another final slash enabled Domeng to just end the game.
Domeng, talk about the patience he had, by the way. Sitting up top forever, ends up just scaling up really fast on SpawnCon. And then boom, you know, he's there. And like you said, Edward, amazing on this Armlock pick. Multiple times did he find multiple members of Final Slash. So, yep, this makes things even more spicy as we round out week number 2 here. Now that Smart Omega has tasted their first defeat.
2 captains, Renejay and Ch4knu, did not disappoint the fans as they gave us an action-packed 3-game series. Constantly proving that they have developed, they have matured, and they are now capable of leading their teams. And as we see, Omega still has a good record here. First loss after a 3-series win streak. Props to that man in the middle, Ch4knu, for leading his team. But we have to throw it, of course, to the winners. Aurora. That's why Ch4knu, take it away.
Congratulations to RORA. Kailangan kong balikan yung game number 2 because I have to say that was the most intense game I've ever seen. Yung play na yon, how upsetting was that? Kasi 25% na lang yung Tore. Makukuha nyo na siya. What happened pagkatapos nung game na yon? You guys were talking. What happened? Tell us.
Una-una talaga, sobrang inaano ko si Ch4knu, sobrang ganda ng ginawa niya talaga. Na kahit buhay yung sa amin, yung tatlo, na pinusuan niya pa rin yung game. Pero yun, after ng game na yun, nag-reset lang talaga kami. Pero syempre, medyo upset din siya kasi parang na lang may misclick lang kami or mga maling decision ng ilang seconds lang na sobrang halaga. Kaya yun, hindi namin natapos. Kaya natalo kami.
Pero pagdating ng game number 3, you guys were doing really well. Ano yung pep talk mo sa team nun? Pep talk mo nung sa team, papunta ng game 3?
Paano
ano ba yung sinabi niya? Ano ba yung pinag-usapan nyo?
Usually kasi after ng game, nagpe-prepare agad kami sa next game kasi gusto namin mag-move on agad sa kung ano yung last game para makapokus kami sa next game namin.
Since nasa iyo na yung mic, okay. Yung kalaban mo gumamit ng utility jungler. Hindi siya nag-work sa'yo. Ano ba yung reason kung bakit hindi siya masyado ginagamit ngayon?
Feeling ko kasi yung mga Zaz, Rujin na hero ngayon, tapos yung mga Hylos, parang sila yung mga malalakas na hero sa meta ngayon. And since yung mga ganong hero counter sa FreeBren, kaya feeling ko di talaga pasok yung FreeBren.
Ay, balikan natin. Kasi kanina nakalimutan kong tanungin. Kayo na nga, may yung video nyo, sabi mo kay Ch4knu, di ba, pagalingan kayo mag-set? Ayun. Ang galing mo mag-set, especially ng game number 1 with your Tigreal. We were all commenting on it. Ano naman yung masasabi mo kay Ch4knu ngayon? That was a great game. Great series.
Para sa akin, talaga sobrang galing niya talaga kanina. Wala talaga ako masabi sa performance si Ch4knu. Talagang nakuha niya yung respeto ko din talaga dun sa game net na kanina. Sobrang galing din ni Ch4knu talaga. Para sa akin, siguro mas magaling na ako ng konti.
And you know what? You're getting the viewers' respect because RORA coming into Season 14 is so strong. At you know kung sino rin ang malakas? Ang ating MVP of game number 3. Can you guys guess who it is? Let's take a look at the screen. Edward!
Edgar!
Okay. Careful muna tayo, ha? Okay, bago mo ilapit yung mic sa'yo. Okay, ready? Uy, alam mo lagi ko ito sinasabi, palagi kayong full house, palaging sold out, na wala na kaming makuhang ticket pag kayo ang naglalaro. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood?
Mic test. Yeah. Ayun, maraming salamat sa Aurora fans kasi sobrang laging sold out yung ticket agad. Kumbaga wala pa yung match namin, sold out na for next 2 to 3 weeks, mga ganun. So ayun, thank you so much Aurora fans.
And how else can we support other than coming here sa MPL? Paano namin masusuportahan ang RORA?
Ayun, sa sa MPL Live.
Sa MPL Live! Oh, magsend ng mga stars sa inyo. So proud of you. You guys are doing so amazing this season. But you know, we also have to reward ang ating mga fans because we have fans that come near and far just to watch you. So now we're gonna award 3,000 diamonds to one lucky fan. Congratulations! Come on up! Hello! Hello! What's your name?
Pilin po.
Pilin, taga saan ka, Pilin?
From Tacloban.
From Tacloban? So pumunta ka dito para magbakasyon, manood ng MPL?
Manood ng MPL.
First time mo ba manood ng MPL?
Yes po, first time.
Very first time. So kamusta? Okay, kwento, kamusta yung experience mo? Kamusta nanood ka ng laban nila RORA?
Very overwhelming yung feeling dito sa MPL Arena.
Bang sa'yo manood ng live? Okay, sino ang favorite player mo dito?
Si Edward po.
Si Edward! Okay, tabi ka kay Edward. Tatabi ka kay Edward. Eto, galing pa siyang Tacloban. First time manood ng MPL. Ngayon, kaharap niya ang kanyang idol. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Edward?
Continue sa pagiging magaling na player. And yun, God bless. At yun, sana manalo kayo. Always.
Ikaw naman, Edward, galing pa Tacloban, first timer.
Yun, maraming salamat po sa pagpunta rito, sa pag-support sa Aurora.
Okay, Feline, I'm gonna give you this special opportunity to bow with the team and walk of victory with them, all right? Congratulations once again to Aurora. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Aurora still at the top of the standings. They've only lost one series so far, but every single game, they really put up a fight. They're really a playoffs contender, and we're gonna break it down for you. So we're gonna head back to our panel. Pasok.
And that is a way to end week 2. What a way to end it as well. Pero isa lang ang sigurado ko. Actually, hindi pala ako sigurado. Kasi hindi ko alam kung nasaan ngayon ang Aurora sa standings after that win. But you'd love to see them at their utmost confidence, especially with Edward as your MVP.
Yeah, I mean, matagal na natin sinasabi na one of the most consistent XP-laners is this guy right here. Kinatagang the Legend Zero. Ang lupit kasi ng performance ni Edward on the Arlot. I mean, aside from the 4-man final slash, napaka-keen niya na maghanap ng mga angles of initiation. And ang maganda sa kanya, parang walang hesitation. Basta makita niya na parang, uy, pwedeng siya tanto. Nandoon din yung follow-up ng kanyang mga teammates. And again, it applies to the current meta right now na kung sino man yung team na talagang nauuna maging aggressive, and may sagot sila sa mga counter-engage, sila yung usually nananalo sa teamfight. And Edward provided that aspect of the meta for Aurora in this game.
Yeah, you can file this under just Edward things. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Anong page?
Ang dami na libo na
ilang games naman ni Edward?
Ewan ko pa, ang dami na talaga So mga magandang bagay, I feel like you can't always rely on your roam to do the set for you.
Yeah.
And there's always so many parts of the map na kailangan mong kontrolin so that your team can be successful. And I believe that Edward really does all of these and more.
And you also have to commend Aurora. After nung pinik ng Smart Omega dito yung export, they found a good lane matchup for the export. So Edward had a good start. I mean, it's not the best start in the world, but I would say kapag nakakakuha ng magandang early game si Edward, dun natin nakikita yung ano niya yung mga relentless aggressions, yung mga non-hesitation jumps. And yun yung nag-dictate na momentum dito for Aurora. Lalo na naka-double marks sila. Super important na even if hindi sila ahead, basta static yung mid-game kasi napakataas ng chance mag-snowball ng Smart Omega. Kung static yung takbo ng laro and sila yung mag-uuna mag-start ng teamfight habang di pa naka-ready yung Smart Omega, sobrang laking bagay nun. Kaya napakalaki ng importance na nakalabas siya ng laning stage, kaya niyang setan yung expert na syempre nakatayo lang naman, ang dali i-final slash. Actually, ang dali i-final slash nung buong lineup ng Smart Omega.
Yeah, there were actually multiple moments where pwede mo siyang i-final slash straight up, pwede mo siyang likudan, and there was very little that Ryota could actually do about it. So, despite maganda nga yung idea of picking up the export onto the matchup, I mean, other lanes, pero yung matchup mo kasi, yung mismong sa lane mo, doon ka nagkaroon ng problema. And that's why nagkaroon ng free reign na mag-ikot sa mapa yung Aurora.
And I think that is also the benefit of having the high loss as your first pick, right? Kasi nakita natin kanina, yung X-Borg was there, but it's all Aurora. Dito sa stats natin, especially in terms of carry, you also have to give it to Demon Knight. But going back to my thought, it's the Hylos that was first picked by Aurora doon sa kanilang phase, and they've managed to transition it. Kasi pwede mo ilagay sa XP yun but as soon as they saw the X-Borg in the draft, it was an opportunity for Coach MTB to pick up that Arlot and have a better matchup in the XP lane.
Nagningning yung mata ni Arlot. Ayun, literal na nagningning yung mata niya. Diba? Kulay red yung mata niya sa
Kumislap.
And ang, again, yung composition ng Smart Omega dito, they have the capability of just snowballing. Pero ang isa sa mga gusto ko sabihin din dito sa laro ng Aurora is yung stability ng kanilang early game. Yung control nila Demon Knight, nila Doming na hindi sumabog. Of course, you with then being so stable in the mid lane. Parang nagkaroon ng pillars of gameplay dito yung Aurora na parang, guys, ito lang yung dapat natin gawin dito sa game. Kapag nakahanap tayo ng opportunity, dun lang tayo gagawa talaga ng mga explosive plays. And that was the mid-game. Mid-game yung hinahanap na timing dito ng Smart Omega, ay ng Aurora, kung saan kayang-kaya nila labanan itong mga early to mid-game centric heroes ito, like the Harith, the Nolan. So nung nagkaroon na sila ng opportunity na lumaban, again, no hesitation. Basta laban kung laban, sasaloy ni Renejay lahat yan. I-revitalize niya lahat yan for Aurora. I-heal niyan, basta wag lang kayo matakot.
Yeah, in fairness to Aurora, it was a hard game to keep the kill count low kasi considering the amount of assassination potential that Andoryu could actually give to this game, they survived it. They were able to keep it controlled. They were able to keep their distance until the moment na pwede silang umatake. So, again, Aurora just found the perfect opportunities each and every turn. And again, most of that because of Edward and Renejay as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious as well. Kasi, Renejay, ito yung oras Ito yung timing mo. Heading into the season, you had swag entering the stage. What was the mindset of the team bago pumasok, knowing that they're gonna be going up against an undefeated Smart Omega?
Parang win-win mindset namin same contender.
Gulat kayo, no?
Contender lang din sila sa MPL. Tapos natalo kasi kami sa Bren gapon. Sobrang dami din po namin natutunan sa laban namin sa Bren na ina-play namin today. Kaya siguro mas maganda naging performance namin sa kanila.
Alright, building up on those applications as well, Edward, nabanggit nga ni Renejay na you're trying to bounce back from a loss, and you did that just now. Gaano ba kalaking moral boost ito na nakuha nyo yung victory over Smart Omega, a team that has dominated the first 2 weeks of the MPL Season 14?
Ayun, tingin ko may mga adjustment pa rin kami. Bukod sa mabuboost yung moral namin na tinala namin yung top 1. Tingin ko may mga adjustment pa kasi ayun nga, yung game ko natalo kami. So, maras may i-improve pa kami.
Ako, may tanong ako kay Renejay. Siyempre, namiss ko si Renejay, diba? Dati, ano lang to Dati, alam mo na, kanta-kanta. Pero ngayon kasi, insane din yung character development ni Renejay. Ngayon, captain ka na. Siyempre, pag bago mag-start yung mga laro, may mga pre-game ritual yan.
Correct.
Ano usually yung mga sinasabi mo sa mga teammates mo kapag nagmi-meeting kayo ng mga coaching staff, kapag nakapasok na kayo sa player booth? Ano yung usually na message mo bago kayo mag-start ng game niyo?
Siguro inside the game din talaga eh. More on reminders kung ano yung mga kailangan namin gawin, kung ano yung winning condition namin. Tapos kung ano yung mindset namin sa game. Kumbaga, kung tatapangan namin, kung kaya ba namin umag-aggressive sa early, kung di ba namin kaya lumabas sa early, wag kami lumaban, parang gano'n.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna take your word on that kasi may papalabas tayo na ilang mga clips sa kung ano ba yung
Analyst
mga
kayo
ganap.
ngayon, analyst kayo ngayon.
Alam nyo, ha? Kanina pa kasi nagsasalita yung dalawa eh. Kaya ibabaon muna kayo dyan.
Podcast eh.
Alright, kailangan nating makita to. Kasi it has been the only, right, game 3 na nakita natin for today. And in just a bit, mapapanood natin yan, alright? But again, going back to the thought process, Edward, I feel like there's always so many people. Gaya nga na nabanggit nyo, di ba? Every time you have games, there's always so many people watching you. Napakarami online, on-site. Does it add pressure to you or does it add motivation to you to like play even more?
Sa akin po, nasanay na ako eh. Kumbaga, pag Renejay tsaka maraming dyan manunood. So ayun, nasanay na rin talaga ako. Kumbaga, yun na rin yung nagbuboost sa akin para manalo.
Alright, and this is the win that you were talking about, diba? Ito yung game number 1 kung saan, Renejay, you've made the crucial play. What was the call like during that moment?
Pwede ba sabihin strat natin?
Without opening up your strat.
Pagalita kayo yan eh.
Ano lang, tawag dito. Sabi ko, huli ko 5 pre, huli ko 5. Ano kasi tawag dito?
Huli ko 5, huli ko 5.
Nagkamali kasi sila ng engage. So, na-counter-engage ko sila. So, nagdikit-dikit kasi sila, which is, lugi din kasi yung hero nila sa akin eh. Tingin ko kaya gumana yung counter-engage ko.
The patience is real, no?
Oh, patience is real.
Reveal mo na yung strat mo.
Wag.
Ikaw, Edward, ano ba yung atake mo dito? Ano yung atake mo habang gumagawa ng ganun si Renejay?
Ayun, sabi ko, kung mapapansin nyo, grow as a player. So sabi ko, magpapabait ako sa kanya na mag-winter transition ako.
Tama.
So, ayun,
Buying time, di ba? Buying time, winter transition.
Kasi actual play na ngayon yun eh, no? Diba kanina si Flap, nag-grow as a player, then winter crown. Actual play na siya eh.
Okay, actually, hindi lang yun.
Ano ba?
Meron pang isa.
May isa pa?
Meron pang isa.
Sige.
Bakit? Ilan ba yung nangyaring laro? Ilan ba yung nanalo? Diba? Dalawa yung panalo niya eh.
Ay, ito.
Ito. Okay.
Yun, magkasama pa yung dalawa.
So let's say, Renejay and Edward nandun sa medyo baba. Tapos may nangyari.
5!
Edward, ikaw ang bida dito. Talk through us kung ano ba yung nangyari dito sa ganap na to at paano mo nakuha yung final slash?
Nagko-call na si Uwe. Sabi, andito. Sabi ko, andyan na ako. Liligtas kita.
Yeah!
Wow!
Sweet!
Grabe naman!
Meron akong dalawang bagay na natutunan doon.
Ano?
Una sa lahat, totoo kapag Pinoy, pag shumat call 3 beses.
Tama.
Diba? Dito. Tapos, sweet si Edward.
Sweet si Edward. Matik yan. Nung nakita si Uwe, yun na yun eh. The rest was history. Boys, maraming salamat for giving us your time. I'm sure that you're gonna have enough rest, pero preparations pa rin for week number 3. A message for all of the fans that have continued support. Edward, nabanggit mo na yung iyo kanina. Renejay, it's now your turn to, show support for the fans.
Yan guys, salamat sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga Aurora fans. Yan sa mga gustong umabang sa mga namin. Kaabang-abang na gagawin. Check nyo lang namin, Aurora MLBB page namin, pati yung mga watch party namin. And syempre dito sa MPL, kasi dito kami naglalaro.
Maraming salamat again, Renejay and Edward, for being with us here sa Infinix Game Tambayan. We're just gonna take a look as to where you guys are right now. Bago magumpisa itong matchup na to, you guys were placed 5th. Now, Aurora MLBB is at 3rd place and you are now gonna be moving forward. At tuloy-tuloy pa rin, right? That is a very good sign for them, especially now na nakakuha sila ng 3 panalo to end week number 2.
In-expect nyo to na ganito kaganda yung magiging start nyo for the regular season?
Ako po, in-expect ko naman siya kasi siguro based na lang din sa mga scrims namin. And yun, dahil meron kami naging tournament sa Kazakhstan, tapos marami kami natutunan doon. Parang yun yung naging first week ng MPL namin eh. Kasi Bren at Echo din yung nakalaban namin. So marami din kami natutunan, tapos na-apply agad namin this week.
Now you've mentioned Team Liquid Philippines or formerly Echo na, you know, was branded as a super team from before. And you guys, heading into the season, you guys were being branded as a super team kasi nga star players from different teams mapupunta kayo dito. Edward, what do you think about that brand? Are you guys a super team? What do you think personally as a player?
Actually, nasagot ko na yan nung in-interview ako ni Mara about din sa super team. Ayun nga, gaya ng sabi ko, pagpasok namin sa Aurora, bagong org yung Aurora. So, yung pinamindset sa amin talaga yung ano, pagiging, wala kaming kahit ano, achievement, fame, kahit ano. Kumbaga rookie lang kami ganun.
Brand new players
Yes.
heading into the season. I love that mindset. And another brand new integration that we've had is actually the Infinix Fansik Laban. Kasi if you guys don't know, meron din mga naglalaban na mga fans all throughout. And ayan sila. Diba? Meron silang 5-on-5 tournaments, probably 5 bans as well. Meron pa silang sariling shoutcasters. At ayun,
Ayan, no?
Hindi, to be fair, parehas din ang standing.
Oo nga, no?
They're currently at third as well.
Technically number 2, pero syempre.
Number 2, number 2,
Pero
right?
nabawi. Nakabawi naman yung Omega.
Oo nga, and wala nang zero.
Oh,
Lahat sila may points
Defeated
na.
na rin lahat.
Defeated na rin lahat. Just like, you know, MPL Philippines Season
Ngayon.
14, pagkatapos ng Week 2, lahat sila may talo na. Right? And no one practically is safe. So, kailangan mong maging consistent the longer the league goes.
Yeah, ang masaya dito kasi yung mga fans na nagpupunta aside sa napapanood nila yung mga idol nila, ay may chance din sila maglaro under the the banner of the teams na sinusuportahan nila. Kaya ba may mga na-invite na kayo pumunta rito sa venue kasi pwede niyo sila invite dyan sa Fansik Laban.
Mag-i-invite pa lang.
Guys, message si Renejay.
Kabayo, pag si Renejay ang nag-invite, yari na talaga. Namatik yan.
Nako.
MH ata. Ewan ko, MG, ano bang pinakamataas? Diba? Ewan ko na.
Pag nag-invite si Renejay, Rome din yan.
International.
Hindi, 5 invite ko eh.
Ayun na! Squad na!
At doon, natapos.
Galing bang bataan yan?
Pro team ba to?
Ano to? Bataenyo.
Bataenyo. At doon natapos ang boxing. In behalf of Renejay and Edward, Rock Art and Midnight, my name is Hans Galeria. Rekta na natin kay Mara Aquino.
The lights are shining brighter than ever. Today's matches showed us the teams that have further empowered their hero within. I'm so excited how far they'll go this season, and I'm sure you're excited too. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang bakbakan dito sa MPL Arena. At next week, marami pang laban ang naghihintay para sa inyo. Ako po si Mara Aquino, and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you next week.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT